Orders of the day, ordre du jour. Oh, sorry. Routine. Oh, routine, yes. Almost. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 15 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de
Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Ms. Dancho, seconded by Mr. Tolmie, moves that the third report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security presented on Monday, April 25th, 2022 be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member from Sturgeon River Parklands. Madam Speaker, we are discussing today a report from the Public Safety National Security Committee about guns and gangs. And frankly, we've been on this for quite some time. We began this study over 3 years ago, and boy, oh boy, Madam Speaker, have things gone downhill since then regarding gangs and gun violence in this country. In fact, over the last 9 years of Liberal government, gun violence is up 116%. 116%, despite all of the announcements and all of the promises, gun violence is up 116% in 9 years. And you can see that every day in the headlines. And in fact, violent crime has doubled in the past 9 years. Sexual assaults are up 75%. Sexual violations against children are up 120%. And so Canadians may be wondering, why is it that their once safe neighbourhoods have become havens for criminals? Why is it that we keep hearing announcements from the Liberals that something is going to be done about gun violence, and yet it's just getting worse? Well, one of the reasons is because of the soft on crime legislation this Liberal government continues to bring forward. For example, starting in 2019, the Liberals brought forward Bill C-75. It was specifically to reform the bail system. And now you may have heard about the bail system from our police and from premiers across the country, because in the last few years, our police associations, our police unions, premiers from every political stripe have been screaming for change from this Liberal government, and of course that's been falling on deaf ears, Madam Speaker. They are demanding bail reform because it is exhausting our police services. They are unable to keep up and keep our communities safe because of the catch and release policies brought forward by Bill C-75. They are rearresting the same repeat violent offenders every other day, who are apparently going really without being held accountable under the current Liberal government. And you can see that right there in the legislation. The aim of Bill C-75 was to bring forward the least onerous conditions for bail. In essence, it made bail the default position for violent repeat offenders. And so, of course, that was in 2019. Here we are a few years later, and the impacts of that legislation have really come home to roost, Madam Speaker. Gangs and those committing violent gun crime in our communities are just getting off scot-free in the revolving door of this so-called justice system under the Liberal government. And we saw just that same year, in fact, Bill C-83 made changes to the parole system so that it was least restrictive. And again, some people may wonder, what do all these things mean? You know, these are legal terms. Unless you're a Crown prosecutor, it's difficult to understand. But for Bill C-83, I'll just talk about a little bit about what the Harper government was doing. And remember, under the Harper government, Madam Speaker, violent crime went down 26%. There was a decrease in gun violence in Canada. And now, of course, since the Liberals came in, it's been over 50% increase in violent crime. And as I said, over 100% increase in gun violence. So if you look at Bill C-83, for example, the priority for parole, again, this is violent offenders in jail with reason, because they've committed atrocities in neighborhoods, because they've hurt innocent people, because they've used guns illegally, they've been involved in gangs, causing crime and chaos in our streets. And under the Harper government, the parole parameters were as follows. The correctional services, uses measures that are consistent with the protection of society. Number one priority, protection of society, staff members and offenders that are limited only to what is necessary and proportionate to attain the purposes of this act. Okay, so the number one priority under Harper, under a tough-on-crime government that saw a decrease of violent crime for parolees, was that the Corrections Services uses the measures that are consistent with the protection of society. Under Bill C-83, under Liberals, this was changed to the following. The services uses the least restrictive measures consistent with the protection of society, staff members, and offenders. So again, the first priority became the least restrictive measures. That's important in a legal context. That is signaling to the parole board, to the corrections, to judges, to lawyers, the priority is the least restrictive measures. It also facilitated, as we've heard, with the movement of folks from maximum to medium to minimum security. So from maximum to medium, for example, Paul Bernardo, we've heard a lot about this in the last year. Bill C-83 helped facilitate his move from maximum security, where he should frankly spend the rest of his days, to medium security. That was Bill C-83 that further permitted actions like that. And so these are the bills that have an impact. You know, we've debated them. The Conservatives fiercely fought these bills. We said this was going to happen, and of course, it did happen. Yeah. And then since I've been elected, Bill C-5 passed in 2022. This astoundingly had soft-on-crime measures for criminals committing violent acts with guns. It removed mandatory prison time, mandatory jail time, for individuals that committed drive-by shootings, for example, robbery with a gun, extortion with a gun, discharging a firearm with intent to injure, using a firearm in a commission of offense. All of these things had mandatory prison time. You did this horrible crime, you endangered your neighborhood and your community, you were going to jail, for sure. You're being removed from society for a while, rightfully so. But Bill C-5 took away that requirement, and in fact codified house arrest for a number of offenses, like sexual assault. So again, you can rape someone and serve your sentence in the comforts of your home. That is the priority of the Liberal government, Madam Speaker. Bill after bill after bill, making parole easier to get for violent offenders, making bail easier to get for violent offenders, having less accountability and less jail time for people who commit gun crime. And now we have police associations across the country calling out the Liberal government for their lack of action. Actually, that's not true. They have done a lot of things, haven't they? They have done a lot of things on guns. But what they haven't done is gone after the people responsible for gun violence. They've gone after people like me, like the colleagues behind me, law-abiding citizens with firearms, something that's been in Canada since the inception of Canada. Part of our heritage of hunting and sport shooting and competing in the Olympics, representing national pride. That's been the target for Liberals over the last 9 years. People like us, people, innocent, law-abiding Canadians who, in fact, are the least likely to commit crime. And why is that? Well, they're heavily vetted by the RCMP. They're tested. They're trained. We should take pride in our system that ensures that only lawful, responsible people can own firearms. That's how it should be. And yet those people have been the target and the punching bag repeatedly by the Liberal government. Over and over, they fought election platforms targeting these people. Our hunters, Grandpa Joe and his hunting rifle, have been the #1 target of the Liberal government over the last 9 years. Meanwhile, gang violence is up, violent crime is up, gun violence is up. Legislation after legislation coming after lawful gun owners. That's going to cost the taxpayer billions of dollars. In fact, we know now that so far their so-called buyback program, which again is a misnomer because they're not buying back anything, they're confiscating lawfully owned property from lawful Canadians. So their confiscation regime has not taken one firearm from the hands of criminals, not one, has already cost the taxpayer $100 million. And it is purported to cost, when all is said and done, as high as $6 billion to come after Grandpa Joe, while they, with their legislation, let criminals just in and out of jail, in and out of jail. In fact, no jail time in many circumstances, and out early if you finally do get to jail for committing violent gun crime. That is the priorities of the Liberal government. That is why we are in a situation today where, for example, if you live in Brampton, every single day you're seeing headlines. And the police, who are on the front lines of this, risking their lives every day to protect society, saying goodbye to their families in the morning and praying that they come home. They have to face these gangbangers every day. They know them on a first-name basis because they've arrested them so many times. And what are the police saying? Well, 85% minimum of these firearms and their handguns smuggled in from the United States are being used in crimes. That's where the problem is coming from. Violent criminals smuggling guns into Canada from the United States. We need to do better at our border. We need to ensure that police are being invested in. We need to ensure there's legislative tools put in place that finally hold these criminals accountable after they've gone off scot-free in the last 9 years, Madam Speaker. Ultimately, Madam Speaker, we have a lot of work to do should the Conservatives get into government in the next number of months. The priority number one is going to be to stop the crime, and of course cut taxes and finally make life more affordable, but stopping the crime is going to be a top priority for this government, and finally holding criminals accountable, Madam Speaker. That is our mission, and we will fulfill that for communities and keep them safe, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Wow, Madam Speaker, we just heard what it is that the leader of the Conservative Party has instructed his Conservative caucus to talk about crime in our communities. And it's consistent with much of the misleading information that the Conservative Party puts on social media virtually every day. The bill in which the member is so critical of, the bail bill, is the bail bill in which the Conservative Party actually voted in favor of. It's the very same bail bill in which we had provinces in all regions of the country support, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member can just reflect in terms of whether or not the Conservative Party today, because obviously it might have taken a flip-flop on this, still supports the bail reform legislation that was brought forward by the government not that long ago. The bail reform bill in which she herself, Madam Speaker, voted in favor of.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Unfortunately, the member from Winnipeg North was not listening to my remarks. I was talking about Bill C-75 passed by the Liberals in support with the NDP in 2019. That is what caused all of the mayhem that police are now having to deal with. What he's talking about is Bill C-48. Bill C-48 was a 7-page bill in contrast to Bill C-75 that was 200 pages. A measly effort for the Liberals to say they were doing something about bail. That passed well over a year ago, and it obviously has done nothing to help. And in fact, if he doesn't believe me, he's saying I'm spreading misinformation. Why don't we hear from the Toronto Police? I'll just conclude on this, Madam Speaker. This is what the Toronto Police Association, which represents 8,000 police officers, says this. Our communities are experiencing a 45% increase in shootings, a 62% increase in gun-related homicides compared to last year. What difference does your handgun ban make when 85% of guns seized by our members can be sourced to the United States? Your statements are out of touch and offensive to victims of crime and police officers everywhere. That's what the police say.
The Honourable Member, questions et commentaires, l'Honorable député de Shefford.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Kildonan St. Paul for her speech. Currently, in committee, the Status of Women Committee, we are studying the increase in feminicides. Yesterday, we heard former Senator Pierre-Hugues Boisvenu as a witness. I'd like to hear my colleague's thoughts on the former bill, S-205. She talked about violence against women. With S-205, we didn't quite understand why the maximum for good behavior of 2 years was reduced to 11 months, because for many criminals, that is a critical period during which they still feel a lot of animosity toward their former partners. So it was a bad idea to reduce that from 2 years to 1 month, or would my colleague agree that it's a bad idea?
Speaker, I thank the member for her hard work on FEWO, and certainly she brings up a lot of good points about Bill C. or S205. I was proud to sponsor that on behalf of Senator Boisvenu, who's since retired, but certainly made it his life's mission to protect women from violent offenders and certainly their abusers. And she has pointed out a number of things that happened at Status of Women last year from Liberals and NDP members who looked to gut that bill. Really, the goal of that bill was to ensure that an abuser, an intimate partner who is a life threat or physical threat to a woman and her children, was held accountable. And so what ended up passing was one good step, but there were many, many, many provisions to be tough on those abusers, to keep them away from the people that they violate and abuse, that were gutted by Liberals and NDP. Just another example of when they're going soft on the criminals at the cost of the victim's safety, Madam Speaker. We can go on all day, in fact, of what they've done in that regard.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, talk about they think people are soft in the head when they figure people have no memory. When Tony Clement stole $50 million of border security money to buy gazebos in his riding, left us open to handguns coming in. When Stephen Harper cut 1,100 CBSA positions to allow handguns in. When he cut the crime prevention programs under Stephen Harper. This party has manipulated and falsified information to scare people while they supported criminals, and while Tony Clement was taking money that should have protected people to buy fake boats and create fake lakes all across Muskoka. And hey, he didn't even get reelected.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul, a brief answer.
It's really interesting to see the arrogant tone from that member when every step of the way he's voted in favor of soft on crime legislation that's cost the lives of women, children, and innocent people across this country because of his efforts to support the Liberals, Madam Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker is very aware of the rules, but to accuse a member of being responsible for the murder of women is very inexcusable. I'd ask the member to withdraw and apologize to the House.
The Honourable Member knows full well that she's not to attack individual members personally. I would ask her to withdraw and apologize.
Madam Speaker, it's difficult to apologize
I
to
have another
something that
point.
is true. He's voted in favor, Madam.
I have another point of order. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
When the Speaker asks someone to withdraw a heinous remark like that, they don't get to debate. She either withdraws and apologizes or you do not recognize her.
Again, I would ask, I have another point of order. The Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe if you check the records, you'll find that the member from Kildonan, I believe it's Kildonan St. Paul, said that the member voted for legislation that caused. She didn't say that he caused. I believe you need to check the record on this. Thank you.
One more point of order. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, the member accused another member in this House of being responsible for the deaths of women and children. That is inexcusable. The member needs to withdraw and apologize unequivocally.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. Someone apologize.
The Liberals and the NDP leading a bill that led to the murder of women and children.
I'm sorry, I have another point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, and I sat here listening to this, and I clearly heard the member talking about how the honourable member from the New Democratic Party was responsible for the death of women, and that is something that absolutely needs to be withdrawn. It's unacceptable.
So I will allow two more points of order, and but at the end of the day, given the information that's going back and forth about what was exactly said, I will take the time to review the tape and come back to the members as back to the House. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay, another point of order, and then I'll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a classic case of if people shout enough, then the quorum gets interrupted. The ruling was you asked to withdraw, not to debate. So under Standing Order 18, under House Procedure and Practices 13, you asked to withdraw. Now you're saying it's okay not to withdraw if we debate it. So I ask you to go back and check the answer to what you said. You asked to withdraw.
I'm sorry, the honourable mic's been cut off unexpectedly.
You asked for withdrawal? So you can't then decide later to say, oh, we'll allow this to debate. You asked for withdrawal, she's refused.
Okay. The honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
On the similar point of order, Madam Speaker, my point is around the procedure. Now, I've listened to similar points of order in the past, and the practice, if not the rule, has been that when the Speaker makes a ruling on a point of order, that ruling is dealt with prior to hearing other points of order. What happened in this case is that you heard the point of order, you ruled on it, and then, Madam Speaker, you heard several other points of order that were actually, some of them possibly points of debate on that point of order. So if you reverse your ruling on the point of order and do not require the withdrawal and apology, I think it sets a very dangerous precedent for this House, and we're going to continue to decline into disorder in debates, which isn't serving anyone. So I'd ask you to follow your first ruling and uphold the rules of the House. Thank you.
One more point of order, the honourable Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Despite the attempts to silence a strong Conservative woman in this House, I would note yesterday that that the Speaker in the chair did entertain from the New Democratic Party a challenge to a ruling that had been made the previous day. So, Madam Speaker, the precedent was set yesterday that challenges to a ruling could be in fact challenged, and it was the NDP that championed it yesterday. So let's let the member, my colleague from Manitoba, finish her speech, and if the other members of this place that are offended by the consequences of their votes, then they can enter into it in the context of Q's and C's or debate later on. But let's get back to work so we can stand up for victims.
Again, I just want to indicate that, given the points of order that have been raised, I took the honourable member's word because I didn't quite hear what the honourable member had indicated. I will go review the video and come back, given the points of orders that have been raised, and we'll come back to the House and advise the members what has transpired from that video. I hope this is good. I still have people rising on a point of order. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You are given the authority to ensure order in this House. The comments that were reprehensible by the member from Culloden St. Paul require that she withdraw and apologize, and I hope you will stay with that ruling. It is a clear violation of Standing Order 18.
As I indicated, I will review the tape and will come back to the House either way. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. No, I'm in respect for the House, I want to understand so that if the Speaker asks someone to withdraw, but if enough members of her party cause mayhem in the House, then she doesn't have to withdraw. So if that's the case, then we understand the rules of the House. So that's the ruling that we are working with under.
I appreciate the honourable member. As I indicated, I will, given the additional points of orders that have been made on this issue, I will endeavour to get the exact wording that was said during the. I will come back to the House shortly. We're looking into it right now. The honourable member was finishing up her response. And I would just ask members to please be judicial in everything that they say. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul has just maybe 20 seconds to finish.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to end my remarks commemorating Carolina Hubner Muckarat, who was shot by a man out on bail in Leslieville, Toronto. There are many, many, many women who have been killed by people out on bail, Madam Speaker. That member voted for softer bail legislation. That's on him. If he's not comfortable with it, then maybe he should do something about it and stop supporting the Liberal government.
Yeah. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well done. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and we get back to our regularly scheduled programming. Madam Speaker, after 9 years, the NDP Liberals are not worth the crime or the chaos that they've unleashed on Canada's streets. Now, this study on gun and gang violence was conducted back in 2022, 2 years ago, and rereading our common sense conservative recommendations and conclusions that were made at that committee and in that report, everything that we said at the time has come to pass. Sure. Liberal policies have done nothing to stop gun crime in this country. The legacy of this Liberal government will be a weak justice system, the absence of good enforcement, and a border that is leaking smuggled guns and stolen cars like never before. In fact, violent gun crime under this government has increased by over 100% since this Prime Minister took office. Now, the Prime Minister has been saying that he's going to be banning the firearms of law-abiding Canadians while completely ignoring the crime wave that his government has unleashed with their soft-on-crime policies. After 9 years, committing a crime and getting away with it has never been easier. Professional, organized criminals are taking note, and they're taking full advantage of this government's soft-on-crime policies. Canada has become a massive exporter of stolen cars and a net importer of illegal firearms. Under this Liberal government, Canada's stolen vehicles, at one time in 2022, there was a vehicle being stolen every 5 minutes in Canada. And we know what these stolen vehicles are being used for. They're being used to fund organized crime. They're being used to fund international terrorism, and they're being used to finance the purchase of drugs and guns, which are wreaking havoc on our streets. Now, these sophisticated industrial-level organized criminals are targeting Canada precisely because of the soft-on-crime policies of this government. Auto theft is not a victimless crime, as some have said. It is a crime that costs every Canadian because our insurance premiums go up, and as we're increasingly seeing these desperate criminals who are carjacking people in broad daylight. In fact, in some cases, vehicles are being stolen with children sitting in the back seat. It's an absolute disgrace. And why does it only take $1 billion in insured losses in our auto theft sector for this government to finally start taking action? Now, Conservatives have been consistent in calling out this Liberal government's abysmal record. In fact, back in 2022 at the Public Safety Committee, we had the Chief of Toronto Police at the time coming to testify about this government's gun buyback programs. Now, I asked the Chief of Police, I quote, if the government's policy was that they wanted to buy hard drugs off the streets, so a drug buyback, as a means to reduce the proliferation of hard drugs on our street, would that be an effective tool at getting drugs off the street? And this is what Chief Demkiw said. I do not believe it would be an effective tool. To which I responded, I said, well, then why would it be effective for firearm policies? His response, quote, I would not suggest that it was effective for gun policy. The City of Toronto's experience is that guns that are being used in crime are not from law-abiding citizens. They're guns being smuggled in from the United States. Those engaged in handling those firearms are not law-abiding licensed gun owners. They are criminals with no firearms license. That's coming from the Toronto Chief of Police. The Liberals have now squandered $70 million, and they're promising to spend over $1 billion more on this gun confiscation program. And they have yet to seize a single firearm. Conservatives, experts, frontline police officers have all said that this is a flawed approach to crime on our streets. Now let's talk about this border under these Liberals. Conservatives have repeatedly said that this gun confiscation regime was useless. Taxpayer money needs to be spent on the technology and the manpower to secure our borders. The brave men and women of the CBSA have not been given the proper support by this government. And at Public Safety in 2022, the CBSA union said, quote, not only is Canada's ability to prevent smuggling lacking, but its capacity to gather reliable and sound data is also inadequate. That's after 9 years of this Liberal government. They can come here and talk about what the Conservatives did, but they've had 9 years to take action, and this is what the CBSA union is saying today. Moreover, they said there is a 0% chance that any illegal weapon entering the country via rail will ever be found. So there is a huge gap at our border. Canadians have lost faith, as we saw with numerous alleged cases of terrorists crossing our borders in this past year alone. We've seen ISIS-inspired terrorists evade our borders. And United States border stats have shown that in 2023, there were 484 matches on the U.S. terrorist watch list at land ports of entry along the Canada-U.S. border. Since 2017, these numbers have gone up by 123%. How many more of these terrorists are being allowed to cross the border from Canada into the United States? Why is Canada not taking action to protect our border and to assure our ally that we're taking the necessary actions needed, not only to protect Canadians, but to protect our allies? Now, with crime and chaos skyrocketing, police unions have come out publicly. I've never seen it. It's quite unprecedented. They've taken the unprecedented step of calling out this government's failed record. I'm just going to quote some of these police experts. We have the Chief of Peel, who said, 90% of firearms that we seize are directly traced back to the United States. and the remaining 10% are also likely from the U.S. He also said the availability of firearms has just saturated the community. The Surrey Police Union is saying the federal handgun freeze fails to address the real issue, the surge of illegal firearms coming across our border. The Toronto Police Association says, what difference does their handgun ban make when 85% of the guns seized by our members are sourced to the United States? Peel Police are seizing an illegal gun every 30 hours, an 87% increase over the year prior. Now, I think people can maybe say that they like this government's intent, but if we're judging them by the outcome of this policy, it has been an abysmal failure. In fact, back in 2022, when we had the previous Minister of Public Safety come to committee, he was more concerned about Canadians going to the RCMP and the Canadian Firearms Program and getting their firearms license than he was about stopping organized criminals from smuggling guns over our border and committing crimes in Canada. That just shows you what the priorities of this Liberal government have been after these last 9 years. They prefer to go after law-abiding hunters and sport shooters and Indigenous hunters rather than going after the real criminals who they're giving softer bail sentences to. They're cutting minimum sentences. They are not doing anything to stop the flow of illegal guns over our border and of stolen vehicles leaving our country. This Prime Minister's radical catch-and-release policies are allowing violent repeat offenders to avoid jail. And since this government passed C-75 and C-5, which gave a high priority to releasing repeat violent offenders, it took away mandatory jail time for certain violent crimes, and a crime wave has been unleashed across this country as a result. In 2022, data shows that 30% of those people who were murdered in Canada were killed by somebody who was out on bail. It's shocking. The outcome of these Liberal policies, regardless of what you think about their intent, the outcome of these policies has been an abject failure. Experts at committee have also said that 68% of car thieves in Ontario spend less than 6 months in jail. These are the ideal conditions for organized criminals who are carrying out violent crime on our streets, and our communities are now low risk for criminals, but a high reward. Now, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, in 2015, our country was far safer than it is now. Now we have become a huge exporter of stolen vehicles. We've become an importer of, we've also become an exporter of fentanyl. Canada has now become the top exporter of fentanyl to the country of Australia. It's absolutely shameful. Canada is becoming a playground for organized crime, and they are using our country's lax laws to commit mayhem across the world, crime, death, and destruction across the world. This wasn't the case before this Prime Minister came into power, and this won't be the case after this Conservative government gets into power. We're going to axe the tax, we're going to fight the crime, we're going to get rid of the corruption, and we're going to make our streets safe. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to move a motion that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following, quote, the third report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security presented on Monday, April 25th, 2022, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration, with a view to studying the rates of violent crime which have remained unacceptably high in the 31 months since this report was originally tabled, and updating the recommendations with proposals to stop the crimes which are creating far too many preventable tragedies, provided that, for the purposes of this study, A, the following be ordered to appear as witnesses for at least 2 hours each, at dates and times to be fixed by the chair of the committee, but no later than Tuesday, December 17th, 2024. 1. The Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions and Intergovernmental Affairs. 2. The Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. And B. It be an instruction that the committee hold at least 4 other meetings to receive evidence from law enforcement, victims' representatives, stakeholders, and experts proposed by the members of the committee. 2. Invite representatives of the following organizations. A. The Toronto Police Union. B. The Surrey Police Union. C. La Fédération de policiers et policières municipaux de Québec, and D, the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies, and E, the John Howard Society of Canada, and 3, report its findings to the House by Friday, February 28th, 2025. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Lloyd, seconded by Mr. Couric, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following: the third report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, presented on Monday, April 25th, 2022, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration with a view to studying the rates of violent crime which have remained unacceptably high in the 31 months since this report was originally tabled, and updating the recommendations with proposals to stop the crimes which are creating far too many preventable tragedies, provided that, for the purpose of this study, A, the following be ordered to appear as witnesses for at least 2 hours each at dates and times to be fixed by the chair of the committee, but no later than Tuesday, December 17, 2024. 1, the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institution and Intergovernmental Affairs. 2, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. And B, it be an instruction that the committee, 1, hold at least 4 other meetings to receive evidence from the law enforcement victims, representatives, stakeholders, and experts proposed by the members of the committee. 2, invite representatives of the following organizations: A, the Toronto Police Association; B, the Surrey Police Union; C, la Fédération des policiers et policières municipaux du Québec; D, the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies; and E, the John Howard Society of Canada; and 3, report its findings to the House by Friday, February 28, 2025. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I am fully aware of the insanely busy agenda going on right now at SECU, and I'm also fully aware of the games that Conservatives are currently playing there. In particular, they've been filibustering and introducing motions to prevent one thing. That one thing they're trying to prevent is the study on foreign interference by India and Russia. Oh. What this member is doing now by introducing this in this House is he is trying to get an order from this House to direct the committee to do even more work so that they can further prevent that study from occurring. Can the member please stand up and explain why the Conservatives do not want to have the study on foreign interference conducted?
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think it's quite telling that we have a Liberal member over there who's unhappy that Conservatives want to do more work, because that's what we're here to do. We're here to talk about the issues that are important to Canadians, and all those issues that he cited are important issues to Canadian. And what I would say is that if this Liberal government were setting out to implement a series of justice and public safety policies that were designed to increase the rate of death and murders on our streets, that were designed to increase the amount of violent criminals, the amount of stolen cars, the amount of smuggled firearms, if that was their intent, they're doing an excellent job, Madam Speaker. They've done an excellent job of increasing crime, making our country less safe, and it's going to take a Conservative government to fight the crime in this country, to bring back common sense, public safety and justice policies that will ensure that violent repeat offenders stay behind bars so that Canadian streets, Canadian children, Canadian vehicles, Canadians can be safe to walk our streets again. It wasn't that long ago that Canadians felt safe in this country, but after 9 years of this Liberal government, that's changed, Madam Speaker, and it's a tragic thing. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that comment. He talked about stolen cars, and that's problematic. And what else is problematic is the question of how to use technology so that we can detect more easily what's in containers. So how can we make better use of technology when it comes to auto theft? A number of associations I've met with have made suggestions, and I wonder what the member has to say about that.
For Sturgeon River Parkland.
I want to thank the member for bringing up that question. And technology is absolutely going to be essential in the fight against not only smuggled guns, but stolen vehicles. But we also can't, and I would just say, we can't view technology as the crutch and the entire solution. When you have a policy that lets violent repeat offenders or repeat car thieves back out on the street in months. Humans are very capable. They're capable of adapting to situations. And I worry that whenever we do bring in a new technology, there's a very smart criminal out there trying to find a way around the technology. So yes, we do need to implement new technologies, but we also need to do the very basic things, which is to keep these violent repeat offenders, these repeat car thieves, behind bars. We need to get people out of a life of crime, especially children who are very vulnerable to being recruited in crime. We need to keep them out of a life of crime so that we need less criminals. And then we won't need the technology as much. But it's absolutely essential that we do get the technological approach, but we need to have a strong criminal justice approach, and that's what a common sense conservative government promises to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague from Sturgeon River Parkland. Recommendation 20 in this report that the Government of Canada allocate additional human and financial resources to the Canada Border Services Agency to enable them to better investigate and apprehend those attempting to smuggle illegal firearms into Canada. The Harper government cut 1,100 CBSA officers. Shame. And our southern border is of considerable importance right now, particularly in the context of the incoming Trump administration. The NDP has called for the reinstatement and the hiring of those 1,100 border officers that Canada so greatly needs. Will the Conservatives and will this member stand with us and call on the government to hire back those important workers?
Hear, hear.
A brief answer from the honourable member Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would just ask the members to look at the public accounts from back then. Conservatives were investing in our border. We were supporting our border agencies and giving them the technologies and the support that they needed. But I think it's also somewhat of a simplistic solution to say we need to hire more people. Of course, if there are people who are ready and willing to do the job, then we need to give them an opportunity to do the job. But we are facing a recruitment and retention crisis across this country in the military, in the RCMP, and at CBSA. And we don't need simplistic slogans of, we're just going to hire 2,000 more people to fill a job. We need actual solutions that are going to result in better recruitment and more retention, and we also need force multipliers to give those people that are continuing to work all the tools that they need to complete the job so that they can do the job of 2, 3, or what 4 people did previously. That's the solutions we need, as well as hiring new people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So I just want to remind members that if they're not being recognized, to please not shout out their questions or comments. It's very difficult to hear what members are saying, even if they're right beside me. Before I go to the next speaker, I do want to come back right away to the House on the points of orders that were raised. I do thank everyone who contributed to these points of orders. So after reviewing, and as I indicated, I would review what was indicated. It's clear that it wasn't directly attributed to the member. It spoke about legislation, and so, but it did solicit some disagreement in the House, and so I just want to indicate to members to please be judicial on how they say things in the House to try to prevent the have disorder. The honourable. Sorry, I have ruled on this, so I hope that members are not challenging the chair. The honourable member Skeena-Balclay Valley was up first.
Speaker, I'm not challenging your clarification. What I'm asking for is clarity so that we know in the future how the procedures are going to take place in this House. Now, the practice in the past has been that when the Speaker makes a ruling and asks a member to withdraw and apologize, that matter is dealt with prior to hearing other points of order. What happened today was that you made a ruling, you waited a few moments, and then you entertained several other points of order, and then chose not to enforce your previous ruling. My question is, I think this is a very dangerous road for us to go down, and I take my Conservative colleague's point that we've seen precedent for this just recently from the Speaker. It doesn't matter which party is proposing the point of order. I think we need to uphold a situation where the Speaker's ruling is respected and enforced in the moment. And if that's not going to be the case, then we are certainly going to increase our points of order in the wake of other points of order so that we can argue our points and try to overturn the Speaker's ruling. I don't think that's a productive way for this House to proceed. And so I would ask for clarity from the table and from yourself as to how we are going to proceed in the future.
Another point of order. The Honourable for Sturgeon River Parkland on the same point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think you've made the absolute correct ruling in this case. But the fact is that this point of order on your ruling would not have been necessary at all if the member from Timmins James Bay had not misinformed this House and attributed a false statement to my colleague. So I have to apologize.
No, this is not a point. This is becoming to be a point of debate, and the honourable member knows full well that he shouldn't say indirectly what he is saying directly. Sometimes during the debates, there are words that are being used or the context that is being put, and again, it's an interpretation, and this is the case on this one. It is not, to the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, it is not unusual for others to raise points of orders in an attempt to clarify what was said. As I indicated, I would review the document, which I did, or the video and any Hansards, which I did. I happen to have it, and it says he's voted in favor of soft on crime legislation. So it was about the legislation itself. And though as I indicated, it has actually brought disorder in the House, so I would ask members to please be judicious on what they are actually saying. And so, again, as I indicated, it is based on the fact that the additional information that was provided to clarify what was said. I always try to take members for what they have heard, and again, in this instant, it is in interpretation. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay, again, I hope that this is no challenge to the chair.
No challenge to the chair, and I respect your ruling, but what you just read wasn't the issue. The fact that I vote for legislation that doesn't is a fundamental issue of the House. My concern was being accused of the murder of women and children. So the fact whether or not I vote for certain legislation or not was not the issue that was asked for a retraction. So I'm very concerned that you are putting into the record something and repeating in the record something that I was not contesting, whether it was legislation or not. It was about the issue of being accused, which I think is really vile, of being accused of coming into this House and supporting the murder of women and children. Simple question.
The additional information, what I would just say again is it's in the interpretation that was done. It's clear by what I've just, on what was actually said to me that there was an interpretation piece, but it did raise a disorder, and I've asked members to please be judicial. The matter is now closed. We're going to resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, I rise today not necessarily being surprised. I somewhat anticipated the Conservative Party being consistent with its ongoing weeks and weeks of this multi-million-dollar game that the leader of the Conservative Party has chosen to play because of his personal self-interest and the interest of the Conservative Party. They're not at all concerned whatsoever in regards to the real lives of what's happening in our communities throughout the nation, Madam Speaker. I find it disrespectful, and ultimately, no matter how the Conservative Party performs inside the House of Commons, I can assure those that are following the debate that whether it's the Prime Minister or any other member of the Liberal caucus, we will continue to be focused on Canadians, understanding and appreciating the issues that are so vitally important, whether it's issues surrounding affordability, whether it's issues surrounding issues of the legislation that we're trying to bring through to protect children from online harm, to looking at ways in which we can shift responsibilities from military courts to civilian courts in order to protect the interests of sexually abused individuals, Madam Speaker. The government's focus will continue to be on advancing the interests of Canadians. Now, having said that, it is disappointing, very disappointing, that they have chosen to raise this particular report, and then after moving the motion of the report, then to move an amendment, Madam Speaker, that ultimately would take a priority over a very serious issue, an issue in which the leader of the Conservative Party has been going out of his way to avoid.
He says he wants accountability, but that accountability only applies to every other political entity and definitely not the leader of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. Members would know full well that Public Accounts is attempting to deal with the issue of foreign interference, raising two countries in particular, both India and Russia. And we have the Conservative Party, under the instruction of the leader of the Conservative Party, to do what they can to prevent that debate from taking place. They do not want the Standing Committee of Public Safety to be dealing with the issue of international foreign interference. This is a very serious issue, Madam Speaker. When you think in terms of an individual Canadian being murdered here in Canada, when you think of extortion that is taking place in communities in Canada, when you think of political interference that's taking place here in Canada, including the leadership of the Conservative Party, the leader himself of the Conservative Party, the leadership in which he won, there's serious allegations of foreign interference.
That's right.
Hyperventilating. There's all sorts of issues that are very serious in which the Conservative Party does not want accountability. Right. And it's highlighted, Madam Speaker, in the leader of the Conservative Party himself. He is the only leader in the House of Commons today that continues to refuse to get the security clearance necessary in order in which he can protect not his party, quite frankly, even that would be good, but the interests of Canadians, Madam Speaker. He is putting the interests of himself ahead of the interests of Canadians when it comes to foreign interference. The issue is why. What is it that the Conservative Party of Canada, in particular the leader of the Conservative Party, is so scared of? What is the background of the leader of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker? Is there something there that Canadians need to know? And that is the reason why he has chosen not to get the security clearance, because he knows he's not going to be able to get that clearance, Madam Speaker? Is that the reason? The reason that the Conservative Party is trying to fool Canadians is absolutely bogus, Madam Speaker. There is no merit whatsoever. And today, we now have a motion to amend to make a priority the Public Safety Committee to stop the debate on the issue. They do not want us to be talking about international foreign interference, Madam Speaker. What is it that's driving the leader of the Conservative Party to refuse to get that security clearance, Madam Speaker? I should be saying, Madam Speaker, sharing my time with the member from Oakville North Burlington. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that it is very upsetting to see the way in which we have the Conservative Party over the last number of weeks conduct themselves. People should not be surprised in the sense that Stephen Harper was the individual that was held in contempt of Parliament. The leader of the Conservative Party was his parliamentary secretary. And we know that Stephen Harper was his mentor in many ways, Madam Speaker. And today we see the leader of the Conservative Party instructing the Conservative Party, the official opposition, to not only filibuster the House, but to also prevent a very important discussion and debate to take place in the Public Safety Committee. We know that, Madam Speaker. Recently there was a story that was published on CBC, and I'd like to quote a few things because I think it's important for Canadians to understand to the degree in which the leader of the Conservative Party loves to have control. after, and I quote from the story, the CBC story just from the other day, after 2 years of the leader of the Conservative Party as their leader, many Conservative MPs say they are much less free now than they were before his arrival. The man who promised during his leadership to make Canada the freest country in the world maintains tight control over the actions of his caucus members. That's the type of control, Madam Speaker, that we're seeing today. Here's one of the comments from one of the Conservatives, Madam Speaker. He's the one who decides everything. His main advisors is himself. The people around him are only there to realize the leader's vision. Madam Speaker, reading this, it should be virtually mandatory reading for all Canadians that want to understand the type of leader the leader of the Conservative Party is. And when he talks about freedom, we get the example in terms of how he's punished Conservative MPs in tangible ways for advocating for things like housing in their own communities. MPs in the Conservative Party don't bring issues to the leader. It's the other way around, Madam Speaker. And the leader of the Conservative Party has it backwards. The purpose of an MP is not to communicate messages from their leader, Madam Speaker. It's the opposite. We are supposed to be taking the pulse of our communities and bringing it to the attention of our leader, Madam Speaker. This story, which was published on November the 20th, just a couple of days, or updated on November the 20th, is worth the read, because it gives you a sense in terms of who the leader of the Conservative Party really is. I believe that he needs to stop the filibuster. He needs to have more accountability, Madam Speaker, in terms of what is taking place. I would challenge the leader of the Conservative Party to actually have a debate on this issue in detail, Madam Speaker. Not the slogans and the bumper stickers, which he is exceptionally well known for. But rather, let's get into the substance. Let's see the leader of the Conservative Party get the security clearance. And if he's not going to get the security clearance, tell Canadians why, what is in his background that he's hiding from Canadians, because that's what it is, Madam Speaker. He needs to come clean with Canadians, stop playing this political game of personal self-interest, and start dealing with the interests of Canadians, and allow the House, allow the committees to do the fine work that we know can be done in serving all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, you know, if we want to talk about MPs who have had a history of being Ottawa's voice back in their community, Ralph Goodale was exactly that. We've got a fine colleague here for Regina Wascana, who is the voice for the people of Regina Wascana here in Ottawa. And he's done a fantastic job and been a stark contrast compared to what Ralph Goodale was, which was the Liberal mouthpiece back into Saskatchewan. So when we talk about what Conservatives are going to do, we're going to make sure we have more colleagues like my friend from Regina Wascana here in this chamber when we're all said and done. That's how it's going to work.
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, we all know that's not true. Just read the story I referenced. Madam Speaker, take a look in terms of, here's another quote from the story. Some elected officials feel they come to caucus to be told what to do and what to think. Madam Speaker, if they don't say the slogans, they're in trouble. They're obligated within their caucus. They have members of their staff that monitor the things that they do. If they actually talk to me nicely, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, outside of the chamber, they can get into trouble. They don't want, the leader says, don't talk to other MPs unless they're your own political party. This is the mentality, that tight ship, that bubble of one. It's Stephen Harper had a tight bubble. This particular bubble is a bubble of one. Just read the article. There's a lot of merit. This is what Conservatives are saying about their own leader.
Comments? L'honorable député Shefford.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Shefford. Well, my colleague talked about all kinds of topics, left and right, some related to public safety and security. Here's my question, though, about increasing crime against women. My questions this morning are mostly about that, because that's what we're studying at the at the Status of Women Committee. We're studying violence against women. Now, the Bloc Québécois proposed through Bill C5 that the bill be split in two so that we could take more time to study as much as needed. Especially, we wanted more time to study violent crime against women. But why does his government not work with us on something that affects violence against women? Why did his government refuse to split the bill in two so that we could study things properly and duly? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Whether it was the issue of banning assault-style firearms to other gun control measures, beefing up supports in many different areas to support women in all areas of the country, that's something in which we have been doing and will continue to do going forward. I think that you will find there's a great deal of compassion and interest on the issues that the member has raised, and a minister that is very much open to having that dialogue. And if there's ideas in which we can do to actually improve the legislation, obviously we would be very much interested in doing that. Over the last 9 years as a government, both in a majority and minority situation, the government is clearly demonstrating its willingness to accept good amendments to legislation that will improve the legislation in itself.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
I want to thank my colleague. I agree with him. We were wasting a lot of time in the House, but I asked him a question the other day about the international war crimes in Gaza and what this government's going to do. This morning, the ICC indicted Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant for war crimes against humanity. Canada played a huge role in Rwanda with Romeo Dallaire in the war crimes there. In Srebrenica, in Serbia, Canada played a huge role, but we're seeing nothing from this government. So now that international war crimes indictments have been brought down against Benjamin Netanyahu, what will this government do? Will they support full sanctions? Will they support the International Criminal Court? And will they ensure that we bring these criminals to The Hague?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And for me, as I indicated when I originally answered the question, I have absolute and full confidence in the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the fantastic work she has been doing in terms of working with our allied countries, being very much aware of what's happening around the world, and fully support the actions to date that the government has actually taken. And I think it is important that Canada and the government continue to monitor the situation and, as I say, work with our allied countries or countries that are like-minded in ensuring that we move forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to be here today to contribute to this debate on the concurrence of a guns and gangs study that I was pleased to be part of at the Public Safety, and I'm reflecting back just 2 years ago and how times have changed. That study on something that could have been quite controversial ended up being one where we had agreement amongst the members of the committee. We produced a report that the Conservatives actually agreed with when we tabled the report. I find it surprising now that here we are 2 years later, and the rhetoric and nonsense coming from the Conservative Party of Canada on a report that I'm really proud of, and at the time I think all of the members were very proud of the way that we were able to come together on an issue that is impacting our communities. Young people are joining gangs because of poverty, because of addictions, and we know, and the report reflected this, we know that investments in communities can make a difference for these young people and whether or not they ended up in the criminal justice system. I'm really disappointed that once again the Conservatives are trying to derail our current studies at the Public Safety Committee on India and the foreign interference where a Canadian has been killed on Canadian soil, on tenant media, and Russia's influence on misinformation in our country, something they have tried to do repeatedly during the study. And here they are now again today, Madam Speaker, trying to derail those two studies again. Twice we've had Conservatives move motions, once when we had the social media companies who were testifying on Russia, and once when we had national security experts there bring motions on completely unrelated topics. These are issues that are impacting Canadians' lives. And it seems like the Conservatives, much like their leader who refuses to get the security clearance necessary to review, that the Conservatives actually don't really want to study foreign interference. They make a big deal about having an interest in it, but they really don't. You know, there's a lot of revisionist thinking that is going on in this place as well. When Bill C-83 passed, and I was proud to be part of the committee when we passed that bill, they keep referring to how the Liberal government brought in least restrictive measures. Funny that when that bill went through committee, and when the bill went through committee, Conservatives didn't oppose that clause. That was introduced by the NDP. Conservatives didn't oppose the least restrictive when it went through committee on Bill C-83. But now, with the revisionist history that has happened over the years, they seem to think that they did. So perhaps they want to go back and just check the record of when that bill passed. You know, I'm reading a book right now called Indictment by Benjamin Perrin. He was the man that shaped Stephen Harper's tough on crime policies as his special advisor and legal counsel to the Prime Minister. And I wanted to read you a quote from his book, Madam Speaker. He said, quote, "In fact, I'd like to officially replace the term tough on crime with stupid on crime. It doesn't work. It makes us less safe while costing the taxpayers a ton of money," end quote. So to paraphrase former Prime Minister Harper's top guy on crime, he's saying tough on crime is tough on taxpayers and stupid on crime. You know, the Conservatives like to talk about how they want to keep Canadians safe. And yet, time and time and time again, they have opposed smart gun control measures when we've brought them through this House. In Bill C-71, there was a clause that ensured that firearms would be forfeited to the Crown in cases of domestic violence. You know, Madam Speaker, I had a friend whose husband was abusing her, and he was a firearms owner. And when they went to court, when she went to court, the judge said that he had to give up his guns. And do you know where those guns went, Madam Speaker? They went to his brother, because there was no requirement at the time that those guns be forfeited to the Crown. And so my friend lived in fear because she knew that her husband knew where those guns were. And so we changed that in Bill C-71, something the Conservatives have said they're going to repeal, so that those guns, if my friend were to go to court today, those guns would go to the Crown, not to their brother. In C-71, or C-21, Madam Speaker, we put in 3 clauses to make women safer. One that would make sure that a firearms owner was ineligible if there was a prohibition order in place. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm just going to read them. Section 6.1 makes an individual ineligible to hold a firearms license if they are subject to a protection order or have been convicted of an offense involving violence. Subsection 70.1, which obliges a chief firearms officer who has reasonable grounds to suspect that a licensee may have engaged in domestic violence or stalking to revoke the license within 24 hours. And Section 70.2, which automatically revokes the license of an individual that becomes subject to a protection order and requires them to deliver the guns to a peace officer within 24 hours. Well, Madam Speaker, in my opinion, that keeps Canadian women safer, and it's unfortunate that the party opposite wants to revoke Bill C-21, which included those provisions. It also included provisions around assault-style weapons, something that was used at Paulus se souvient. That anniversary is coming up on December the 6th, and the Conservative Party still refuses to acknowledge that the individual who killed those women on that day was a legal gun owner at the time, much like the person who went into the Quebec City Mosque and killed those people and injured more at the mosque. Madam Speaker, you know, when we were studying Bill C-21, Blaine Calkin showed up in committee because the Conservatives were filibustering. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, the member for Red Deer Lacombe. The member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member for Lanark.
The member is referring.
Extend.
The member is referring to other members by name, which of course we don't do around here.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
The honourable member was referring to an honourable colleague by personal name as opposed to by the name of the riding. Of course, we don't.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear that. Unfortunately, I was having a side conversation with the clerk to clarify something, but the honourable member just withdrew and recognized that she shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I just want to remind members not to name individuals by their names, parliamentarians by their names, first or last. The honourable member for the parliamentary secretary.
It was the member for Red Deer Lacombe. And during the committee meeting, he claimed that I equated hunters with the Danforth shooter, which is not what happened. We had passed a clause unanimously, including the support of the Conservative Party of Canada, to require a firearms license to buy magazines. And that honourable member went on, he spoke at committee to say that people travel 200 to 300 miles and pay between $5,000 and $20,000 to go on an elk hunt. And if their magazine wasn't working, we were going to prevent them from going into town, buying a new magazine, and going out to shoot that elk. Well, you know what, Madam Speaker? If they didn't have their license with them, they're not supposed to be even using their firearm. But not only that, and what I brought up to the honourable member was that Reese Fallon, who was killed on the Danforth, didn't have a choice. And if we had had that clause in effect, maybe that shooter wouldn't have been able to go get a magazine without a license. Madam Speaker, there's been a lot of talk about bail. Conservatives like to talk about bail, but they forget to mention who is responsible for administration of justice, and it's the province. And I'm going to talk about the province of Ontario and my community of Halton Region. In 2017, a new courthouse was announced for Halton Region. Construction was supposed to start in 2019. It was supposed to be completed a year ago. Right now in Halton Region, that courthouse is full of mold, asbestos. Juror interviews are being done in the cafeteria because there isn't a place to do the interviews. You know what, Madam Speaker? Things are not passing through those courts, and people are getting out because the court system and the province canceled that courthouse. As soon as they were elected, the Ford government canceled it. The provincial jails are triple bunked, so judges don't want to send offenders to jail. Madam Speaker, we need to be working together on this, and the province of Ontario needs to step up. Madam Speaker, I'd like to move an amendment that the amendment be amended by replacing the words Tuesday, December 17th, 2024 with the words Monday, February 24th, 2025, and Friday, February 28th, 2025 with the words Monday, March 31st, 2025. Seconded by the member for Winnipeg North. I think I might be out of time, Madam Speaker, am I?
That you will go to questions and comments, but I have to bring back the Ms. Damoff, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by replacing the words Tuesday, December 17, 2024 with the words Monday, February 24, 2025, and B, Friday, February 28, 2025 with the words Monday, March 31st, 2025. The sub-amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. She and I worked very hard together at the Public Safety Committee to make C-21 good legislation. In C-21, there were a lot of regulations to follow it passing. We trusted the government. We said, fine, we will pass it, in the hopes that you, the government, will soon implement the necessary regulations so that the legislation can really be effective. But that was not the case. The bill passed, yet we're still waiting for a handful of regulations which could truly protect women from domestic violence. We're also waiting for some regulation related to assault-style firearms, which are still on the markets, on our streets, in houses. Now the government wants to move forward with a weapons buyback program, a firearms buyback program. Now, Canadians might easily be able to take the money they get from the government, which buys their firearm, and then go out and buy another firearm. So how will the government ensure that these firearms do not just end up being bought again?
Member for her question, and she is someone that I've had the privilege of working closely with on this issue, and I know we wouldn't have been able to do what we've done on gun control without her support and assistance, and I want to assure her that all of those things she has mentioned remain a priority for the government, and I continue to push the government to get these regulations put in place as quickly as possible, and to ensure that we're moving forward on all of the things that we had promised in Bill C-21.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech, as well as for all of her work standing up for women and the protection of children, both here in Canada and around the world. And, you know, I do want to ask her to respond to some of the comments of her colleague in this debate. The member had mentioned that he has full support of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. This morning, the International Criminal Court has said that Benjamin Netanyahu and his former Minister of Defense are being called as war criminals. And Canada has played an important role in the past when it comes to bringing war criminals to The Hague to face trial. I would like to know from this member and from the Liberal government, are they going to stand up for human rights, for international law? Will they respect the ruling and play a role in ensuring that we see justice here in Canada and around the world?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And like my colleague, I too have confidence in the Minister of Foreign Affairs. As the Honourable Member knows, I'm her Parliamentary Secretary, or one of her Parliamentary Secretaries. The situation in Gaza is absolutely horrific. And we know that a diplomatic solution is one that's going to resolve the issues that are happening there. The ruling just came out this morning, and I know that we'll be reviewing it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Kildonan and St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a question about this concerning amendment moved to our sub-amendment to our amendment on this issue of debate today. Again, our amendment is calling on the Public Safety and National Security Committee, which both the member and I are members of, to review in detail the situation of crime and bail going on in this country, given what we're seeing day in and day out in the headlines of violent crime committed by those out on bail. I have concerns because her sub-amendment, in essence, pushes this later. It pushes off the responsibility of committee to look into the violent crime surge we are seeing. And I'm just not understanding why she doesn't value the Public Safety Committee studying this right away. I know we have a lot of priorities. There's a lot of competing important priorities at committee. But surely, given what we're seeing, to push this off by months, frankly, I think is not responsible, Madam Speaker.
Answer. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I find that quite rich. You know, we're studying foreign interference by Russia, foreign interference by India. The Honourable Member wants to do a study on violence against women and the rise in crime. And you know, the National Police Federation, the RCMP union has come out and talked about the provinces and territories needing more resources, that all governments should invest in community bail enforcement, that jurisdictions issuing a justice of the peace to preside at bail hearings should establish a standard qualification which are based on education and legal backgrounds. My goodness, Ontario is appointing JPs that don't have a legal background. Is it any wonder that those JPs are not making decisions that are in the best interest of citizens?
Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamatis, Matin, Matapédia. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to rise today to speak to this topic, even though we've talked about this report from the Security Committee years ago. And it was a block proposal at the time to talk about the resurgence in gun violence. At that time, we saw a lot of gun crime committed in broad daylight in Montreal, near daycare centers. There was a shooting at a library. So there was a lot of events that led us to talk about this urgently. There was a nice collaboration between the various parties to bring this study to the Public Safety Committee. And we did a very thorough study. There was a report, and there are 34 recommendations. This goes back to 2022, a few years ago. And at the time, it was the Honourable Jim Carr that was the chair of the committee. And I also like to pay tribute to him in passing. But all of this to say that when I went through the various recommendations again this morning, I realized with disappointment that most of the recommendations in this report, which go back to 2022, there's been important legislation on firearms adopted since, but most of these recommendations were not implemented by the government. So this is very unfortunate. And today's opportunity to once again talk about this again, thanks to the Conservatives, I would like to pay tribute to it because I think it's still a very current topic. Violent crimes, firearm crimes haven't gone down, particularly since this report was tabled. So everything, we have to talk about this even more and put pressure on the government so that it takes action. I was asking a question to the parliamentary secretary earlier. Yeah, this is a step in the right direction, C-21, but there are a lot of regulations that were attached to this legislation that have not yet seen the light of day. So it's important to get these in place because they can have a positive impact on the lives of women, for example, that are victims of domestic violence. There can be red flag, yellow flag measures to protect women more. These are important to establish, and they have to exist, and we still haven't seen them at all. Same thing for all these gun models that are available on the market. They're still being held by gun owners. Assault-style weapons, for example, they're still in circulation, even though the government a few years ago has banned several types of them. Some models are very similar. And as I was saying to my colleague earlier, it doesn't make sense for me to establish a buyback program for firearms when someone who has a gun that is on the list of banned guns will be able to give their gun to the government, take the money, and then go back and buy a similar firearm. So what's this program for if they're just going to do that? We need a full ban. We have to look at the various firearms that could be used because the list we had identified as part of C-21, some of them could be used for hunting. So we asked the government then to establish a consultative committee. This shouldn't be a political decision, we were saying. Let's leave this up to the experts who are neutral from all different fields, who can study the issue. There were roughly 500 models still in circulation, and a dozen of them roughly could be used for hunting. So let's ask recommendations from these consultants, and then they get back to the government, and the government can take action. And then we could establish a buyback program that would be more thorough and not just take taxpayers' money, allow someone just to go buy a different model of gun. So I'll go back to that later in greater detail, but I'd like to go over the list of 34 recommendations that were adopted in April of 2022. And this was a very collaborative experience. It's really rare that we have a unanimous support on the Public Safety Committee. So in this particular file, gun violence made the agreement of all parties for the government to take more action. So some of the recommendations were very interesting. I'd like to go over some of them. We talked about improved data collection on contraband firearms, assault-style weapon data, and smuggling, illegal gun smuggling at our borders, particularly at the Akwesasne border. And there's also a lot of talk about training, finding, and law enforcement training for the detection of firearms involving the RCMP in particular. Also, we wanted the Canadian government to allow the diversion of young people from these types of activities through prevention, youth prevention, particularly in poorer neighborhoods where young people often turn to criminal gangs. When you're talking about gun violence, it's often linked to drug trafficking and human trafficking and even car theft. These types of criminal activities are often used to fund other activities. So in terms of gun trafficking, we wanted the government to do more to prevent these other types of related activities. And we also asked the government to expand its national crime prevention strategy through various actions. We also wanted it to hold a national summit on firearms and gangs, and this didn't happen. It was a recommendation that was put in place in 2022. And in terms of car thefts, a few months ago, when I brought this topic up at the House of Commons, the Conservatives also supported it because it is a scourge, particularly in Montreal and in Toronto. So the government wanted to take quick action, and they did announce a national summit on car thefts, which seems to have yielded results, because when I went to visit the Montreal port and the facilities there, and the CBSA also has facilities near the port. So we've seen cooperation between law enforcement, the various associations, CBSA, and all the containers that are passing through there and how everything's working. And yeah, we can see that there is a result when we bring things up at the House of Commons. So I thought to myself, well, if this works with car theft, why can't we use this for firearm violence and gangs? It allows everyone and all players to be seated around the same table and to have a discussion to know how to take future action. So this is still an interesting recommendation that could be held at any time with very little funding. It always is a good idea. Also, what we were asking the government to do is to look at illegal drug sales, because it is still linked to the opioid crisis and gun violence, also illegal tobacco smuggling. We also have to increase police resources to fight gang-related violence. We also talk about this a lot, how important it is to enhance personnel, increase the number of police officers who can do this work. And it's the same thing for Indigenous police services. I was talking earlier about the Akwesasne police. for several years now, Indigenous police services want to be recognized as essential services. They need more means to do their work. And I know in that location, well, I'm not singling out that particular Indigenous nation, but it is a very strategic location between Quebec, Ontario, and the United States, where there's a great deal of trafficking. So who can take action? A lot of people, but we have to work cooperatively, including the Akwesasne police. So we wanted better funding and cooperation in that respect so that the Canadian government needs to give them the means to take action with respect to gun trafficking, also drug trafficking, tobacco, and human trafficking. So we also saw migrants who try to cross the border irregularly, and some of them died trying to cross the river at that point. So this action is essential. Also, we were asking the government to investigate the needs to strengthen border security with international trade on trail and maritime merchandise travel. And we did submit a supplementary report, and we wanted to enhance that recommendation. 19 is not just enough to investigate in terms of the needs, but also increase border surveillance, because there are a lot of witnesses we heard at committee who said, including the president of the Immigration Rights Syndicate, containers often arrive via train or boat, and there's not a lot of surveillance, and often there's cars inside. So they can also easily hide guns there as well. So we need increased surveillance as well. So we also wanted this recommendation to be strengthened, which is why we put it in the supplementary report from the Bloc Québécois. We were also asking, I think the papers are very close to the microphone, or it's falling on the microphone, so it is problematic for interpretation. The Honourable Member for Matisse Matan. My apologies, I'll be more careful, Madam Speaker. Recommendation number 20. We were asking the government to add human resources and funding to CBSA. And this is somewhat ironic to note that what we saw this week in the press, that there'll be a reduction in the opening hours of border posts at a time when we're looking at the president-elect of the U.S., Mr. Trump, that is threatening to deport millions of people, and these people may try to come to Canada, probably illegally, because there is a breach in the Safe Third Country Agreement, and they may try to come to Canada if they can do asylum request at a border crossing in a regular manner as well. So they could enter Canada illegally and then make a legal request for asylum. Even though our capacity to welcome newcomers right now has reached its maximum, particularly in Quebec, a lot of provinces are saying that it's hard to welcome these people appropriately. So we're telling the government, be careful. We're hearing that the future U.S. government may be deporting millions of people, and they could be hitting our border. So for years, we're saying we need more agents, human resources on the ground. And now you're cutting the opening hours and personnel at some border location, particularly strategic ones at the Canada-U.S. border. So I find this very worrisome to see this. And I had a meeting this morning with the Minister of Public Safety, and I did broach this topic with him. If we move this personnel, where do we put them? Do we put them elsewhere at the border to prevent such a situation? And I asked the question at the House to the Minister on several occasions, and he said, for the time being, everything's okay. When there will be a crisis, we'll manage it then. And that's always the problem with this government. Instead of acting upstream, they wait for everything to get out of control to take action. So this was in the report already in April 2022, and we want them to increase personnel for CBSA. They still haven't done this. And then recommendation 22 asked the government to add a list of standardized definitions for banned firearms in Canada to make things simple and uniform. And they just did the opposite. Under C21, they proposed a definition of prohibited firearms that would be one that would evolve. And for the average person, this means that they'll be keeping firearms that don't exist yet. Those that are on the market can stay there, but the new ones, that will be created will be banned. And then people are wondering, well, they won't create firearms that meet those criteria to get around and skirt the law. And we had no choice but to move forward with this legislation, because what was in place before was even worse. The government wanted to add a list of some 1,000 firearms into the criminal code. So it would have been really hard to make amendments after the fact. There was no a miracle solution, but it wasn't ideal. But at the end of the day, there are still firearms in circulation that can be dangerous and used for dishonest means. And we know that there are law-abiding citizens, gun owners who have had guns for years, who've always followed the law and been very careful, and they're not a problem to society. And we were always saying, yes, we're talking about illegal arms, criminals, and street gangs. These are the ones who are breaking the law, and it's honest, law-abiding citizens who are paying the price. At the same time, if you do want to have a gun, you have to respect the law and be careful. So there are also regulations and legislation, because you are holding a gun that could take someone's life away. So sometimes it may seem contradictory to say that we're leaving an open door to criminals to hold guns, and we're always telling law-abiding citizens how they should proceed. But the government's putting everything in the same package. Even though some guns are used for hunting, we're going to put them on the list. We'll ban them as well. And then what people were saying on the other side was that the SKS-type guns that are used in Indigenous communities for hunting, and they have been used for years, even if there were murders committed, mass murders committed with these type of guns, what do we do? Do we ban it or not? And that's why we asked the government to create a consultative committee. And then at the end of the last session in June 2023, I wrote another email after the end of the parliamentary session to the Minister of Public Safety's team to recommend a group of experts that could be on this committee, and they could take their suggestions. And I hoped that it would come up soon, but we still haven't seen this group see the light of day. It's been a year, and there was a new minister in place about a month later in 2023. I understand this can cause delays, but still today, nothing has been done.
And there are still groups sounding the alarm, like Police se souvient. They're saying that you made a lot of promises, and you haven't followed through. So the buyback program was a good idea, but it's pointless if people can simply go out and buy the same or weapons that do the same thing the next day after having their older weapon bought back. So earlier this week, the bloc leader got a copy of a document pertaining to illegal weapons entering Canada. So these are things that need to be dealt with. There are so many issues that haven't been resolved, and I have had good conversations with our minister, and I trust him, but things just aren't moving forward. So we do our job as parliamentarians. We've done what we can, but the ball is really in the government's court. Only the court can regulate. Only the government can regulate. And this was part of the Liberals' platform. They promised better gun control, but the work hasn't been done. So it's a shame for those who believed in the Liberals. It's a shame for women who've been fighting for 35 years, with the women at Police se souvient. So it's really unfortunate, Madam Speaker.
Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And there's little doubt in my mind in terms of what my colleague had made mention about the member opposite's efforts in contributing to this whole issue. And I do appreciate that. Many of the things that the member says, don't necessarily agree with everything, but I do appreciate many of the things that she's put on the record. The question I have for her is related to how the Conservative Party is using this 2-year report to try to prevent the Public Safety Committee from being able to talk about the issue of Russian and India foreign interference. It seems to me that there's all sorts of agenda items that could be before the Public Safety Committee, and based on her experience, no doubt the issue that we're talking about today will in fact come up in time, but the issue of foreign interference, I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts, given that her leader's actually got the security clearance. There's only one leader that has not, and that leader now is instructed his caucus to prevent that study from taking place by bringing in this particular amendment that they've proposed. And if she can provide her thoughts in terms of it.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Clearly, it's clear that the Conservatives intend to seize control of the agenda at the CQ committee. They keep coming up with motions to discuss anything but the 2 studies that are on the table, and that includes foreign interference by India. I can't understand why the Conservatives don't want to talk about that, but it's become a partisan battle, and it really shouldn't be. Foreign interference is very serious for democratic institutions, particularly with another election coming, and we don't want to have the same problems we had in previous elections. So I think this is an opportunity for the Liberals to repeat ad nauseum that the Conservative leader still hasn't gotten his security clearance. So unfortunately, this is a partisan squabble between the Liberals and the Conservatives with no end in sight.
Speaker, earlier in the member's speech, he was talking about CBSA, talking about the borders. I had an order paper question recently in regards to what the Liberal government is going to be doing with the border. And CBSA is, in fact, looking at changing hours of service at multiple border crossings across the country. In particular, they're looking at the amount of cars that are crossing our border crossings. And when you look at the situation in rural Saskatchewan, rural Canada, where our small towns are, that's going to be the first border crossings that the government's going to be looking to make changes to. That will also make it easier in some cases for gun smuggling and things and other nefarious activities to happen at these smaller crossings, simply because the government's going to be heavily focused on trying to shore up Windsor and some of the bigger crossings, but at the behest of the small rural crossings. I'm just wondering what my colleague would have to say about those kinds of changes happening.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I also question the government's decision to reduce hours of operation at border crossings. Now, apparently the Americans wanted to reduce their hours, and so the answer was that we had no choice. We had to harmonize with the Americans, so we don't want to upset our American counterparts. So that's the explanation I was given. So that's great for the next 4 years if we harmonize with the Americans, and at the same time there may be businesses in our ridings where there are border crossings, and they'll be disadvantaged by that because shorter hours will affect the transport of certain goods and persons. And this is a shame when we need more workers if the borders are open shorter hours.
Hearing Conservatives worried about a reduction in hours at the border when a Conservative government cut 1,100 border security officers. We have been pushing since then for the current government, the Liberal government, to rehire them. They seem to have lots of money when it comes to spending money on the Trans Mountain Pipeline, $35 billion. $18 billion in fossil fuel subsidies, hundreds of millions of dollars to consultants like McKinsey, but they can't afford to invest in our border security to make sure illegal weapons aren't coming into Canada.
The honourable member, l'honorable député d'Avignon.
The honourable member for Avignon. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a bit ironic to hear the members saying that the government is overspending, because this morning we heard that the government's going to spend $5 billion to please the NDP. So $3 billion for seniors from 65 to 74 years of age. That's too much, but $5 billion to please the NDP, that's okay. So anyways, I hope there will be strings attached for the environment, because the NDP is often clamoring for more funding to deal with climate change. But when it comes to these deals, I've never seen anything for the environment.
The député de Shefford.
No, member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And listening to my colleague, I thought of the expression of walking the talk, and it seems like Groundhog Day, because these cuts to the border services, I remember the Conservatives, and I remember having to wage a battle against the Conservatives' cuts to border services. So there were discussions with the union back then, and now we, at the Status of Women Committee, we're going to get a study on femicides, and Police se souvient is going to be a witness again, and there's all kinds of announcements about better gun control, and 35 years after Polytechnique, these women are still calling for better gun control. It seems to me that we're going nowhere, or going in circles. So many studies have been done. My colleague mentioned a lot of them. What are the most urgent recommendations to be implemented when it comes to femicides and gun control? The honourable member for Avignon. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It's quite simple. The most important thing, or the next step, is for the government to follow through on the gun buyback program, but it's a half measure in a sense that there are still assault-type guns available for sale on the market. They're the same type of weapons as on the prohibited list, so they really need to follow through to the logical end. They need to ban all assault-style weapons. Let's do it. Let's get it done. Let's have the buyback program. That's what Police se souvient is calling for. And I remember that at the FIWO committee, that was one of Police se souvient's main demands. And the mayor of Montreal, Valérie Plante, was also calling for the government to follow through on the recommendations in connection with C-21. So, yeah, I would say that's the next step.
The honourable for Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I have a very short question. The member is just talking about banning assault-style guns or firearms. Could she just please point to the definition anywhere in legislation or anywhere in the government of Canada, or even her own definition of what she means by that? Because I've been trying for over 5 years now to get an answer to that question, and the government has none. It doesn't exist. And I think it's a misnomer to really confuse Canadians. We should talk about the capabilities, the capacity of firearms, not about terms that don't mean anything other than to people that are trying to divide Canadians.
That's right. Good question.
The honourable member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. In 1 minute, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He's right. There doesn't appear to be any definition, at least from the Government of Canada, no definition of what a military-style or assault-style gun or weapon is. I think the government should come up with a definition. Apparently, they have some sort of green, evergreen definition that's supposed to be able to evolve over time. But it's the same thing with the environment. They can't define what an ineffective subsidy to the oil and gas industry is. I don't think there are any effective or efficient subsidies for the oil patch. So it's a bit the same thing when it comes to gun control. They're incapable of defining things adequately.
Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honored as always to rise in this House and on the issue of violence, gun violence, protecting communities. I'd like to just start by telling Kaylee Smith, 16 years old from Cobalt, that we love her. She was a victim of horrific trauma and attempted femicide just recently in our community of Cobalt. I want to thank the first responders, the police, everyone who came out for Kaylee. She's going to make it. But what really struck me in that horrific violence is how our community came together, not in rage, but to understand that we had to be there to support one another. So Kaylee, we love you. You're going to make it. So the thing is, the issue of guns and safety is one of the favorite political Punch and Judy shows that I've seen over 20 years in Parliament. My Liberal colleagues, my Conservative colleagues get their straw man up, they jump up and down, and they throw rocks and slogans. We're studying now, today, we're debating a report that's 2 years old. It's a great report. It's a powerful report. But nobody's wanted to act on it until now, which is about interrupting government business. So suddenly we are dealing with the issue of guns and gangs, something that we need to have a strategy on. I want to talk about how this plays out in Northern Ontario, where we are seeing levels of gun violence that have never existed before. And it's a complex issue of how we've gotten to this place. There's a triad of damage that's been done to rural Canada that has caused this unprecedented level of violence that we're seeing. And when I say violence, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about young gang members who are coming into very small communities like Kirkland Lake, like Timmins, up the James Bay coast, to prey on people suffering addictions. You know, 10 years ago, we dealt with the Hells Angels. They were organized gangs. They were big gangs. But what we're dealing with now, we're dealing with gangs that have a level of chaos. And when I talk to frontline workers and I talk to OPP that I've known for years who just say, I just want to survive and get home at the end of the day, that's not something we ever heard in Northern Ontario before. They don't know what they're going to see when they go on a trauma call. I talk to frontline mental health workers who, when they're going into homes to try and keep someone alive, they often now need flak jackets and backup because they don't know if the gangs are in there. They don't know what they're going to see. So we can take a very simplistic approach and blame the Prime Minister from Papineau for his soft-on-crime agenda, and then we can get a couple Conservative bumper stickers, and we're going to fight the crime and do the time and axe the wax and all that talk. Or we can talk about how is it that we're in a situation that our communities are now so vulnerable to chaos and this predatory violence. It begins with the walkaway that began under Brian Mulroney and then was totally delivered by Paul Martin on the walkaway on housing. Madam Speaker, when I was younger, I worked with men coming out of prison. I worked with refugees. I worked with addicts on the street. And the first step was to get them into housing. The first housing we got them into were crappy boarding houses in the crappy neighborhoods in South Riverdale. If we could get them in that, we can get them sobered up just for a month. We could get them on the list for social housing. I remember my good friend Robert, who had one of the worst levels of addiction I'd ever seen. I never thought Robert would make it to the end of the month. We finally got him into housing. Robert had caused enormous costs to the health system. Every night we were at emergency wards, psych wards, the detox clinics. We got him into safe housing in a rotten boarding house. We got him into safe housing in the public system. Robert lived the next 20 years and never went to the hospital again. That was the public investment in housing. And the great lie.
J'ai un point d'ordre. L'honorable député de Pierre-Boucher-les-Patriotes.
On a point of order, the honourable member. I was just wondering if we had quorum in the House. I'll just check.
Comment est-ce qu'il y en a en ligne? Combien est-ce qu'il y en a en ligne? On a quorum maintenant.
Yes, we do have quorum now.
On a quorum maintenant.
We now have quorum. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaking about the policies that we had in place up to the time of Brian Mulroney and up to the time of Paul Martin, where we had investments in public housing, and then we were told the great lie. Paul Martin delivered that lie just with a straight face, that the private sector would step up and build all the housing we need. And it didn't happen, and people began to fall through cracks then. How does it lead to where we are today? Well, it was a slow-moving hurricane. It moved slowly, year by year, and the housing crisis got worse. The homeless crisis got worse to the point where we're today 235,000 Canadians will face homelessness. So that's the first part of the undermining of our communities. The second part was the opioid crisis. And we know it starts with Purdue Pharma and the licensing of OxyContin, which was first licensed in the mid to late 1990s in Canada, despite the fact that this was a massive increase in opioid per pill. It should have been in a restricted category, but it wasn't. And why was OxyContin so key? Well, it wasn't until about 2008 or 2009 that we began to see serious devastations in our community. That was 10 years into the opioid crisis in Kentucky and West Virginia and the mass lawsuits that were being launched against the predatory practices of Purdue Pharma. 10 years of a track record of abuse of this supposed medicine. And the government at the time, with Stephen Harper, paid no attention to what was coming over the border. And I remember 2008 and 9, people beginning to get addicted because they were going to the doctors because they had a wrist problem. People who went to the dentist for wisdom teeth and were being given OxyContin. And we began to see people becoming addicted who never would have been addicted before. You know, people did not go on the streets and get heroin in our little communities, but they got OxyContin and they began to be addicted. So by the time the federal government stepped up, which was around 2011 and 12, and banned OxyContin, we already now had a massive problem of opioid addiction across demographics that had never suffered something like this before. And that's when fentanyl came in. I remember the very first fentanyl death in our region. I remember that young man, I remember his family. And we were so unprepared because, again, there was nobody at the federal government level with Stephen Harper at the time paying attention to what fentanyl was doing. So we're at a stage where we've had over 21,000 opioid deaths just in the last 4 years. It has cut through every community in our country. Or every community has suffered. So we have a rising homeless population. We have a rising addiction problem and fentanyl and the other drugs that come with it. created an incredibly destabilized situation at a time when government was walking away on mental health services, at a time when government wasn't there for people who needed the supports. And that leads us to the crisis of the abandonment of mental health, the abandonment of basic programs, the opioid crisis, the inability to get people into safe housing, made them totally a ready population for the gangs that have come in and become increasingly violent and dangerous. And we need a strategy that addresses this. And we don't have a strategy. What we get from the Conservatives are bumper sticker slogans. They're going to fight the crime. What we've heard again and again, and we heard in testimony, Deputy Chief of Police Myron Demko of the Toronto Police Service talked about the need for safe supply and wraparound services. The member who lives in the big house in Stornoway has acted lighting gasoline fires all over the opioid crisis in all our communities, claiming that safe supply is the Prime Minister giving out drugs in streets, which is an absolute falsehood. But what we need is not slogans and incendiary language. We need solutions. We need to keep people alive. That's number one. We need to keep people alive. But we need to give the police the tools to go after the predatory gangs. That's something that I've not heard from the Liberals. The ability to target the gangs who are coming in and get them out. It's certainly one of the issues that has been raised to me in the First Nation communities of the North. They want the ability to police and protect their communities. One of the things that they want to have is that suddenly when someone comes into a fly-in community who's never been there before and is selling fentanyl, they want the power to say, buddy, you're out the door. We're not even going to let you off the plane. In our flying communities in the North, you can get on a plane to get into Fort Albany or Attawapiskat or Nescandiga with your bag, and you could be carrying as much fentanyl as you want. You can't get on an Air Canada plane with your bag without being searched. What I've heard in Treaty 9 is they want Transport Canada to give them the authority, if you're flying into one of the flying communities, that you have to go through the security searches so that you're not carrying guns and you're not carrying fentanyl. This is a straightforward thing. It's about keeping people safe. I want to be able to go home to the communities that I represent and tell police officers who've done 35 years of service in small town Canada that you can go home at the end of the day and be safe. I want to tell our frontline workers, when you go in on a call, you shouldn't need a flak jacket. You shouldn't need 2 OPP cruisers outside the door because there's predatory gangs who've taken over that housing complex. That's the reality in small town Canada, and that's not what's being talked about. The solutions. What's being talked about are the excuses. And one of the things that I find very concerning is that my Conservative colleagues' solutions only work if we all live on the fact of having no memory. I remember when Vic Taves was the Minister of Public Safety. Now, some of you may not remember Vic Taves. He was convicted of violating the Elections Canada Act. Whoa, that's a black mark. Stephen Harper made him pretty much top of justice anyways. He brought in the legislation that was going to force telecoms to create backdoor routes into every Canadian cell phone so he could spy on them. And they accused this Prime Minister of spying on Canadians. This Prime Minister is an absolute amateur compared to what Vic Taves was going to do, a total violation of civil liberties of every single Canadian so he could listen in on your phone calls. That same Vic Taves, of course, then was found guilty of breaking conflict of interest guidelines for hustling gigs for groups that were, quote, seeking relief against a decision in which he had been involved in as a Minister of a Crown. Talk about dodgy. And why do I mention Vic Taves? Because Vic Taves also stood in the House one day and accused the opposition, you're either on our side or the side of the child pornographers. At a time when he was cutting 1,100 jobs from border security, the people whose job it was to keep out fentanyl gangs, the people whose job it was to keep out guns, and the job of people to keep out predators and child pornographers. Remember that Jean-Pierre Fortin, who was the national president of the Customs and Immigration Union, stated, quote, because of what the Harper government was doing on cutting border security, more child pornography entering the country, more weapons, illegal drugs will pass through our borders, not to mention terrorists and sexual predators and hardened criminals. That doesn't fit on a bumper sticker, but that was the fact. And that was the reality of what this Liberal government inherited because of the Harper cuts. And Vic Taves at the time said that was all fear-mongering. He cut the intelligence unit in half on border security. How were we going to defend ourselves against international criminal gangs when he cut the intelligence service? He cut the dog sniffer teams. Now, that's a no-brainer. Dog sniffer teams aren't all that expensive, but dog sniffer teams will tell you where the drugs are. But Stephen Harper didn't care. He fired them because it was going to save some money. So when they talk about, you know, we are going to get tough on the crime and we're going to take on the blah, blah, you remember what they did. Remember how they cut the police prevention programs, the safety prevention programs that helped communities support themselves so that they could keep the gangs out, so that they were supporting their communities. He cut that. And remember, Tony Clement, $50 million in border security that he hoovered into his personal office to give out. What did he do? He paid for a sunken boat? That wasn't a good use of money. The Muskoka, yeah, the gazebos. He was building gazebos all over rural parts of his riding. He built a fake lake. Muskoka's got the most beautiful lakes in the country, except for Timmins James Bay. And there was Tony Clement. The lakes weren't good enough. He had to create a fake lake. I mean, Steamboat Tony. I remember Steamboat Tony. He was another one that went down in ethical flames. You know, we're not even going to go through all the famous dark ethical violations of the Harper government, but I mentioned Tony Clement because Stephen Harper thought it was a great idea to take money for border security to keep Canadians safe and give it to Tony Clement to buy sunken boats in Muskoka. Imagine what's going to happen under the guy who's living in Stornoway if he ever got in. And the other thing here that I find really concerning is we have these serious issues of gun violence. We have serious issues of gangs that we have to focus on. And the Liberals, they've dropped the ball 1,000 times on these issues. I want to be able to go home to Northern Ontario and tell our frontline workers and families who are suffering from addictions that they can be safe and that our communities are never going to be bases for this kind of violence. And I can't assure them that now, and it worries me. It worries me when I've seen what's happening to communities that have always had each other's backs, communities that have looked out for each other, but communities who can't do it on their own. And you talk to the municipalities anywhere in the north about the homeless crisis, and they're going to say, where's the federal government? When you talk to the communities about the opioid crisis, they're going to say that what the member who lives in Stornoway has been saying is like pouring gasoline on their efforts of keeping people alive. And you talk to the police in Timmins or the OPP, and they're going to tell you that you cannot arrest your way out of this crisis. It is complex. And I am proud of the people on the front lines in my region, like the firekeepers, the Mushkegowuk firekeepers who walk the streets of Timmins to keep people alive and keep people safe. That's a program we initiated in Timmins James Bay. It should be a national program to get in the Indigenous urban regions, people on the streets keeping people safe. So they deserve better than this political Punch and Judy show. But the Conservatives, rather than talking about these issues, what were they talking about this morning? Oh, Grandpa Bill's hunting rifle. That's a total falsehood. I'm a gun owner. My wife's a gun owner. Nobody in my region is getting their, the member for Stornoway, can you imagine him out in the bush? Can you just imagine that? He's like, they're going after your turkey gun. No, they are not. They are going after the assault weapons that have killed people. That's what they're going after. We're going to go after handguns that are coming over the border. But what they've done is, in their latest falsehoods, I mean, the guy who used pictures of Serbia and Malaysia's Canada, his thing of hunters, they were like from Oklahoma. We're going to defend Pa and Joe Jr. going out with their orange hats. That's a total falsehood. We got freaking fentanyl gangs in our communities that need to be dealt with. They're not going after Grandpa Joe, but that is the misinformation that's coming from the Conservatives. And for the Liberals, well, they're Punch and Judy show. They don't even remember how to punch anymore. I need to be able to go home to our communities and say, we will keep people safe, we will keep families alive, and we will restore balance by those wraparound services that the police have talked to us. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. He spoke about the Conservative record when it comes to crime in this country and the cuts that they made. I'm curious, too, if he also shares my concerns about the Conservatives being disingenuous with this concurrence motion. This report is from 2022. Why did they wait 2 years? Is it the fact that they're not having any success at committee and they would like the House to reprogram the schedule at committee because they don't want to talk about foreign interference with India? They don't want to talk about the fact that their leader refuses to get a security clearance? They don't want the mayor of Brampton, Patrick Brown, summoned, who may answer questions about the Conservative leadership race. Why is it that the Conservatives waited 2 years to bring forward this concurrence debate?
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you so much. You know, one of the fascinating things is we have only one leader in the history of Canada who can't get a national security clearance. I mean, because if he could, he surely would, right? He surely would. This is a no-brainer. So what is it about him? Well, then we start to find the CSIS allegations, serious CSIS allegations about the interference in the leadership that brought down Aaron O'Toole, who I actually think would have been a good prime minister, in order to get this guy whose only job history, and I'm not going to say he worked at Dairy Queen because I've been called out for that. He may not have worked there. But if, you know, in my riding, if you want to volunteer at a lunch program, you got to get a security clearance. But if you're under investigation for Chinese interference, for the Modi government interference, you're going to name and blame and shame and do everything else. The guy can't get a security clearance because if he could get a security clearance, he would have. So I want to know what's in the closet. I would like to get a peek in there. What's in the closet in Stornoway that he's hiding from?
And comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member's always entertaining here, and he always gets to make up some of his facts. Let's talk about that. And he's looking at the number of jobs that were cut from the CBSA, the Canadian Border Service Agency, by the previous Harper government, which cut 1,000 jobs from 14,000 to 13,000, and then put them right back to 14,000, where it continued until 2 years ago. So if the facts were on the table as opposed to the rhetoric, would he readjust his speech to actually say, yes, this has been this way since 2008, and that is the way it's continued and the way this government has continued? Or would he continue with his nonsense rhetoric that he's spewing in this House of Commons?
For Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. Well, I don't take the personal attacks personally because I know truth hurts. And if you're a conservative and you face truth, that must be a shocking thing. If the goddess of truth came down, painted purple, and danced all over the desks of the back bench of the Conservative for 3 straight weeks, none of them would notice because they wouldn't know what truth looks like. So here's the issue. $50 million in Tony Clement for his Muskoka steak knives, for his gazebos. That was border security money. Border security money. Those were facts. And did Tony get demoted? No, he didn't get demoted till, I'm not going to go where what brought down Tony Clement. Just like I'm not going to go into what brought down Vic Taves and all the, and Dean Del Mastro. He went to jail. He was the Prime Minister's parliamentary secretary. And they all thought it was great to cut money from keeping people safe in order to raise sunken boats in Muskoka and create fake lakes in the most beautiful, not as beautiful as Timmins James Bay, but one of the most beautiful places of lakes in Canada.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the speech. The colleague covered a topic that is indeed of concern. Weapons are coming through our borders, so we do need to strengthen our borders. The member for Avignon Métis Matapédia talked about that at length earlier. So now we seem to be going backwards. I also wish to commend Mr. Fortin. I met with him many times in the past when I held a different position, and he was upset about cuts to border services. So the CBSA, they've had cuts, and the Liberals now, they should be concerned about what's going on at the borders. There are weapons and drugs being trafficked over our borders. But now we also have to worry about migrants. Mayors of border towns are very worried. Meanwhile, the government seems to cut funding to these agencies. So with all of these problems at our borders, why are there cuts? Why aren't we investing more? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her excellent question. It's clear that we must protect our borders. It's essential. We have problems with gangs and illegal drugs. Trump was just elected, which means that now Canada must protect its border. We need to implement a plan to protect and uphold Canadian values. We need to protect ourselves from the impact of Trump's negative vision of things.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to acknowledge that time and time again, the honourable member rises to pay tribute to the constituents of Timmins James Bay. He did that in his opening remarks and reflecting on the senseless gun violence in his community. I do the same today. That 10 years ago, on January 1st, 2014, Marley Rowe was murdered in a senseless act of violence. His mother, Sherry, his children, his brother, his family, and extended community continue to grieve him. And yet, in this discussion, the honourable member rose today, I think, to provide, for the first time, a compelling reason for why we're dealing with the senseless rise in gun violence. And he talked about the social determinants of health. I referenced the work of Professor Dennis Raphael, who talked about housing, including health and mental health, income, education, employment, food security. So can the honourable member please rise and just talk about that continuum of the social determinants of health, which are actively required to be addressed prior to any type of tough-on crime. We've seen that failed policy in the States. Can you just talk about the social determinants of health and how it impacts violence in our communities?
For Timmins James Bay.
I want to thank my honourable colleague who represents the great city of Hamilton. I represent my hometown is Cobalt, just over 1,200 people. So we see it in the microcosm. I can name the young people that I've seen who've died from the violence or died from the violence of the addictions. And I remember we just lost a beautiful young man who was in my youth group when he was young. And it felt like from day one there was a black mark because there were no supports. There were no supports for his family. There was no supports for him trying to get into proper training to raise his kids. And these are the people who end up being victimized by the predators. And if any smart society would support them so that we could keep them safe, once we keep them safe, then we can keep the predators out.
One time for a quick question and comment. I know the NDP haven't got a chance to answer a question, so the honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the member about the mobile services, the youth services team. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, I rise to talk about the mobile youth services team in my community of the Capital Regional District. And this is an important program that supports youth. It diverts youth from gang exploitation. They have been doing incredible work in Victoria and the surrounding region, but unfortunately they have reached a crisis point. They are calling on the government for stable 5-year funding. Unfortunately, with a lack of leadership from this Liberal government, it means that they have reduced their teams. It means that children who are at risk of gang exploitation are more vulnerable. And honestly, I asked the member if he can speak to how important it is for this government to step up and start funding the teams on the ground who are going to address the intersecting crisis of homelessness, opioid addiction, the toxic drug supply, and gang influence. Thank you.
The 20 seconds remaining, the Honourable Member Timmins James Bay.
I have such enormous respect for the work of the Mobile Youth Services team in Victoria, like I have enormous respect for the Mushkegowuk Firekeepers, and we ask this government to stop the blah blah and support the people who are keeping people alive. This is a no-brainer, and yet, time and time again, we hear the talk, but they refuse to support those who are doing the work on the ground. And we need to have that support. That's what keeps people alive. That's what keeps communities safe.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my honourable colleague from Kingston and the Islands. Mr. Speaker, this December 6th will mark the 35th anniversary of the Polytechnique massacre in Montreal, a tragedy that forever marked my community. 14 women were brutally murdered with an assault weapon simply because they were women. This event remains a poignant reminder of the dangers of hatred, especially when coupled with easy access to firearms. Weapons like the Ruger Mini-14, a semi-automatic weapon created for the battlefield, Mr. Speaker, and not our streets. As Quebec and the entire country prepare to commemorate this somber anniversary, we must work together to strengthen our gun control laws, assault weapons, and handguns, not put these weapons back on our streets as the Conservatives incessantly demand. I don't know about you, but I don't want American-style gun culture. And neither do the survivors and activists at Police Se Souvient. I'll continue to work with them every day to make sure it doesn't happen. Let's be very clear. There's still work to do, and I'm determined to continue to do this work. Stricter gun control, not just to honor the memory of the victims, but to prevent further tragedies like Polytechnique. To take concrete action to protect the lives and safety of everyone. This is our duty as a federal government. We don't want any more mass killings.
I grew up just a few blocks away from Polytechnique. That night that 14 women were gunned down in 1989, I was just a little kid. I was waiting for my dad to come home, and he didn't. It was getting late, it was getting dark, and I waited by the door. It was before everyone carried around cell phones, Mr. Speaker, and by the time he did get home, I saw the look on his face. He was there that night outside of Poly watching as bodies were taken into ambulances. And when I asked why and how, no answer was forthcoming. What do you tell a little girl about a femicide, Mr. Speaker? When I was first elected, I promised my community I would make stronger gun control a priority in my work here in Ottawa, and I did. Our government has since banned 1,500 models of assault weapons, including the gun that was used 35 years ago at Polytechnique. And I support Poly Remember's call to finish the job that we started. Assault weapons belong on the battlefield, Mr. Speaker, not on our streets, despite the fact that the Conservatives are desperate to bring these guns back into our communities. By doing the gun lobby's dirty work here in Parliament, the Conservative members show their true colors. They are weak on security and soft on crime. They are also weak when it comes to securing our border, Mr. Speaker, including by voting against more funds for border enforcement. Our police and border officials have been very clear on multiple occasions that the measures that we implemented to strengthen our border and to keep back the flow of illegal guns coming into our country. When the Conservative members talk about the importance of protecting our borders, they should remember that they actually cut funding at the border when they were in power. Since then, our government invested nearly $1.5 billion in border enforcement and border security, Mr. Speaker, as well as stronger policing. And we are investing in gang prevention strategies. We increased RCMP capacity to trace gun crimes and to build a national system that allows for the flagging of the illegal purchasing of firearms. We also provided the RCMP and our border agency, the CBSA, with additional resources at the border to target firearms smuggling and trafficking. We signed 82 agreements with municipalities and Indigenous communities to stop gun violence before it starts and to help stem the flow of illegal guns crossing our borders. 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker, we banned the importation, sale, and purchase of handguns. That means handguns are not allowed through our borders. That means that the law does not allow stores to sell handguns. It means that people cannot go out and buy handguns. Handguns are not used for hunting. They are used against other people. They are getting into the hands of our young people through gangs. They are getting into the hands of people who are scared that they need to be packing one with them in order to feel safe. Statistics show that the proliferation of guns does not make people more safe. It makes people less safe, Mr. Speaker. Handguns are used in more than half of violent crime involving firearms. Conservatives like to talk about police, selectively quoting from some police unions, Mr. Speaker, but we know that the head of the police chiefs has supported our gun control measures, has supported our ban on the sale and importation of handguns. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that we can close our eyes to the reality just south of our border. For the third year in a row, gun violence is the leading cause of death among children and teens in the United States. That is not the culture that we want to import into Canada. As a mother, it is sickening to me to think that the Conservative members, that the leader of the Conservative Party is promising to flood our streets with dangerous weapons.
It was with a handgun that in 2017, a man burst into Quebec City's main mosque and took the lives of 6 worshippers and who injured 5 others. I was able to visit this mosque, and even many years later, the pain is still as great, as heavy. We owe it to them to do everything in our power to prevent further horrors of this kind. And that's why we've banned the sale, purchase, and import of handguns across Canada. Mr. Speaker, when I walk along Côte des Neiges in the streets of my community, mothers talk to me about their concerns. They feel the increase in gang-related crime, and they want to get as many guns off our street as possible and not put them back, as the Conservative Party demands every day, as the Conservative leader promises if he's elected. Mr. Speaker, it is for the safety of our communities and our children that we are taking action to further control firearms here in Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to give the opportunity, because I've worked closely with this honourable member at committee, seeing what the impacts are of social disorder, social disruption, and I want to offer her the opportunity to provide reflections on how the social determinants of health ultimately are the intervention required to help reduce criminality, reduce violence in our community, to help offset the impacts of mental health crisis or the impacts of drug use in our communities that ultimately fuel this instance of gun violence in our communities. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
And I'd like to thank the member opposite for his excellent question. I've also had the pleasure of working with him in committee and know that he is committed to the safety and the security of our young people. Indeed, I have witnessed myself the alarming rise in mental health issues, particularly among young Canadians. And I see with my own eyes in my own community that gang violence is on the rise. One of the things that I feel is so important about the Liberal government's strategy is that it involves both enforcement and prevention. And prevention is key. In order to invest in our communities, we need to believe that government funding is appropriate for our non-governmental organizations, for the organizations that are supporting our young people and that are there for them in their time of need. And I know that we can count on the NDP's support in that regard.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. And I'd like to hear her. Well, right now I get the feeling that they're not walking the talk. My colleague from Avignon, Mathis Matan, made a speech earlier to explain all of the work that was done at committee in public safety on this issue in terms of firearms and better controls for them with respect to Bill C-21. And one of the issues with the buyback program is the question of the definitions. And she explained that something that is crucial, because this is a question I would also have Polly remembers, because we're talking about the status of women next week with respect to feminicide. We need, and this is what was determined, one of the recommendations of the committee, was to have an independent expert committee that could give a better opinion and better define and study this issue with respect to firearms, which ones to ban and which ones are just for hunting. So we really need independent experts, and we've been asking for this for more than a year and a half. We've sent even names to the committee, people who could be called. It's important because it's because of this definition that there's issues. It would be nice if they could take action. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question. Obviously, I think we still have work to do to complete what we started. Nevertheless, I would have liked to have a bloc to have remained strong, even though they became difficult at committee while we were debating Bill C-21. The bloc remained strangely silent, even though we would have liked to have had their support for the amendments that we presented at the time. Mr. Speaker, I hope I can work with the Bloc Québécois, and Polly remembers, I believe meeting did finally take place between the Bloc leader and Polly remembers just today. I hope to work hand in hand with my colleague. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member across for her speech. We know that under this NDP Liberal government, there's been the decriminalization of hard drugs, and there's been the proliferation of government-funded injection sites. And can she tell me the correlation between gang violence and those moves that the government made in regards to drugs across this country? What the connection and the correlation is between violent gun-related crimes and the use of drugs in our country, which they've legalized?
The Secretary,
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, when we proposed funding programs that would prevent gang violence, the Conservatives voted against it. When we proposed other measures in order to ensure greater security in our communities, the Conservatives voted against it. Essentially, the Conservatives have voted even against investing in greater border security, Mr. Speaker. And so for the Conservatives to come today and to talk about the importance of making our communities safer, I would invite them to stop speaking out of both sides of their mouth. If they believe in greater safety, then they should believe in keeping our border secure. If they believe in greater safety, then they should believe in taking guns off of our streets instead of putting them back.
Exactly.
Resuming debate. Point of order, the Honourable Member for Shefford. I just want to say that my colleagues' comments are somewhat biased. I'm surprised to see that just earlier Sorry, that's debate. That's debate.
Thanks in the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Outremont for splitting her time with me, and I appreciate the comments and what she has provided today in terms of the substance of the issue and this report, because this was a very important report, and she spoke very passionately about why that is and the deep connections that this issue has to her community. I'm going to spend my time, Mr. Speaker, on talking about why I think that we are even debating this report today in this House. In order to do that, I have to set the context of what's currently going on at the Public Safety Committee, Mr. Speaker. So at the Public Safety Committee, the members of the committee, except for the Conservatives, are trying to undertake a study on foreign interference of Russia and India. The Conservatives on that committee have been using tactic after tactic by introducing new motions or by filibustering at times to prevent any study from occurring on foreign interference. They've been successful at times and unsuccessful at other times. But what they've done today is really interesting, because this report, Mr. Speaker, was tabled in this House by the late Jim Carr, who was the chair of the committee at the time, on April 25th of 2022.
That's 2 years.
So over 2.5 years ago, this report was tabled. But what's even more remarkable, Mr. Speaker, is that this wasn't even a contentious report. This report was adopted by the Public Safety Committee unanimously. Everybody agreed to the report. So for those watching and those at home, reports are tabled all the time, brought to this place and tabled, and very rarely do they get brought into a motion of concurrence like this. But it is happening today, and quite frankly, the Conservatives have been doing this a lot lately, if you've been following these proceedings over the last couple months, in order to just interject new ways to slow down and to make Parliament very difficult to function, if not bring it to a complete standstill. But what makes this interesting is that not only did they use this concurrence motion to do this, but they brought a report introduced into this House over 2.5 years ago that was voted on unanimously, and then they put forward an amendment that clearly they had no interest in when it was tabled, because they wouldn't have otherwise voted for it unanimously. And in that amendment that they brought in moments ago, or when they introduced this, and I did challenge the individual moving the amendment, they have added a whole list of things. First, they send the report back, a unanimous report that was sent to this House 2.5 years ago. They send it back to committee and say, we're not happy with it. We want you to look at this again. We want you to hold 4 more meetings. We want you to bring the Minister of Public Safety, the Minister of Democratic Institutions, the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. We want you to invite the Toronto Police Association, the Surrey Police Union, the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies, John Howard of Canada. They're directing the committee to do work. And why this is important is because an order of this House, which would be made through this motion, would direct the committee to do the work. So the committee would have to stop everything that they're doing and undertake the direction of this House.
Why would they want
I bring you back to how I set the stage in the beginning of my speech as to what's going on in the committee. The Conservatives can't get away with what they're trying to do in committee by preventing the study on foreign interference, so they're now using an opportunity to amend a unanimous consent motion, a unanimous consent report from 2.5 years ago, to direct the committee to undertake new work, which will further delay the work that they're supposed to be doing on looking into foreign interference. So why? You gotta ask yourself the question, why dig up a 2.5-year-old report and put a huge amendment on it to force the committee to do all this work to avoid talking about foreign interference from India and Russia? Why? Why would the Conservatives be doing that? At the same time, you have the leader of the opposition who refuses to get a security clearance. Every other leader of a political party in this House has a security clearance. They use the information that they obtain when they get that security clearance to make sure that they can keep their members safe, their party safe, and indeed all of Canadians safe. The leader of the opposition is the only political party leader who refuses to even apply for a security clearance. Now, why is that? We also know that there have been reports that the Conservative leadership to which he was elected, the leadership contest, was interfered with by foreign agents. So this is what we know. We know that the leader of the opposition refuses to get a security clearance or even apply for it. We know that the Conservative Party was, at least it's alleged, was interfered by foreign actors. And we know that the committee, the Conservative members on the Public Safety Committee, are willing to dig up a 2.5-year-old report that they voted on unanimously and move massive amendments to it to force the committee to do new work so that they can avoid continuing on with this study. That's what we know. And I think I don't need to elaborate or extend any, give any kind of liberties in terms of drawing a conclusion. I think most people can draw the conclusion on their own.
He's hiding.
What is the leader of the opposition hiding, Mr. Speaker? There is something in his past that he knows will prevent him from being able to get a security clearance. And Canadians have a right to know what that is.
Hear, hear.
So, Mr. Speaker, I am very concerned with not only the lengths to which the leader of the opposition is going to hide whatever it is in his past, but also the members of the Public Safety Committee, because they're complicit when they help him do this work to hide it. Now, we shouldn't be surprised by any of this, because they are good soldiers, at least after they get caught, because we know that 18 or 19 of them were sending letters behind his back to the government looking for help. But we do know, Mr. Speaker, based on a recent story from November the 20th, a recent report, that after 2 years of the leader of the opposition as the leader, many Conservative MPs say that they are much less free now than they were before his arrival. The man who promised during his leadership to run to make Canada, quote, the freest country in the world, end quote, maintains tight control over the actions of his caucus members. Some elected officials feel they come to caucus, quote, this is from a Conservative MP that said this, quote, to be told what to do and what to think, end quote.
Wow, so much for freedom.
That is not freedom, Mr. Speaker. That is the leader of the opposition telling his MPs what to do. And only he gets the say. And he's telling them, those 5 members that sit on the or the 4 members that sit on the Public Safety Committee, the leader of the opposition is telling them, do not let this study go forward on foreign interference as it relates to India and China. He's directing them to do that. He doesn't want them to find out or to study this issue because he is so afraid of what might come of this.
That's right.
Conservatives, if they genuinely have nothing to hide, if they genuinely had an interest in protecting this country, would ensure that this study at Public Safety Committee can proceed so that the truth can be found out, so that all Canadians can know what we're dealing with, especially as we approach an election. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher, des Patriotes, Verchères.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague and congratulate him on that speech. But if we were to return to the subject before us today, because I'd like to hear what he has to say about that, because the report is 2 years old and we're just debating it today, but I don't know if he listened to my colleague from Avignon's speech, because what she basically said was that among all the recommendations in the report, despite the fact that it was passed unanimously by all parties, so the government agreed with it, most of the things in the report have not been implemented yet. And obviously, organizations like Police Se Souvient are asking, why hasn't this government, which boasts about protecting women, why haven't they followed through? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I think about the fact that the first question came from the bloc, is that no Conservative member in this House chose to stand up to ask me a question about what I was talking about. But to answer his question, reports come to this House all the time, as he knows. Some reports get a lot of the details within them from committee embraced and taken on by the government through forms of legislation and other policy. Some take more time, some take less, but that's the whole point of a report coming from committee. It comes from committee to be tabled for the government's consideration. That is the whole point of committee work. So, like he said, some of the recommendations have been taken up on, some of the other ones he wants to continue to push forward. I would encourage him in the committee. The committee can say, okay, it's been 2.5 years, it's time to study this again, let's provide an updated report.
Questions and comments? Question or commentaire? The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I'll rise to address my colleague across the way when he says that, nobody asked what he was talking about. Well, let me ask, what the heck are you talking about? This is a fantasy that you come on, you spew in the House of Commons here, that there's all kinds of conspiracy behind the scenes here about what we're trying to do. We're trying to get things done in this House. We'd like you to stop impeding government and getting the processes done so we can have documents to get things done, so we can actually make this House of Commons work for Canadians. Now, you can dream up all kinds of excuses about why we're doing that, but we're trying to help you govern here in the proper way a democracy can happen. Will you please tell us what the heck you're talking about in your dreamscape?
I just need to maybe ask the honourable member for Calgary Centre, was he talking directly to the chair? Was he talking directly to the honourable? Just make sure we run through the chair when we're asking questions of individuals in this chamber. The honourable parliamentary secretary, the honourable deputy house speaker.
Listen, I'm not dreaming up conspiracy theories. I'm just laying out the facts. And the facts are very clear, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives don't want anything to happen in terms of a study on foreign interference at the Public Safety Committee. Right. Conservatives are stopping that from happening. The Leader of the Opposition refuses to get his security clearance. That's a second fact. And another fact is that it's been widely reported that foreign actors interfered in the Conservative leadership. Those are three facts. I leave it up to, those are all factual, that's all factual information. I leave it up to the public to draw their own conclusion. But I imagine we're all going to end up at the same place. For this member to say, we're trying to help you govern, okay, anybody who's been watching this for any time longer than 30 seconds over the last 2 months will know that that is completely untrue.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And it's an interesting point that he raises, and I think it's a valid one, about the shenanigans that do happen from time to time at committee by the Conservatives, using this place, this House, to try to direct our committees on these endless kind of witch hunts. But I am curious, because we did rise for unanimous consent motion to have a special committee on India, and it was the member from Winnipeg Centre who opposed that unanimous consent when we thought we had unanimous consent of the House. So I'm just wondering, through you, why they did that when we could have been in a special committee dealing with this, given the seriousness of the allegations that came out by the RCMP on October 21st of this year.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
My guess, Mr. Speaker, would be that why do we need a special committee when we already have a committee that actually looks at, we have multiple committees that could look at this. So public safety is trying to look at this. Nobody from this side is trying to avoid looking at the issue. Public safety is trying to look at it. Conservatives are literally blocking the ability to do that. Foreign Affairs Committee could also look at it. I imagine you'll get the same response. To answer his question more specifically, Mr. Speaker, about the unanimous consent motion, well, it's been a long time. Bring back the unanimous consent motion. Let's try to table it again. Perhaps you'll have more success this time.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about a path forward, reducing gun and gang violence in Canada, a report produced by the National Security Committee. This report was tabled in April 2022, so 2 years ago, and today we're debating it. And the Conservative Party proposed an amendment to enable us to reopen this report because, Mr. Speaker, that study was done.
Point of order, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to withdraw. I said Winnipeg Centre when clearly I meant Winnipeg North, and I wouldn't want that to reflect poorly on the Hansard. So I do withdraw Winnipeg Centre, and I replace it with Winnipeg North.
Point of ordering, I guess. The honourable member for Kingston Islands.
Just a reminder to the member that I invite him to introduce that motion again.
There you go. L'honorable député de Charles.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles can begin from the top. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today to speak to the report by the National Security Committee entitled A Path Forward Reducing Gun Violence in Canada. This report was completed and tabled in April 2022, 2.5 years ago, and now here we are debating it. The report is a bit out of date because a lot of the information has changed in 2.5 years when it comes to national security and public safety, and a lot of what was proposed. First of all, we have to note that the report was not unanimous. The three opposition parties added their own versions of the report because it was this thick and it was not satisfactory to all parties. And that's why we tabled an amendment today which calls on the government to reopen the report so that we can change some of the information and update the information on the use of guns by criminals and gangs in Canada. Obviously, there's been a spike in street gangs and criminal activity in many cities across Canada. So we've known over the past 9 years that the Liberals and public safety are two things that don't go together. Steps were taken, investments were made, but not enough. And the criminal code has been amended in such a way as to lessen the impact of the criminal law on criminals. And people are being freed. Often criminals are being freed the same day they're arrested. And people are allowed to serve their sentences at home, watching Netflix instead of being in a penitentiary. And society has quickly realized that most of the groups that protect victims and so on, society in general has recognized that things aren't working. And the government has continued to get softer on crime, and thereby made the situation even more dangerous in terms of public safety. So a number of recommendations were made in the report. Some are pretty incredible. Let me just find my spot here. So basically, one of the recommendations calls on the government to acknowledge that there's a public safety problem. Basically, the committee was trying to say, hey, government, wake up, there's a problem. And that's worrisome enough in itself. Secondly, there are a number of witnesses who appeared before the committee. Police officers, for example, the Toronto Police Association and police associations from Quebec and other parts of the country. And they clearly pointed out that the problem of armed crime was not one that involved registered firearms owners. And so they confirmed that. Unfortunately, in the main report, the police officers' recommendations were not taken into account. So the Conservatives had to make an additional report in order to reflect the recommendations from police organizations who said that on the streets, gangs are using trafficked guns that come from the U.S. 99% of crimes are committed with arms that are not registered anywhere, guns that have been obtained illegally. So the main problem is that. It's not law-abiding gun owners. So the police recommendations were, the government's approach is to take guns out of the hands of everyone who has a license. And that scares people. That scares ordinary Canadians because the problem is guns in the hands of criminals, not in the hands of law-abiding citizens. That's the problem. So I myself have a gun license. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I registered my weapon like all law-abiding gun owners. Most of us are law-abiding citizens. But bandits, gang members in Montreal who walk around with their guns concealed, they don't register their guns. They're obtained illegally, those guns, and they're walking around with them and using them when they commit crimes. So it's going to cost the government at least $3 billion to buy these weapons back from law-abiding citizens. That money should be invested in police and in CBSA so that they can make sure that illegal weapons are not getting into the country. Unfortunately, there's a lot of gun trafficking through the Indigenous reserves, the First Nation reserves. So we need to be focusing our resources, both money and police officers, on the border rather than on law-abiding citizens. And this debate has been going in circles for years, and I don't know why we can't get this through the Liberals and the NDP and the Bloc's heads. It's just so logical. We need to focus on criminals. That's where the money and energy needs to be focused. And when it comes to managing firearms, that's one thing. But when we're talking about crime on the streets, especially street gangs, even the Hells Angels are afraid of these new street gangs because they're so violent and dangerous. So the number one problem, and all police officers, all police associations and victims groups agree, because I tabled legislation C-325, which would have scrapped C-5, which is such stupid legislation. And street gangs have looked at it and they rubbed their hands together and said, thank you very much, Prime Minister. Thank you. Now we're going to be able to get down to business without any concern, because all we're going to get at worst is house arrest. We can sit on our couches and watch Netflix while we wait to get back out on the street. And we said that's what we heard. And with C-75 as well. The problem is the street gangs, and all the studies that have been done previous to C-5 and C-75 were not sufficiently considered. So we've seen what's happened in the past 2.5 years with those two pieces of legislation. The result has simply that crime has ballooned. And so this report, which was shelved, needs updating because the facts have changed, the situation has changed. We're dealing with a new reality. So as the Conservatives see it, we need to leave hunters and fishers and law-abiding citizens, leave them alone, let them go about their business in peace, because they're not the problem. So that's the situation. Why would we be going after those people? And secondly, we need to deal with the criminal side of things. We need to get tougher on crime, toughen up the legislation, toughen up the criminal code to allow judges and police officers to do their job and enforce the law and enforce justice so that our streets are safe. It's easy enough to understand. All the rest is just political talk, and I don't get it.
I have heard people's opinions, Liberal opinions, NDP opinions, and, when I hear their opinions, I wonder what planet they live on. It's as if they live on a different planet. it's like as if they don't have both feet on the ground, as if they don't see the reality. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a supplementary report in the report. It's a dissident report from the Conservatives. And in that report is what we want, what police officers want, and even what victims want. I've met with victims who supported my efforts through C-325. And all these experts and victims, they don't understand what this government has done. We need to fix the legislation, bring back public order, fix the budget. We don't need to be buying back weapons from honest to hardworking Canadians. We need to focus on weapons coming in through the borders. And these are just ways to fix the many problems we have in Canada now.
Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the whole issue today is about how the Conservative Party, quite frankly, is using the House authority in order to prevent the Public Safety Committee in dealing with foreign interference, both in regards to India and, in fact, Russia. And I find that very shameful. At the end of the day, the leader of the Conservative Party is hiding something. There is something he is not telling Canadians. I would like to see individuals like Patrick Brown appear before the Public Security Committee. I know one of my colleagues has actually brought forward a motion or the suggestion that we have a summon issued for him. Is this one of the reasons why that the Conservative Party today refuses to be able to allow that standing committee to do the work necessary on foreign interference? Why are they interfering with the self-interest of their leader in order to prevent Canadians from knowing what it is that the Conservative Party is hiding? What is it in the leader of the Conservative Party's background that is causing him not to be able to get the security clearance? What is it that the Conservative Party is so afraid of? Is it the leadership was influenced? Their own leader was involved in foreign interference?
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. I thank my colleague for his question. The Liberals have been basically harassing us for weeks now when it comes to a matter of national security. It would be very easy for them to fix the problem. They could give us the names. They should release the names of everyone involved in foreign interference. That would be very helpful. Rather than that, though, the Liberals like to distract and focus on other issues. They like to accuse the Conservative leader of accusations which are baseless and unfounded. They'd rather do that than talk about real problems. I've been talking about real problems in my speech. One real problem is crime on our streets in Canada. It's been ballooning. There's been a massive rise in crime in Canada since 2015. Also, weapons are coming across our border very easily because there's not enough control, there's not enough oversight. The Liberals prefer to spend time and energy on weapons buyback. Millions have been invested in that. Soon it'll be billions invested in that. The Liberals are just trying to distract us from the real problem. And what's the real problem? Their gross incompetence. It is my duty to interrupt debate and to put the question. The question is as follows.
Tolmie moves that the third report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security presented on Monday, April 25, 2022, be concurred in. Amendment, Mr. Lloyd, seconded by Mr. Tolmie, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following. No. The third report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security presented on Monday, April 25, 2022, be now not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration with a view to studying the rates of violent crimes which have remained unacceptably high in the 31 months since this report was originally tabled, and updating the recommendations with proposals to stop the crimes which are creating far too many preventable tragedies, providing that for the purpose of this study. Les personnes suivantes.
A, the following be ordered to appear as witnesses for at least 2 hours each, at dates and times to be fixed by the chair of the committee, but no later than Tuesday, December 17th, 2024. I, first, the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions and Intergovernmental Affairs. 2, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, and B, it be an instruction that the committee hold at least 4 other meetings to receive evidence from law enforcement, victims' representatives, stakeholders, and experts proposed by the members of the committee.
Invite representatives of the following organizations: A, the Toronto Police Association; B, the Surrey Police Union; C, the Fédération des policiers et policières municipaux du Québec; Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies; E, the John Howard Society of Canada; and 3, report its findings to the House by Friday, February 28, 2025. Sub-amendment, Ms. DeMoff, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves the following amendment: that the amendment be amended by replacing the words Tuesday, December 17, 2024, with the words Monday, February 24, 2025, and B, Friday, February 28, 2025, with the words Monday, March 31st, 2025. If a member participating in person wishes the amendment to be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them now to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
We request a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until later this day at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings, and we're under the rubric of motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation petition. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present 4 petitions. The first petition is on air pollution. The petitioners recognize that fossil fuel consumption is a public health issue, causing 34,000 premature deaths annually in Canada. They highlight that Canada restricts advertising for tobacco, gambling, alcohol, and pharmaceuticals to protect public health. Fossil fuel advertising misleads the public about the health harms of climate change, delaying climate action, and the transition to cleaner energy. And these petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to ban fossil fuel advertising, sponsorship, and promotion to protect public health. The second petition I have is signed by nearly 5,000 petitioners. They're calling on the government to look at the issue of the emissions from the agricultural sector in Canada, which are second only to oil and gas. They note that reducing animal food consumption can help meet our climate targets. The petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to educate Canadians on plant-based diets, source more plant-based foods in federal programs, and support sustainable farming. Mr. Speaker, the third petition that I have is on international human rights. The petitioners note that Canadians are calling on this government because Canadian companies are contributing to global human rights abuses and environmental harms. Protesters, particularly Indigenous peoples and marginalized groups, face violence overseas because of the actions of Canadian companies and those companies involved in Canadian supply chains. Canada encourages but doesn't require companies to prevent these harms. The petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to mandate companies to prevent harm in their global operations, assess their impact, provide remedies, and face consequences for negligence, and allow the affected individuals to seek justice in Canadian courts. And my final petition, Mr. Speaker, is on parental alienation. Petitioners describe how parental alienation is a discredited theory used in family courts to undermine survivors of family violence and undermine children's wishes. It disproportionately impacts women and children's safety. They note that over 250 feminist and women's organizations, along with the United Nations, are urging the government to legislate protections against parental alienation claims in family courts to provide supports for survivors of gender-based violence. They are calling on the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General to amend the Divorce Act to protect these claims in parental disputes.
Presenting petitions, Présentation petition, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here that is signed by many Canadians. They're bringing to the attention to the House the fact that the RCMP has reported that the government of India has interfered in Canada's elections. They've also murdered, threatened, and extorted Canadians on Canadian soil. They find it deeply troubling that the leader of the opposition continues to decline to get a security clearance. And they feel as though he is not doing his job in protecting his members as well as Canadians. The signatories of this petition, therefore, are calling on the leader of the Conservative Party to get his security clearance and take action to help stop foreign governments from interfering in Canada and targeting Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's a good idea.
Presenting the petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Abbotsford. No petitions? Okay. Let's go to the next one. Or questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
So ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, resuming consideration of a privilege motion concerning failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Kelly.
The floor is free. The floor is free. I recognize the Honourable Member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this place to speak out and defend interests of the people, not just of Toronto St. Paul's, but of all of Canada. Canadians who are not Liberal insiders and did not profit from the largesse of this government and its misallocation of capital through the Sustainable Development Technology Canada program. I'm standing here today to address an issue that has left Canadians poorer, an issue that has left Canadians shaking their heads and questioning the direction of the Liberal government that has failed our environment. The government has failed accountability and, most importantly, failed the people of Canada. And yet, this NDP Liberal government sits upright in their respective seats as if there's nothing to see here. In fact, there's less than nothing to see here. There's a vacuous void of vanished taxpayer dollars, vanished into the pockets of friends and insiders. For years, this Prime Minister has positioned himself as the champion of the environment, saying that his government works hard to fight climate change. He continues to claim that he has lowered emissions while investing in Canada's economy. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? While this Liberal government tries to gaslight Canadians, yes, he'll gaslight us into thinking they're leading the way on climate action, they actually can't even hit their own emissions targets. The only thing they seem to be investing in is their own pockets, their own futures, at the expense of Canadians. I campaigned for this role, Mr. Speaker, because I'm worried about the finances of this country and what it means for our children's futures, and our children's children's futures, and the futures of their kids, and so on. This NDP government, led by this Prime Minister, have demonstrated a lack of financial...
I got a point of order. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
I know the member's brand spanking new, and we are looking forward to the NDP government, but that will be in 2025. It's not an NDP government. He needs to correct the record because he...
we're defending in debate. The Honourable Member for... I'm going to go to the Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Forgive me, Mr. Speaker, but just in his comments, the member from Timmins James Bay used a term, total falsehood, that I think may be unparliamentary. I'm not certain of that, but if it is, it would be a good idea for him to withdraw.
I think there's a whole bunch of reasons why I shouldn't have heard this at all. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Just on the point of order that my honourable colleague from Timmins James Bay raised, when inaccurate information is repeatedly put on the record, which has been the case by the Conservatives time and time again, the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, Chapter 3, says it is impossible to codify all incidents which might be interpreted as matters of obstruction, interference, etc. But having found some matters found to be prima facie include the provision of misleading information, which I think this is an example of right here.
I will have a look at that and come back if I need to. The Honourable Member for Toronto St. Paul's.
This Liberal government, supported by the NDP, led by this Prime Minister, have demonstrated a lack of financial acumen, with the case in point being the mismanagement of the Green Slush Fund. The Green Slush Fund, its mismanagement, wasted tax dollars, and rewarding of friends and insiders represents the overall style and approach to governing by this Liberal government. I'm new here, Mr. Speaker, as you've just heard, and I may never have been in government. This was well pointed out by the Minister of Housing a few days ago as he answered a softball question posed by the member from Don Valley East in an unsuccessful attempt to throw me under the bus. The tenor of the question was about my commitment to the people of Toronto St. Paul's because I didn't advocate for $471 million transfer to the city to increase housing. $471 million, Mr. Speaker. That's about $40,000 per home that the city said they can build. Remember that number. The fact is that after that $471 million, housing starts have declined in Toronto. Where is the accountability? That means wasted money, misallocated resources, resulting in a drag on GDP. The same result from the same government. And that's bad for the people of Toronto writ large and bad for the people of Toronto St. Paul's. But we have a solution to the loose wallet Liberal largesse. Let's cut the GST homes $100 million. Let's cut the GST on homes. The quick math is that on a home of, say, $800,000, a buyer would save $40,000 from the GST cut, the same amount the city got for the decline in starts. The same amount the city got for the decline in starts. Who wants the money? The people or the government? However, unlike the Minister of Finance and unlike the Housing Minister, who prefer to give money away to projects with dubious outcomes, I have a background in finance. So, I know that over the long term, the math says that the buyer of that $800,000 home will save somewhere between $100,000 and $150,000 over the term of a 25-year mortgage. That's the power of common sense and a GST cut. Let's now return to the pressing issue of the slush fund. Sustainable Development Technology Canada was federally funded, a not-for-profit organization whose purpose was to invest and support the development of new green technologies for a better environment. Fulfilling this purpose and supporting sustainable innovation would have been a great opportunity for the Liberal government to actually follow through on their promises to fight climate change. But instead of a well-managed, respected organization to help Canadian companies develop sustainable green technologies, we have a Liberal green slush fund, a multi-billion-dollar boondoggle filled with corruption, devoid of accountability, and most troubling of all, with no regard for the people who funded it, hardworking Canadian taxpayers. We've heard countless promises from the Liberal government to take bold actions on climate change and green innovation, but as time passes, it becomes clear these promises are hollow. The reality is that it appears the Liberals are only interested in making themselves and their friends rich. When the Liberals overtook the SDTC, it was never about green energy. It was about the lining of the pockets of Liberal insiders. As the Auditor General found, Liberal appointees gave $400 million taxpayer dollars to their own companies, involving 186 conflicts of interest, and this was only a sample of the total mismanaged capital allocations. Meanwhile, food bank visits are at an all-time high in my community of constituents. They tell me they can't afford the cost of living. $400 million could have better benefited those people in St. Paul's and elsewhere who are suffering from out-of-touch Liberal policies. Now, the government is refusing to table the necessary documents in Parliament so that the RCMP can thoroughly investigate the corruption and scandal of the Prime Minister's slush fund. Parliament has been stalled for numerous weeks. Now, because they refuse to hand over the documents. Parliament ordered the documents. Why is there such a lack of transparency surrounding these projects from the Transparency Prime Minister? Why are we seeing such a rigorous lack of accountability for how taxpayer dollars are being spent? Well, as one SDTC whistleblower said in committee, and I quote, "I think that the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation from being a public nightmare, and they would rather protect wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than have to deal with a situation like this SDTC in the public sphere." End quote. From a whistleblower. This is not a fabricated scandal. This whistle has been blown by courageous individuals who saw firsthand what was happening. The Liberals do not want the public to find out that instead of investing in our farmers, who know a thing or two about stewarding the land, or supporting innovation that can improve the lives of Canadians, they use this fund as a slush pool for insiders. They don't want Canadians to know that instead of investing taxpayer dollars into the most promising projects and companies, the Liberals hand-picked and hand-appointed chair and her board funneled taxpayer dollars and to projects and companies that were run by their friends or where they had a financial interest. It seems to me that the green part of SDTC is less about the environment and more about the color of the cash lining the pockets of their friends. One of the reasons my constituents elected me, Mr. Speaker, according to what I heard and am hearing when speaking to them in the community and at their doorsteps, is that I have experience in business. So I think about that. And I wonder, what if somebody did this in a properly run public company? And you know what would happen to that person once the paper trail is analyzed? That person would be fired. Fired. And it really makes you think, what fate would belie the Liberal government should they just hand over the documents and drive on? This is the kind of situation they teach you to avoid in any business school or ethics class. And perhaps our financial leaders on the other side of the House miss those classes. Still, Mr. Speaker, the misallocation of money leads to the destruction of capital in this country. This causes a loss of Canadian competitiveness, a reduction in productivity, and a decline in GDP. And these misallocations, they compound over time, just like the lost opportunity on the interest we all pay for our government debt, including on this $400 million. That's at least another $16 million per year, which could go a long way to solving issues in Toronto like gun crime, but instead, this is a drag on the economy. Just a couple of weeks ago, StatsCan came out with the news of just how horrible the Canadian economy is under this Prime Minister, how this government's mismanagement has compounded the misery of the Canadian economy. For the 8th time in the last 9 quarters, our per capita GDP has declined. That's also the 5th consecutive quarterly decline in per capita GDP. It's now fallen more than any other G7 country since 2019. In my analysis, that's a recession for most individuals. The average Canadian is worse off. And that's the direct result of higher taxes on capital gains, on energy, and on work, and just about everything else that you buy. This government is driving out investment by hiking taxes on everything. That is indisputable. Those community members I spoke about earlier, they tell me the same thing. The people I meet at St. Paul's on the doorsteps, they can see what is happening. In fact, they expressed their dissatisfaction this summer. After 3 decades, the people of Toronto St. Paul's have asked for change. Mr. Speaker, the Greeks had a myth, the myth of King Midas, where he was granted the power to turn anything into gold that he touched. Gold. What a gift that would be. But this ultimately became a liability for King Midas, as his greed led him to make foolish decisions on what he would turn into gold. His food, for example. It turned into gold, he couldn't eat, he was hungry. In another section of the Midas story, he becomes fearful of his power and embraces his beautiful daughter, who's immediately transformed into a golden statue. In his despair, he prays to Dionysus, who, to make a long story short, reverses the spell, and all those golden objects are returned to their natural state. Midas went on to share his wealth with all and become a beloved king for the ages. Unfortunately for this Liberal government, the Green Slush Fund is not a myth, and it's not so easily reversed. Greed, Mr. Speaker, in its dangers was the moral of the Midas story, and what happens when we become beholden to our own selfish interests. As we have here, Liberal insiders turn dubious projects into gold for other Liberal insiders. And now, as with Midas, the Liberals in charge of the gold are finding out that it was not, after all, free. The chickens are coming home to roost. Incidentally, Mr. Speaker, there's another version of the Midas story where he must judge a musical contest, and when the gods aren't that happy with his choice of winner, his ears are turned into donkey ears, and he must run around with these donkey ears tucked up under his hat, hoping no one will notice. But never mind. I digress. The Liberal government's financial incompetence and corruption is causing a weak investment environment. People told me that this weekend. They're not investing here because of the brutal tax regime. I'm not making this up. Canadians are the ones that are suffering because of it. We on this side of the House believe in fiscal responsibility and that hardworking Canadians deserve to bring home powerful paychecks. We're not here to play games with tax dollars, Mr. Speaker. We believe that if we are going to put our taxpayers' money towards green initiatives, they should be green with measurable outcomes. At the heart of the issue of the Green Slush Fund, Mr. Speaker, in my view, is public trust. Canadians trust their governments to act in their best interest, to steward public funds responsibly, and to be forthright about how decisions are made. When this trust is broken, it's incredibly difficult to rebuild, except perhaps by starting fresh with a new government. The refusal to release the Green Slush Fund documents erodes this trust. It sends a message to the public that their government is not interested in being transparent and that accountability is a secondary or tertiary concern. When citizens no longer trust their leaders, it weakens the bonds that hold our country together, and the consequences are severe. We are seeing this on a daily basis in our streets. As the SDTC whistleblowers testified in committee, and I'll quote again, "The true failure of the situation stands at the feet of our current government, whose direction to protect wrongdoers and cover up their findings over the last 12 months is a serious indictment of how our democratic systems and institutions are being corrupted by political interference. It should never have taken 2 years for the issues to reach this point, and what should have been a straightforward process turned into a bureaucratic nightmare that allowed SDTC to continue wasting millions of dollars and abusing countless employees over the last year. Abusing employees. Mr. Speaker, the Green Slush Fund scandal is not just about a specific pool of money or a single government program. It's about the broader principles of transparency, accountability, and trust that are essential to a functioning democracy. When governments refuse to be transparent, they open the door to a corruption and abuse of power. And when governments refuse to release documents that Parliament has requested, they betray the trust that underpins our system. This is not the Liberals' Parliament. This is Canada's Parliament, the House of Commons. We must not allow this to happen in Canada. As parliamentarians, we all have a responsibility to demand better. We must hold our government accountable for its actions and ensure that transparency remains a central tenet of our democracy. In closing, Mr. Speaker, the controversy surrounding the Green Slush Fund and the government's refusal to release key documents is a serious issue that deserves our full attention. It's not just about the management of public funds, it's about the mismanagement of the entire government. It's about the very nature of democracy itself. As Canadians, we must stand firm in our commitment to transparency and accountability. We must demand answers from our government, and we must not accept anything less than full disclosure. The future of our democracy and our trust in public institutions depends on it. Earlier, Mr. Speaker, I was asked not to call the government the NDP Liberal government, but Mr. Speaker, to me and to my constituents, that's the way they see this government has been directed, with the NDP support and the Liberal Prime Minister. We've called this the NDP Liberal government in this House for many weeks, and it hasn't been challenged to any success. And I would argue that we should continue to be using that recognition. And Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to finish by by standing up here for the people of Toronto St. Paul's and letting them know that aside from the biggest issues that we see in Toronto St. Paul's at the time right now, which are crime, a cost of living crisis, these are all boiling down to what's happening with the mismanagement of this government. We've seen the umpteen scandals of the government, which comes down to mismanagement. It's the WE scandal, it's the ArriveCan scandal, it's the Aga Khan scandal, and others. And we haven't seen a proper management come forward. With the SCTC, we saw the Liberals hand money out to their friends and insiders when they appointed a hand-picked chair who had connections to several of the companies inside that book of business, Mr. Speaker. So I want to finish by saying that we must demand the answers from our government. We must not accept anything less than full disclosure. The will of Parliament must be respected, Mr. Speaker, and the future of our democracy depends on it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for his speech. I know he's new to this House, and I want to welcome him here. But, Mr. Speaker, what a terrible example we're showing him. A new member of this House, what we are showing him, tying up this House, tying up our government now, going on 6 weeks. And Mr. Speaker, the other example that's terrible that we're showing him is, are members on that side allowed to speak up? I mean, we just went through the Housing Accelerator program where the leader of the opposition has told his MPs that they can't advocate for it. Clearly, there's some across the aisle here that did advocate for it, some that didn't advocate for it, and some that want to advocate for it, but they can't say anything about it. So again, what a terrible example we're showing. But Mr. Speaker, one thing I do want to hone in on, that the member from Kingston the Island talked about in his petition, was that the leader of his party will not get his security clearance. And he's got himself painted into a corner, we know that. And if any one thing is growing across this country, it's a concern in the leader not getting a security clearance. So I'm asking the member opposite, can he please talk to his leader, let his leader give him some advice to get a security clearance so we can move on and he can protect Canadians, he can protect his party. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, for anyone who reads popular newspapers in the country, they would have seen the editorial this week that laid the blame on the seizure in Parliament directly at the feet of the government. Directly at the feet of the government. So I take issue, Mr. Speaker, with trying to put the responsibility on the Conservative Party when popular press out there knows and sees what is actually happening here in the House of Commons. And as I said in my speech, Mr. Speaker, I may be new here, but you know, I can see a breach of trust when I can identify a breach of trust when I see one, and this is one that we see here with the Liberal government not bringing forth the documents that Parliament is asking for.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. I did listen closely, and I agree about the issue of transparency, accountability, and trust, which is why the deep concern over the member who lives in the giant house in Stornoway. The Liberals said he won't get security clearance. I wonder if he can get security clearance. We saw 3 times they voted against Ukraine, and now there's serious allegations about Modi. But I would refer to the member for Wellington Halton Hills, who I have enormous respect for, who explained why the member won't get security clearance. He said, security clearances involve a rigorous process that includes checks on family members, credit, criminal checks, and questions about one's sexual partners or whether they ever use drugs. So that's the Conservative member that we trust most, who said that's a reason that the member living in Stornoway doesn't get it. Every other leader who ever served his country wasn't afraid to get it. So would the member tell us what's being hidden in that closet in Stornoway? Will he explain why that member can't get it? Is it him or is it his family members? But there's something that stinks to high heavens, and even the member for Wellington Halton Hills calls in the family on this. I think we need to know, why can't he get security clearance? Is it because this is the Modi Conservatives we're looking at?
The honourable member for Toronto St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also admire our member from Wellington Halton Hills. But I direct the member opposite, if he would listen to what his former leader said, if he were in the same position, Mr. Mulcair said he would do exactly the same thing. He wouldn't want to be muzzled by...
Point of order, the honourable member for Victoria.
Just wondering if the Conservatives are taking advice from Thomas Mulcair now.
Hard. That's debate. The honourable member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, we have multiple leaders of the opposition who have declared that they would not also get a security clearance to be muzzled at a time when it would be deservedly better not to do so.
Point of order, the honourable member Timmins James Bay.
Far be it for me to have to stand up and defend former members, but I do believe that Mr. Mulcair did have security clearance.
That's debate.
Like
questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. he mentioned the question of the cost of living, and this seems to be a great concern for him. But at the same time, there seems to be concrete proposals here on the table at the House of Commons, but nothing can move forward because given the current situation in the House, because this will have obviously an impact. In Quebec, it's clear. Farmers are telling us supply management protects our agricultural system in Quebec. This is what feeds us to let this go and not work all together to continue to maintain this support to C-282 to protect supply management. There will be an impact on the cost of food. So also this bill could help the financial security of seniors because OAS increases for those aged 65 to 74 still hasn't moved forward. So why not support these concrete solutions for the cost of living instead of just one-off solutions?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we talked about earlier, this seizure of Parliament is at the feet of the Liberal Party, and if we produce the documents, the business of Parliament can get going. We can have a full and wholesome debate on these issues.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from the member from Toronto St. Paul's. I think it's what's astonishing to note is that this is not an isolated incident. This is a pattern that we've seen from this government of corruption, of ethically challenged governance. Mr. Speaker, I'm just wondering if the member can expand further on the history of this Liberal Party, this Liberal government, and all of the challenges that they have found themselves in from the ethical standpoint, Mr. Speaker.
For Toronto St. Paul's.
Thank you for the question. As I mentioned earlier, I have a background in finance, so I see how a lot of these things manifest themselves in the economy and our decline in GDP. And when we see the dollars of the country being mismanaged, such as in the SDTC, such as in ArriveCan and other places, that these compound upon one another. So when you waste $400 million in the SDTC, that's money out the door. That's money that's being added to the debt side of the balance sheet of the country. So at today's rates, we're paying another $16 million a year, and just on that one thing alone. If you can imagine if we had that money back in our pockets, back in our treasury, the good things we could do with that, then I'd leave that up to people at home who are watching to think about how they could spend that $6 million to improve their community. In St. Paul's, I think we talk about reducing gun crime and other crimes in our streets.
Questions and comments? I'll remember Skeena Bulkley Valley.
His colleague said that there are two reasons that Conservatives are engaging in this extended filibuster. The first being to hold the government accountable for these documents, but the second being that it has the added benefit of not allowing any other work to be done in this place. And I find that second comment rather troubling. Now, the NDP wants to get to the bottom of this issue concerning the SDTC documents, but I'm starting to think that the best thing to do would be to vote for this motion and send this to committee where we can call witnesses and get the actual facts about what has gone on. It seems, doesn't it seem like that would be a better option, Mr. Speaker?
No, let me just, I'm just waiting for things to quiet down for a second because I know the honourable member for Calgary Centre was including himself into that discussion. The honourable member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you, and thank you for the question. The easy thing to do is for the documents to be produced, right? And this has been ongoing since the middle of June, and here we are in the middle of November. Many people have had birthdays go by. We're all a year older. We could have been doing the business of Parliament, but we can't because we have a government that's not interested in accountability and transparency. And people of this Parliament, the Parliament has asked for the documents. The documents must be produced.
In comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member has any concerns in terms of the amount of control that the leader of the Conservative Party has over his members. When we start hearing that there's MPs, Conservative MPs that are being tracked and followed, and pictures and so forth being taken and reported back to the leader, that you have to say the slogans that the Conservatives want you to say, otherwise you will be punished, if not directly, indirectly. And then we have a leader who continues to feel that he doesn't have to get the security clearance, even though it's in the best interest of Canadians for him to do so. He continues to thumb his nose at Canadians. He continues to disrespect members of Parliament. And does he believe that that is good leadership? Seriously?
The honourable member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, I disagree with the analysis of the member opposite. And I would say the only people who are following me around are my constituents asking me, when's this election going to happen? Can we have a carbon tax election? And that's the only thing I'm getting followed around by, sir.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't relish the opportunity to return to this debate, but it's important because it's about a thoroughly corrupt government hiding documents that would shed light and transparency on one of the biggest spending scandals in Canada's history. In fact, this green slush fund scandal, which has been laid at the feet of the Liberal government, is far bigger than the sponsorship scandal that cratered the Chrétien government. So, Mr. Speaker, this is important because it's about accountability. As my colleague from Toronto St. Paul said, it's about accountability. It's about transparency. It's about the responsible use of Canadians' hard-earned dollars, all of which have been wasted by this government and insiders, Liberal insiders, who are involved in graft and corruption. Now, Mr. Speaker, before I delve more deeply into this green slush fund scandal, I did want to just chat very briefly and direct some comments to the residents of Abbotsford. This is a community that has supported me for 19 years. And by the time I leave this chamber, it'll be probably closer to 20 years. They've been very loyal to me. I've been able to win 6 elections. Each time they've trusted me with representing them with integrity in this House. I've had the opportunity during that period of time to help shape Canada's trade policy. Trade agreements like the European Free Trade Agreement with Canada, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, our trade agreement with South Korea. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, that also included negotiating Canada's free trade agreement with Ukraine. It's not a Liberal accomplishment. The original free trade agreement with Ukraine was negotiated under Stephen Harper. I also was able over those years, Mr. Speaker, to deliver on a number of infrastructure priorities for my community. For example, the McCallum Road overpass and the Clearbrook Road overpass, the Mill Lake Spray Park. I was able to deliver on some social priorities like the anti-youth and gang crime funding that keeps youth out of getting involved in gangs and violent crime. But the biggest ask I've made of this government, Mr. Speaker, and I ask you to take note of this, the biggest ask was that this government step up to the plate and help Abbotsford avoid future natural disasters. Now, you may recall, Mr. Speaker, back in 2021, Abbotsford suffered through the worst natural disaster in British Columbia's history. The damage was in the billions of dollars. International trade was brought to a halt because goods couldn't come to and from the Vancouver port because railways couldn't get their products to the port. Highway number 1 was completely severed, all because of a massive flood in the Abbotsford area on Sumas Prairie. Thousands of livestock were killed. They died, they drowned. So, Mr. Speaker, with billions of dollars of economic activity at stake, with lives at stake. One would think that this government would have stepped up and helped Abbotsford. In fact, what happened, Mr. Speaker, is this. When the flood happened, the Prime Minister, as he is wont to do, he shows up in Abbotsford. It's time for a photo op. He meets with all the business leaders and the political leaders in Abbotsford, and he says, I've got your back. In fact, let me quote to you, Mr. Speaker, exactly what he said. Quote, we'll be there for the cleanup and the rebuilding after the impacts of these extreme weather events, he said. It's really going to be important that Canadians continue to do what we, the government, do, which is being there for each other in this difficult situation, and we will continue to be, end quote. That's what our Prime Minister said to the residents of Abbotsford and some of the other flood-affected communities in British Columbia. He made a promise. We're going to deliver the help that you need to mitigate against future events like these. So more recently, Mr. Speaker, City of Abbotsford, City of Merritt, Princeton, all put in applications for the government to step up to the plate and do what it had promised to do. Do what the Prime Minister had promised that he was going to do. Namely, deliver the kind of funding required to be able to build diking and pumping infrastructure that would prevent these kinds of events from happening again. And what did this government do? They said no. And for anyone watching in Canada, especially the residents of Abbotsford, you must understand the City of Abbotsford made an application to the federal government for the funding to be able to replace and enhance the Barrowtown pump station, to provide for additional diking, strengthening existing dikes, so that this massive flood event would not happen again. And this Prime Minister said no. Now, in case any of my Liberal colleagues over there suggest that, well, you know, that promise was never made. More recently, one of the members of that government approached me and, in a moment of candidness, said to me, you know, Ed, we really failed Abbotsford. I am so sorry. We promised to deliver support, and we didn't. That is at the feet of this Liberal government. It's only one of a host of scandals that have surrounded this Prime Minister and his corrupt and unethical government. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's only the tip of the iceberg, because today we're talking about the Green Slush Fund scandal. And I did want to explain a little bit about what that entails, that scandal. There's this organization called Sustainable Development Technology Canada, which was created to support small and medium-sized businesses that had innovations in the green technology space, innovations that would help Canadians become more technologically advanced and environmentally sustainable. And you know what? There's merit in that. We all want to do our part for the environment. So what this Prime Minister does, he asks this organization, SDTC, to create a new fund. Let's call it a $1 billion fund to help these young entrepreneurs, small and medium-sized businesses, perhaps expand markets, maybe do further research, develop their products, market their products in a way that Canada could find a way of leveraging our strengths, our educational expertise to deliver value for Canadians, and at the same time respond to the emergent environmental challenges that our world faces. But instead of doing what's right, which is to evaluate each application under the Green Slush Fund on its merits, something quite different happened. The Prime Minister appointed a board to administer these applications, to evaluate and assess these applications. And these very directors of the board, who have a fiduciary duty not only to SDTC, but to the taxpayers of Canada, what did they do? Instead of evaluating these projects on their merits and declaring conflicts of interest where they arose, they enriched themselves by awarding these monies to themselves, to their own companies. So imagine, Mr. Speaker, you're a director on this board. Remember, this is a government organization, SDTC. It's supposed to administer taxpayer money. They're basically holding this money in trust for taxpayers to make sure that Canadians get value for that money. And instead of doing their job and discharging their fiduciary duty, they say, hey, I've got a company. I'd love to skim millions of dollars off the top here and give it to my own company. Then, of course, I benefit from it because that increases profits in my company. I get dividends. I become rich as a result. That's exactly what those directors did. They stole money from taxpayers and funneled it to their own companies. Now, by any account, by any standard, that is a scandal. It is corruption and graft of the highest order. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, when I spoke earlier to this particular scandal, I fully expect that people are going to go to jail as a result of this scandal. Will there be members of this House of Commons that go to jail as a result? Members of the Cabinet? We don't know. Will there be Liberal insiders that go to jail as a result of this? We don't know.
And point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
To the best of my knowledge, there's only been one MP that's gone to jail. That's the Conservative.
That's following the debate. Following the debate again. Just to remind the honourable member that time will expire at 2 o'clock. So the honourable member for the another point of order. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
I just want to point out the member for Abbotsford, who I don't often agree with, has lots of experience. So if he's concerned someone might go to jail, I think we should let him continue to speak.
I don't think that was a point of order either, but thank the honourable for the input. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, it's interesting to hear these interruptions because obviously my words have touched a nerve on that side, and it's very clear that the NDP Liberal coalition is really worried about where this scandal is taking them in this government. And so what was the Prime Minister's response here? Well, there was a request that came from this House of Commons that the government deliver to the House of Commons, to parliamentarians, all the documents having to do with this green slush fund scandal, a Liberal scandal. And the Speaker specifically directed the government to deliver those documents. And of course, what the Prime Minister didn't want to do is deliver any of those documents, so he did what his government has done so regularly. He engaged in something called redaction. It's just a fancy word for censoring documents. They would take all these documents and they would black them out. Pages and pages and pages of just black. So there's nothing, no information of value to glean from those documents, and then he delivered those documents. And the Speaker had expressly instructed those documents to be delivered in unredacted form. So you know what the Prime Minister did, Mr. Speaker? He thumbed his nose at the Speaker, at the Speaker's chair. Now, Mr. Speaker, you understand that you are the highest authority in Parliament. There is no appeal from your decision. So when you order the government to deliver documents, there is no appeal from that decision, and it must be complied with. And the Prime Minister thumbed his nose at parliamentarians, at the law. He thumbed his nose at Canadians. And that's why today we're in this House, why the business of this House has ground to a halt. It has nothing to do with obstruction. It has to do with our intent to get to the bottom of this rottenness that has infected this Liberal government. This Prime Minister has presided over the most corrupt government in Canadian history. In fact, one of my colleagues on the Conservative side recently cited statistics that show that 1/3 of all major scandals in Canada's complete history, from 1867 till now, 1/3 of those scandals have taken place under this Liberal government.
Wow.
Unbelievable that that should happen in today's day and age.
That's a lot of scandal.
And you know, yes, that is a lot of scandal. Thank you. And it's way too much scandal because it involves, at the end of the day, billions of dollars of taxpayers' money that has been recklessly spent, that has been defrauded from taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, we as a country, we can do so much better. We as a parliament can do so much better. When the Prime Minister was elected, you may recall that he issued mandate letters to each of his ministers where he demanded that they be transparent and accountable to Parliament itself. And now this very Prime Minister is violating the very mandates that he had purported to impose on his ministers. So it shouldn't surprise you, Mr. Speaker, that minister after minister after minister becomes embroiled in their own scandals, like the other Randy scandal that we've been dealing with in this House, where a minister of the Crown gets involved in a shady company, pretends that he's Indigenous when he isn't. Then he gets government contracts by pretending his company is Indigenous when it isn't. You know, it's been said, Mr. Speaker, that a fish rots from the head down. And that is an apt description of this government. When the head of your government, the Prime Minister himself, is not willing to comply with ethical standards imposed by the law and is convicted on 2 occasions of conflicts of interest, you can expect that all those on his team are going to follow suit. And here we are today. We've got this scandal, one of many, of dozens of scandals. We as a country can do better, and surely we as a parliament can do better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is time for statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you, Speaker. I am honored to represent Halifax West, a diverse and growing riding, and I am proud to deliver investments to support people's lives and improve our neighborhoods. And that includes the $1.7 million in Community Revitalization Fund I secured for local infrastructure projects. With that money, my constituents are benefiting from better audio and lighting at Bella Rose Arts Centre, improved basketball court in Fairview, newly renovated accessible Fairview Resource Centre, building upgrades at the Fairview Legion, accessible doors at the Lakeside Legion, improvements to the BLT trail, and extensive renovations at Salvation Army, AV equipment at the Cedar Event Center, an elevator and accessible washroom at St. Mary's Cathedral, Basilica Foundation, and the Upper Hammonds Plains with the Rec and Art Center. Speaker, I'm committed to continue delivering investments in my constituency. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honour Maureen Purvis, the heart and soul of No Stone Left Alone. No Stone Left Alone was officially launched in 2011 to help ensure an enduring national respect and gratitude for the sacrifice of Canadian men and women who lost their lives in the service of peace. Maureen's mother, Lillian, was also a veteran herself. When honoring her mom's headstone with a poppy, Maureen's daughter would ask why other headstones did not have a poppy. Thus was born Maureen's mission to see that one day all soldiers' headstones would have a poppy placed in their honor. This year, 11,000 students from across the country honored more than 80,000 veterans with a poppy. Maureen and her husband Randy's dedication reminds us of the power of remembrance and the importance of staying connected to our history. I'm proud to work with my predecessor, the Honorable Lori Hahn, and to support Maureen in her selfless work. Maureen, thank you for your commitment in preserving our past, ensuring those who've served Canada, and ensuring that no stone is left alone.
Just a reminder to honourable members just to try to keep the noise down so that these great SO31s can be presented to the floor. The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recent years, Pakistan's democracy has faced some serious challenges, including limited space for dissent, media suppression, judicial manipulation, and others. And as Milton is home to the largest Pakistani community in Canada, this issue affects many of my neighbors, friends, and constituents back home. Human Rights Watch has noted that the military's strong influence over politics undermines civilian authority and democratic principles. Laws are being used to silence opposition and activists and marginalized groups like women and religious minorities, and many of those are being systematically excluded. The government's crackdown on opposition parties has led to hundreds of detentions. Under pressure or duress, some political leaders have left their parties entirely. Journalists report being intimidated, harassed, and monitored for criticizing the government. Many politicians and journalists have been charged under Pakistan's vague sedition laws, and dozens have been tried in military courts, which is a violation of international law. True democracy in Pakistan and around the world requires more than just elections. It must protect basic human rights, promote inclusivity, respect journalistic independence, freedom of expression, and ensure that independent institutions are free from political control. Restoring democracy depends on fostering tolerance and accountability throughout the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I would like to mark the passing of Mr. Philippe Barrette, a great contributor to my region. Mr. Barrette devoted over 30 years of his life to politics, notably as president of the Témiscamingue School Board, as mayor of the town of Témiscamingue for 20 years, and as prefect of his regional county municipality. He had a strong regionalist spirit. I'd also like to say that he worked closely with my father on Abitibi-Témiscamingue's Regional Development Council. Mr. Barrette was involved in the forestry sector for a long time. He was behind the creation of the Témiscamingue Watershed Organization and was instrumental in the creation of Parc Haut-Pémican, one of Quebec's newest jewels. I find it particularly touching that Mr. Barrette was honored during his lifetime, especially when he received the Regional Prefect's Medal in 2023. I offer my deepest condolences to Thérèse, with whom he was married for 65 years. I offer my condolences to his children, Lise, Jean, Marc, to his grandchildren, and to his many friends and family. Thank you, Philippe. I'll be thinking of you when I pass that park that bears your name in the heart of your magnificent city that we love so much.
Le député de Vaudreuil.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 30th anniversary of La Source d'Entraide, a beacon of compassion and support in Saint-Lazare.
1993, when a small group of volunteers organized the town's first guignolet, or holiday food drive, it has since grown into a thrift store, food bank, and resource center, and serves a vital resource for those in need. At the heart of La Source d'Entraide's impact is an exceptional team, led by Andréane Lavigne and fueled by a remarkable team of over 150 volunteers. La Source d'Entraide embodies the very best of our community's values, and their contributions have touched countless lives over 3 decades. Parmi ces bénévoles extraordinaires,
one of these extraordinary volunteers is Monique Gravel. She has volunteered there 3 days a week, every week for the past 30 years. On behalf of our community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges and on behalf of all members of Parliament, I extend my warmest thanks to La Source d'Entraide and its inspiring team. I wish them continued success in their inspiring work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, more proof that this NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost nor the corruption. The Department of Immigration is in disarray. Canada's once respected immigration system is another casualty of this government's failures. The Liberals have issued a passport to a convicted human smuggler responsible for the deaths of 8 migrants, despite a court order forbidding it, and the previous confiscation of multiple fake Canadian passports. Just incompetence, the minister will say, but here's the reality of his complicity in Canada's broken immigration system. A foreign student, Zane Hack, violated the terms of his study permit, was arrested 10 times, convicted of mischief, and led a foreign-funded rebellion. Facing deportation after costing our legal system thousands of dollars, the minister intervened to keep him here. The government stands up for their friends, even when those friends are convicted criminals. Canadians have seen enough. It's time for an election to restore trust, integrity, and effective leadership in Canada.
L'honorable député d'Outremont.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quebec has just lost a great artist. He was a legendary poet, a counterculture icon, a radio host, a French teacher, and, of course, a member of the rock band Autre Chose. Lucien Francoeur left his mark on Quebec. He was a proud Outremonter for nearly 4 decades. He spent almost 40 years living in Outremont, Mr. Speaker. It was a real honor to bump into him just a few weeks ago with Caroline and Marie, his neighbor, at a terrace on Rue Bernard, a street that he loved very much. He used to go around on the streets in a leather vest, and I'll remember that forever. He was known for his unwavering rock and roll spirit, his charisma, and his authenticity. We will miss this freak from Montreal very much. His wife Claudine, his sister Carole, his brothers Donald and Louis, and his daughter Virginie, who is herself a poet and professor at the University of Montreal. They will all mourn him. An entire generation of Quebecers will also mourn him. Farewell, Lulu.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, although progress has been made to reduce impaired driving, it remains a scourge on Canadian society. Every year, hundreds of people are killed and thousands are injured in crashes involving alcohol, cannabis, and other drugs. These tragedies are entirely preventable. That's why Mothers Against Drunk Driving Canada's annual Project Red Ribbon campaign raises awareness about impaired driving, especially during the holiday season, a time when the risk is higher. This year, the campaign honors Jacob Simmons, a young man whose life was tragically cut short in my home province of Prince Edward Island by an impaired driver. Unfortunately, Prince Edward Island also has the highest rate of impaired driving in Canada, despite consistently imposing the most severe sentences in this country. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all Islanders and Canadians to support this campaign by making responsible choices and wearing a red ribbon to honor victims and survivors of impaired driving. Together, we can create a safer future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, only this Liberal Prime Minister, supported by the Bloc Québécois, could manage to further break what they have already broken by pretending to fix what they have broken. I'm talking about Canada's immigration system. It was one of the best in the world, but the Prime Minister screwed it up and then sacrificed it to satisfy his massive ego, which is the size of our planet. Remember the Prime Minister's tweet in 2017 telling the world that Canada's doors were open to all? Well, people heard him loud and clear. He increased the number of permits for temporary foreign workers by 154%. He's the head of a federal government that has issued 211% more permits for foreign students. He presented a population growth plan that increased population growth by 300%. He paved the way for Roxham Road, bringing Quebec to a breaking point at a time when a housing crisis, a cost of living crisis, and an access to healthcare crisis are hurting all Quebecers. In a video, the Prime Minister blamed bad actors for his bad decisions. He has only himself to blame for the disappointed families, the worried businesses, and the chaos at the Immigration Department. The only bad actor is this Prime Minister, who is supported by the Bloc Québécois.
Member from Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has made it clear. His vision for Canada mirrors the Mike Harris common sense revolution, a revolution that was anything but common sense. For Ontario families, Ontario remembers that under Harris, we saw crucial programs that built stronger, healthier communities slashed without thought, infrastructure neglected, and cost recklessly downloaded to municipalities. The result? Soaring property taxes, skyrocketing water bills, and communities left to clean up the mess. Now, the Leader of the Opposition wants to take the same failed approach nationwide, cutting programs like the Housing Accelerator Fund that Canadians rely on, weakening public services, and forcing municipalities and families to bear the financial burden, resulting in property tax and water bill increases. Mr. Speakers, Canadians deserve better. They deserve a government that invests in communities, strengthens public services, and supports affordability. not one that revives the reckless Conservative policies of the past that will increase property taxes and water bills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to encourage all members, please, during statements by members. These are important statements to keep your voices down so that the chair and all members can hear the statement. And I'm certain we all want to hear what the honourable member from King Vaughan is going to say.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in the Status of Women Committee, we heard testimony from Esther, a brave young woman from Nova Scotia. She came to Parliament to share her heart-wrenching story of the murder of her aunt by a repeat offender out on conditional release. She pleaded with committee and government to repeal Bill C-5 and C-75, which have become known as the catch and release and hug and thug policies of this Liberal NDP government. Although the leader of the NDP claims to have ripped up his contract with the Liberals, he supports these soft on crime policies that have led to a 75% increase in violence, crimes against women. Every day the Prime Minister remains in power, it is because of the leader of the NDP who voted to support the carbon tax 24 times rather than to support women.
The honourable member from Regina Leuven.
Saskatchewan is the breadbasket of Canada. We have the food, fertilizer, and fuel the world needs. But after 9 years of the Carbon Tax Loving Coalition, something has changed. Parents are skipping meals, and mothers are adding water to their children's milk. In fact, between 2019 and 2024, food bank usage in my province increased by 42.1%. The primary causes, the growing cost of housing and food inflation. By 2030, the NDP Liberals will quadruple their carbon tax, driving up costs on everything even more. Canadians know this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Now they see what that cost is. Across Canada, 30% of food bank users are children. In Saskatchewan, that number jumps to 39%. 39% are children. The SPENDP loved the carbon tax and voted to keep it 24 times. The result? Taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up. Canadians want and deserve a carbon tax election so they can kick these champagne socialists to the curb.
Yes. The honourable member from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow is National Housing Day. The City of Richmond Hill and my great riding of Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, received a...
Could I ask all members, please, to keep their voices down so that we can hear the statements from members? It's the honourable member from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow is National Housing Day. The City of Richmond Hill and my great riding of Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, received a $31 million investment through the Housing Accelerator Fund. I advocated for this as their MP because they had presented an ambitious housing plan backed by a solid record. Mayor David West calls this funding essential to remove barriers and empower builders to create the housing Richmond Hill needs. But now, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition says he would cut this vital program as part of his so-called housing plan, a plan that benefits those who could already afford to buy a home and the developers building new homes. It provides no support to municipalities to ensure that builders can and will build the homes that are needed. He has even barred his MPs from advocating for housing funds for their ridings. This is reprehensible. Our most important role as MPs is to represent our constituents and advocate them, but Conservative MPs are being muzzled and told not to do this. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow on National Housing Day, I exhort all Conservative MPs to stand up to your leader. Advocate for your ridings and help your municipalities get the support they need to provide the housing your constituents need. Thank you.
The honourable member from Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising today to recognize the incredible work of members of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers and to echo two of their calls to action. I met with IBEW Local 230 and they oppose the government's decision to end the apprenticeship incentive and completion grants. They are set to expire in March, while apprentices across the country are facing rising costs. Without this support, housing and infrastructure projects could face delays as these workers do vital work across Canada. IBEW is also urging the federal government to increase all student bursaries, which have remained stagnant for almost 25 years. Apprentices are the lowest paid blue-collar workers, yet their overall value and impact on the Canadian economy is monumental. To secure Canada's future and skilled labor force, we must remove barriers and invest in workers today.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to Francine Lalonde. The Belvedere in Pointe-aux-Trembles has been renamed and now bears her name. Francine Lalonde was the first female vice president of the CSN. She then served as Minister for the Status of Women under René Lévesque. She continued her career as Bloc Québécois MP for my riding, La Pointe-de-l'Île, from 1993 to 2011. As foreign affairs critic, she promoted Quebec and its independence at home and abroad. Among other things, she took up the cause of Nathalie Morin, who was kidnapped in Saudi Arabia by her husband. She also took up the cause of Omar Khadr. Her dedication to championing causes such as dying with dignity speaks to her great compassion. Thank you to the City of Montreal for allowing the Belvedere to be named after Francine Lalonde to become a symbol of the legacy she left for Quebec and for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you, Francine Lalonde. We will never forget you.
The Honourable Member from Tobique-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, I have an announcement. This NDP Liberal coalition are renewing their vows after a brief 2.5-month breakup. Their irreconcilable differences have been reconciled by their shared love of pensions and power. We all may love the warm, happily ever after hallmark homecoming feel that a reconciled relationship can bring. But while this renewal of vows may be restoring their fanciful hopes of returning power and retaining power, it is leaving Canadians feeling cold and rejected. While they're rekindling their old flame and catching up, Canadians are fed up and won't be fooled again. At this soon-to-be renewal of vows ceremony, when the proverbial question is asked, can anyone show any just cause why they may not lawfully be reunited in marriage, we will all join with Canadians and say yes, and demand an immediate carbon tax election where they will get to choose between a hypocritical, high-carbon, high-flying, honeymooning coalition government of the far left and a common-sense conservative government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and...
Order, please. Order, please. Order, please. The Honourable Member from Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government is committed to building more homes faster through the Housing Accelerator Fund. We've signed over 175 agreements to fast-track the construction of over 750,000 new homes across Canada. In my riding of Cambridge, we're receiving $13.3 million to implement 9 local initiatives, including the fast-tracking of municipal lands programs, which will spur over 3,600 new homes. These initiatives will also increase affordable housing by removing the barriers and streamlining the zoning process. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition's plan to cut is a disaster. He must stop muzzling Conservative MPs who are simply doing their job, Mr. Speaker, advocating for their communities. Mayors, housing experts, and even 18 of his own members of Parliament oppose this plan to cut. I urge him to support our Liberal plan. We need to continue to build homes faster, Mr. Speaker, across Canada for all Canadians.
Before we continue with question period, I'd just like to point out to members that the chair was generous with many members from all parties today who had gone over their 60 seconds. Just so that we could start on time, I'm going to ask all members to be mindful to try to get their declarations within 60 seconds so we can start right away. The honourable member from Kamloops, Caribou Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, violent criminals first, victims second. That is the Prime Minister's motto. Sexual psychopaths like Paul Bernardo and Terry Lynn McClintock get to play tennis and live comfortably in lower security while victims serve psychological life sentences. This happened because of Bill C-83, the Prime Minister saying that everybody in jail should be at the lowest security possible. This begs the question, why does the Prime Minister prefer criminals over victims?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our colleague knows very well that's not the case. He knows that all members of this House should properly be concerned about victims of crime. I think all members of this House should also be judicious to continually repeat the names of Canada's most heinous criminals in this House. We think on this side, Mr. Speaker, that's also disrespectful for victims. These heinous criminals remain in federal prisons where they belong, and our government will always stand up for victims, including not repeating the names of heinous criminals over and over again in this House.
And ask the honourable member from Lakelands, please, to not participate unless they're recognized by the chair. The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
I'll say a name, Tori Stafford. One of her relatives wrote to me about what that minister just said yesterday. He said something similarly insensitive, and if he were to read the note I got, I think he'd be on his feet withdrawing. Mr. Speaker, these NDP Liberals want to give a temporary tax trick while permanently raising the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. Here's the choice. The NDP Liberals want to remove the GST on a few things. Conservatives want to axe the carbon tax on everything permanently. Will this Prime Minister call a carbon tax election so we can axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Speaker, today is a tremendous day in the House of Commons. Why? Because we're giving a tax break to Canadians so they can buy essential things. Groceries, snacks, kids' clothing, kids' boots, diapers, all tax-free. That means starting on December 14th, buying beer or wine to enjoy with your friends or family, going to a restaurant, grabbing some takeout, all tax-free for the holidays. The best question that Conservative member can ask his leader is whether this time he'll be unmuzzled and unleashed to actually vote for an affordability measure in this chamber.
The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, this is nothing more than the arsonist pouring more inflationary fuel on the fire. Just this last May, the Prime Minister said this: you send out more cash. Quote, inflation goes up by exactly that amount. End quote. Here's our common sense solution: axe a tax for everyone. Forever. Cheaper gas, groceries, home heating, and everything that's shipped. Now that's a Christmas present everybody wants. So will the NDP Liberals call an election so we can axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I'm delighted to hear the member opposite talking about Christmas, because that's what we should be talking about, having a festive season. His leader, unfortunately, was talking about trickery. I thought he was still stuck in Halloween mode. But here we are talking about the festive season and what we're going to do to make it better for Canadians. We're going to ensure that the toys they buy their children are GST-free. We're going to ensure the Christmas tree they put up in their home to gather around is also tax-free. That's something that I would think every member of this chamber should get behind. But yet, to date, just to this point, we have no idea whether the Conservatives will actually support an affordability measure that helps Canadians for Christmas. Will they?
The
honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers are not naive. After 9 minister of this Prime Minister, prices are up, rents are up by 33%, as are mortgages. The Prime Minister knows full well that he this temporary GST break won't do anything in terms of affordability. Quebecers want permanent relief, and this is why they want a new Conservative government. When will he trigger an election to make life more affordable for all Canadians forever? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's a great day for Quebecers and Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Today, Canadians have understood that their Liberal government is here for them. The first thing that Canadians said to us, Mr. Speaker, is about affordability. And this is what we're presenting today. A GST break on everyday items that family use. And we will be here to help workers. But the real question for people watching us at home today, is the Conservative leader going to allow these members to help Canadians, yes or no? That's the real question in the minds of Canadians. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister, supported by the Bloc, kept in place by the NDP, is just tricking people. He's sending them more benefits, but inflation is going up for around the same amount. After this period, these rebates will disappear and everything will go back to normal. When will the PM trigger an election to cut taxes forever? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, we don't need an election for this. We already did this for Canadians. The answer is clear, Mr. Speaker. On that side of the House, you have the Conservatives that are obstructing systematically the House. And, Mr. Speaker, Canadians, we'll see if they have the guts to stand up for Canadians, because what we're proposing today is a measure for affordability, helping people in need at Christmas, to help workers in the spring. Mr. Speaker, will the Conservatives have the heart to help Canadians once and for all? Before the Honourable Member for La Prairie rises to speak, I'd just like to remind everyone, I think the member for New Westminster Burnaby shouldn't take the floor without being recognized by the chair. Thank you. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The last report from Quebec's French Language Commissioner was made public yesterday. French continues to regress, and not surprisingly, the Commissioner accuses Ottawa of contributing to its decline. Go to any federal department in Quebec, and you'll hear the language of work isn't French for the federal government. Ottawa gives bilingual jobs to unilingual Anglophones. Ottawa ignores its obligations to translate documents into French. And at the end of the day, Ottawa doesn't give a damn about French. Well, when Ottawa doesn't respect French, it's all of Quebec that isn't respected. Does he understand that? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. As the new Minister of Official Languages, I'm looking forward to working with the Quebec government. Protecting and promoting our both official languages is an absolute priority for our government. And that is why we implemented C-13, and we did make historical investment in an action plan, $1.3 billion over 5 years. Mr. Speaker, our priority is always on official languages, and I'd be looking forward to working with my counterparts. Thank you. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The French Language Commissioner recommends that the Quebec government question the Government of Canada about the effects of its activities on the status of French in the Gatineau region. This means that Quebec must intervene and tell Ottawa to stop anglicizing Gatineau and stop anglicizing Quebec. This government is hurting French, its future, it's hurting the Quebec nation, its identity, it's harming Quebec. When are they going to stop hitting us over the head, hitting our language, and start respecting Quebec's common language, French? The Honourable Minister of Veterans and Official Languages. Mr. Speaker, I'm offended to hear my honourable colleague say that there are minority settings in New Brunswick that is hampering the promotion of French in this country. I don't agree. I'm proud to be part of a government that has made historical investment in official languages, and I'll continue to work with the province of Quebec to make sure that the necessary investments will be made. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rosemount La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, for weeks now, the NDP has been putting pressure on the government to give people a break who are having a hard time paying their bills. We proposed a plan to remove the GST from essential products. The Liberals gave in to this pressure, but as usual, they only did things by halves. We won on groceries and children's clothing, but only for 2 months. The needs won't disappear in February. Do the Liberals understand that this assistance must be extended and made permanent for families who are struggling? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, the NDP is just waking up. It's Christmas time, and now they're waking up. But we have understood for quite some time that the main concern for Canadians is affordability. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, that today we're presenting a strong measure, a measure that will help families. Why? Because at Christmas time, that's when they really need a hand. They have needs for children, for groceries, and for restaurants. On the side of the House, the Liberals will always fight for affordability, will always stand up for families, and be here to say yes to Canadians in need.
The honourable member from Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians need relief. While CEOs are raking in billions in profits, families are getting gouged on things like their heating, cell phone bills, and at the grocery store. Now, the NDP has called on the Liberals to remove the GST on life essentials to give Canadians a break. Instead, this government responded with a partial version of what the NDP proposed. Liberals let people down, Conservatives want cuts. Why won't the Liberals give Canadians a real break by permanently removing the GST on life's essentials?
Yes. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board, Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, it's tax-free on essential goods for the holidays. That's great news for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Also supports for Canadian workers, 18 million Canadian workers getting cash back, Mr. Speaker. More good news for Canadians. On this side of the House, we're fighting for affordability measures. On the other side of the House, what do we got? Partisan games, Mr. Speaker. How can they claim to speak for Canadians when they can't even speak for themselves?
Order. The honourable member from Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Hide your wallets. This Liberal NDP Cossey coalition is back to break the bank. After doubling housing costs, doubling the national debt, and doubling food bank usage, they want to quadruple the carbon tax scam. The leader of the NDP is too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to Liberal interests to fight for the people. That's why he's willing to keep this corrupt Liberal government in power, because he has pension tension. Why not give Canadians real relief? Call a carbon tax election now, so common sense Conservatives can axe the tax for good.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government is giving a tax break to all Canadians. That means that there's not going to be GST, Mr. Speaker, on essential goods, on everyday goods, Mr. Speaker, like groceries, like toys for the holidays, like kids' clothing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians are looking forward to this tax break. We know that it is done responsibly. It'll be done for 2 months, Mr. Speaker. The question on everybody's mind is that Conservative member checked with his leader to see if he'll be able to vote for a tax break, or maybe the leader won't let him do that. No holds barred.
The honourable member from Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Instead of a temporary inflationary pause, why don't we give Canadians a real break? Call a carbon tax election now, so Canadians can send this costly coalition on a permanent holiday. Because the common sense Conservative government will axe the tax on gas, groceries, and home heating, and bring home lower prices and powerful paychecks. Let's do it. Let's call a carbon tax election, so common sense Conservatives can axe the tax on everything for everyone for good.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this week the media reported that the Conservative leader is preventing the members of Parliament from the Conservative Party of advocating for their citizens, of advocating for housing investments, Mr. Speaker. Well, this Liberal government is there for Canadians. We are instituting a tax holiday, Mr. Speaker, a tax break for Canadians when they need it most. The question on everybody's mind is, are Conservative members going to be allowed to represent their communities, allowed to represent vulnerable Canadians, and vote in favor of a tax break, or are they going to need to follow their Conservative leader?
And ask members again to not take the floor when they're not recognized. And I've asked a member from South Shore St. Margaret's on several occasions this week, and I'm also asked a member from Calgary Signal Hill, please, not to take the floor. We all want to hear the question that is coming from the honourable member from Northumberland, Peter. Excuse me, I'm going to ask ministers, please, to keep colleagues. The honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Well, Canadians don't have to wonder anymore. The Cost of Living Crisis Coalition, well, they never really left us. Just a few months ago, though, it was the NDP leader who said these Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people. I couldn't agree more, Mr. Speaker. But today, he flip-flopped. He announced his full confidence in this Liberal Prime Minister. If this coalition is so sure of themselves, their poverty-inducing agenda, why not go ahead, go to Canadians, and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Let me get this straight. The Conservative members of Parliament talk about reducing poverty and talk about helping Canadians through affordability challenges, but when we have a real thing on the table that's going to cut the GST on essential goods, they have to listen to their leader and oppose cutting taxes for Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, this is just par for the course for the Conservatives. We know that the supposed guy that fights for freedom of speech doesn't want his MPs to speak freely. The real question is will he allow them to freely vote for Canadians and this tax cut? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, how can Canadians be reasonably expected to see that a costly coalition that got us into this economic quagmire could possibly see the way out? This Prime Minister has increased food costs by 35%. He's increased the cost of gasoline by over 50%. He's increased the cost of mortgage and housing by over 70%. Simple question, when will this Prime Minister allow for real chance, real opportunity, real hope by calling a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
A GST being removed on essential goods for the next couple of months, and the Conservatives want to vote against that. As we go into the holidays and families are thinking about buying toys and getting Christmas trees, and we are offering a GST removal on those very things, the Conservatives say, no, don't stand up for Canadians, don't help them through these tough times. Mr. Speaker, that's just par for the course and a pattern of behavior. And when you look in the dictionary, it actually starts with an H and ends with an hypocrisy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Levis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, while the Liberals removed the GST on beer and wine for the holiday season, hoping to make people forget how bad they are, Canada's food banks don't have time to celebrate. This Liberal government's priorities are purely electoral. Mr. Speaker, does the Liberal government understand that Canadians want permanent tax cuts and not just for the holiday season?
Then I have
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are granting a tax break on groceries, on children's toys, Mr. Speaker, on children's clothing. This means that as of December 14th, a restaurant or a wine or a a bottle amongst friends will be free of GST. This Conservative member, which is rising today, did he check with his Conservative leader? Is he allowed to vote in favour of this measure, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, child poverty has increased in 97% of ridings across the country. It's now 1 in 5 children living in poverty under this Liberal government. Instead of inviting us to have a glass of beer, here's a common sense solution to help families. Abolish the carbon tax for everyone, forever. This means cheaper gas, cheaper groceries, and cheaper heating during our Liberal winters. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister call an election now? The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
For Mr. Speaker is a tax break through the winter, through the holidays for Canadians across the country. I had the chance this morning to talk with a dad in my riding, Chris, who told me how much this is going to save him on diapers, Mr. Speaker. The basics that families need day in and day out. We're moving forward with a tax holiday to support them in these expensive times. I think the question that members should be asking is, will their leader allow them to support this for Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Avignon-La Matisse-Matane-Matapédia. At a time when the federal government is being asked to increase its border staffing levels in preparation for a new wave of migration, it comes as a shock to learn that Ottawa is reducing its service hours at boarding crossings. On Tuesday, the Border Service Officers Union also expressed concern, saying at a time when all eyes are on the border, the agency is showing a blatant lack of vision in proceeding with this service reduction. To claim that the border is safer if crossings are closed more often is simply nonsense. Mr. Speaker, what does this minister have to say to concerned Border Services officers? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, for several months now, even more than a year, we have been working with U.S. authorities to find the best way to harmonize hours at some border crossings, some of the secondary ones. This will do two things, Mr. Speaker. This will, in the case of someone who comes to the Canadian border and who does not have the right to access Canada, they have the right to go back to a U.S. border open, which will be open, and this will allow the government to reassign agents to other crossings. The Honourable Member for Avignon-La Matisse-Matane-Matapédia. It sends a very bad message to cut hours at border crossings, except for the smugglers. It suggests that the border could be even less watertight than it is today. The message Ottawa should be sending is to deploy resources in support of agents and the RCMP. Tracking smugglers at the longest land border is a game of cat and mouse, and when the cat's away, the mice will play. When Quebec sends the Quebec police to take over border management from the federal government, is it really time to cut back on border services? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, it's the time to support our RCMP and services and border services to work with. We've always done with authorities, with police in Quebec. It's a joint effort between Canada's law enforcement and our U.S. partners, and that's exactly what our government has done since the beginning. We are going to reverse the Conservative cuts with respect to the RCMP and border services, and we're going to continue to invest more to ensure that they have the necessary resources to do their important work. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Citizens living on the border in Salaberry-sur-Loire and in Châteauguay-Lacolle all know that smugglers are already one step ahead of the federal government. Since Trump's return, people are even more worried. The cuts in hours at CBSA does nothing to reassure citizens, and at the time when the RCMP must double its efforts and the federal government is being asked to support it, does this government realize how contradictory and worrisome it is to see border crossings reducing their services. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, what is not contradictory is to work with our American counterparts, like we've always done, to support the RCMP and the people who work at CBSA so they can do that work that Canadians expect of them. And this is exactly what we are doing. I'd like to reassure my colleague, if some border crossings do have reduced hours, it's obviously in cooperation with our American counterparts. Some will remain in Quebec regions to support emergency situations at other border crossings.
The NDP leader said the Liberals were too weak, too selfish, too beholden to corporate interest to fight for Canadians. But it only took him 2 months to renege on his word, reaffirm his commitment to the Prime Minister and his costly coalition, and keep Canadians in carbon tax hell. Today he reaffirmed that he is committed and showed his confidence in this Prime Minister in quadrupling the carbon tax on farmers, on food, and fuel. How about a common sense solution? Axe the carbon tax on everything, for everyone, forever. Will the Prime Minister Canadians and call it carbon tax election?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, we are delivering real relief for Canadians, and it is the Conservatives who are trying to now make life more expensive when they have an opportunity to help Canadians with the high cost of living. But this is unsurprising, Mr. Speaker, because it's from the same party whose leader was delivering donuts to people out here who were protesting, and yet this morning had protesters removed by police from his home, Mr. Speaker. The guy who cares about freedom of speech certainly doesn't like it when people oppose his views. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, it's not good when protesters go to anyone's house, not just the Leader of the Opposition.
I'm going to ask the Honourable Member from Foothills to start again. The Honourable Member.
At a time when 2 million Canadians are forced to a food bank in a single month, when food inflation in Canada is 36% higher than it is in the United States, and a quarter of Canadians are going, 25% of children are going to school hungry, the House Leader of the Liberal government is making this a partisan thing about protesters at the Leader's house, when they should be disgusted that protesters are going to any house of any member of Parliament. I would hope she'll stand up and apologize for those comments.
Colleagues, the Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, I'm actually really glad to hear that from my honourable colleague, because no protester should be in front of anyone's house, except when the convoy was here, they cheered them on in front of so many residents in Ottawa.
Exactly,
and
in my residence.
They cheered on
My residence.
who prevented them from going to the hospital, who prevented them from going to the grocery store, who prevented them from ambulances arriving at their homes. Mr. Speaker, there is a double standard on that side of the House, and we cannot stand for that.
See you later.
Full member from Cumberland Colchester.
Speaker, despite the foolishness that's been going on, there's a crisis that exists in Canada.
That's not nice.
Member from St. Albert, Edmonton, please control himself in this place or take himself outside of this room. I'm going to invite the Honourable Member from Cumberland. Calm. Everyone, relax. The Honourable Member from Cumberland Colchester will start again.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Despite the messy split in September, it looks like Canada's NDP Liberal woke power couple has gotten back together again. And they're coming for Canadian hard-earned money. Canadians are not fooled by their temporary tax trickery. 53% more Nova Scotians are using food banks than 5 years ago. Almost 40,000 Nova Scotians are visiting food banks every month, and 12,000 of them are children. Here's a better and common sense solution. Axe the carbon tax on everything for everyone forever. Cheaper gas, groceries, and home heating, and everything that's shipped. Will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if that member and any of the members of the Conservative Party of Canada actually cared about affordability for Canadians, they would support this measure to remove the GST on essential items that we are putting forward that is going to help Canadians over the coming months get through these challenging times. But, Mr. Speaker, this is a pattern of behavior. They say one thing, they do another, whether that is with regards to supporting Canadians through affordability challenges, muzzling their members of Parliament who try to speak up on behalf of their constituents, or taking away, removing protesters by police that don't agree with them. Mr. Speaker, they are completely disrespectful to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, this morning the International Criminal Court issued arrest warrants for Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu, the former Minister Gallant, and Hamas leader Deif for crimes against humanity and war crimes. Palestinian and Israeli civilians have faced horrific violence at the hands of the Netanyahu government and Hamas. Unlike many other ICC countries, This Prime Minister has not been clear, and Canadians deserve an answer. Will the government enforce these arrest warrants and ensure that the victims of these war crimes see the justice that they deserve?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We respect the independence of the International Criminal Court. We will abide by all the regulations and rulings of the International Criminal Court. That is just who we are as Canadians. But let me be clear. All parties must abide by international law. We also know that an immediate ceasefire is urgently needed. Hostages must be released. Hamas must lay down its arms. More aid must get into Gaza, and the violence must stop. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, we may have another price-fixing scandal in Canada. This time it's not bread but potatoes. Allegedly, two of Canada's big food companies have been colluding together to jack up the price of frozen potato products. Costs of these products have shot up by 40% over the last 2 years. CEOs jacked up the prices and gouged Canadians. Liberals are letting families down while Conservatives cater to these CEOs who fund their election campaigns. Will the Liberals investigate this potential price-fixing French fry gate by greedy CEOs?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we'll take no lessons from the NDP on that, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it was a Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, that reformed the Competition Act in this country. Now, Mr. Speaker, thanks to our government, consumers at home know that we're going to have their back, Mr. Speaker. We have given new powers to the Competition Commissioner to investigate. We expect him to use all his power and to make sure that we restore competition in this country at every single time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that the last couple of years have been particularly challenging, and although inflation is continuing to come down, households haven't particularly started to feel that. That is why we introduced very important measures today to provide relief to Canadians. It is yet to be seen whether or not the Conservative leader will allow his MPs to vote in favour of what is so important for their constituents. We do know that he prevented them from talking about housing money and also from continually muzzling them from representing their communities. I'm wondering if the President of the Treasury Board can help inform Conservatives why it's so important to vote in favour of this legislation.
Hear, hear. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, diapers, groceries, prepared meals, essential goods, what do these things have in common? They're all tax-free for the holidays, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's great news for Canadians, as well as cash back coming for Canadian workers, 18 million Canadian workers. On the other side of the House, what do we got? Filibustering, obstructing, playing partisan games. It is time for the Conservatives to get serious about supporting Canadians. On this side of the House, every day is a great day to fight for Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
The Liberals are trying to hide from Canadians that the company owned by the disgraced Liberal from Edmonton Centre is still eligible to get government contracts. Now, the Prime Minister may believe that his former and failed employment minister is the victim, but the real victims, of course, are Indigenous people and the people defrauded by his company. So to this point, the Prime Minister has failed to ban Global Health Imports from bidding on contracts with the Government of Canada. Will he stand up and ban them today?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have been very clear in this House that that company was not on the list, and Indigenous procurement is for Indigenous people. But, Mr. Speaker, this is an attempt by the Conservative members of Parliament to distract from what is really good news for Canadians today. And the fact that we are going to give a break on GST for essential goods over the coming months, and we are going to support 18.6 million Canadians with a Canada Working benefit. Mr. Speaker, the question remains, will the Leader of the Opposition allow Conservative MPs to vote for it?
Exactement.
The Honourable Member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
So let's get this straight. The disgraced former minister, the member for Edmonton Centre, a Liberal, started a pandemic profiteering business, and that business lied about being Indigenous to get government contracts. They're under investigation by the Edmonton Police Service for fraud, and this Liberal government is still allowing them to bid on government contracts. Now, they're saying they're not on the list for approved Indigenous-owned businesses. But what about for any other type of contract? Why is this Prime Minister determined to protect Liberal insiders, and why won't he ban his disgraced former minister from having these contracts?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said, that company is not on the list for Indigenous procurement. But yet again, Mr. Speaker, what we see from the Conservatives opposite is they don't want to talk about the important affordability measures that we have presented today. They don't want to talk about the fact that they are going to vote against and oppose a GST break for millions of Canadians when it comes to essential goods. They don't want to talk about the fact that they are going to oppose a $250 benefit for working Canadians, Mr. Speaker. They're just not there for Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, this government says that they support women's equality and reconciliation, but their actions show anything but. This Prime Minister was very quick to fire the first female Indigenous Minister of Justice because she wasn't willing to lie for him. Yet it took him weeks to fire a Minister of Employment, a white male, who faked his Indigenous identity. So why was it so easy to fire one but not the other?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, what's so encouraging, and I would say it's not often that I find something encouraging from the Conservative Party, but what is encouraging to hear is their staunch support for Indigenous procurement. And I agree with the Conservative Party. We have to work hard to make sure that Indigenous businesses are the ones that actually profit from Indigenous priorities. And so I want to thank the Conservative Party for keeping their eye on making sure that this country ensures Indigenous economic success. We'll do that together.
The Honourable the Honourable Member from Calgary. To err is human. The Honourable Minister from The Honourable Member from Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, this is not real reconciliation. It took weeks for this Prime Minister to fire the Minister of Employment, to allow him to resign. Real reconciliation, according to the former Minister of Justice, would have been to fire that Minister of Employment immediately. She says she's left to watch white people play Ancestry Wheel of Fortune. She says it's shameful and it's destructive. So why did it take the Prime Minister so long to fire the Minister of Employment when it was so easy to fire a real female Indigenous minister?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous...
Great, Mr. Speaker. I see so many questions on Indigenous priorities in this House, and I want to thank the member opposite and hope that she will work with her party to ensure the safe passage of Bill C-61, a Clean Drinking Water Act for First Nations that's been co-developed with First Nations in this country. Mr. Speaker, there are many opportunities that the party opposite can support Indigenous priorities, and that's certainly one of them.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Back to the fraud at CRA. Yesterday in committee, the minister went on the attack, but get this, not against fraudsters, against whistleblowers. It's crazy. She joined in CRA's witch hunt against its own employees. But without them, we would never have known taxpayers were robbed of over $100 million this year. Without them, we would have never known that CRA had hidden 30,000 cases of personal information theft from the Privacy Commissioner. Without them, we never would have known because CRA was covering it all up. Why is the minister an accomplice in the attack on whistleblowers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker.
Must be denounced, and I have to say that our minister and our government has supported
Bill C-290 from that party's private members bill, there are situations where we are not able to talk about issues, specifically with respect to Section 241 in the Income Tax Act. But there are obligations and there are ways in which we are able to have whistleblowers report what they need to within the CRA, and we are constantly working on these issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. If we need whistleblowers, it's because this government never does anything until their problems make the headlines. It's thanks to whistleblowers that we know about the fraud at CRA, which the agency's been hiding at every opportunity. It's thanks to whistleblowers we know about the extent of foreign interference. It's thanks to whistleblowers there was a crackdown on sexual misconduct in the military that a Liberal minister swept under the rug. The problem isn't whistleblowers, it's Liberals hiding information. It's in their DNA. Will the minister stop attacking whistleblowers and start going after the fraudsters? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think that the challenge here is whistleblowers. As I said earlier, there are ways within the CRA that people are able to report whatever misconduct that they see within the CRA. But I think the question really is, how do we protect whistleblowers? We have obviously supported Bill C-290 from the Bloc Québécois. I wonder if we can support the Conservative Party and their whistleblowing situation that's going on right now.
The Honourable Member from Battle River, Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the disgraced Liberal MP from Edmonton Centre resigned from Cabinet, but as of today, his shady company GHI is still eligible to bid on government contracts, despite the member admitting that he lied about his heritage to get dollars earmarked for Indigenous businesses in the past. That's on top of being embroiled in conflicts of interest and even allegations of being connected with international drug busts. The government House Leader still has not made clear whether or not that company has been banned from bidding on contracts with the government. Can she give a straight answer here today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is clear is that the company in question was not listed as an Indigenous company. What is clear is that the company never received a contract as an Indigenous company. And Mr. Speaker, we have taken many steps going forward to provide for modernization of procurement and transparency and openness, and we're working towards supporting Canadians and supporting the Indigenous community who require our support, and we'll be there for them all the way through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, what do 5 Range Rovers, 2 Porsche Cayennes, a post office box co-owned by a suspected drug trafficker, a warehouse full of medical supplies destroyed by arson, millions of dollars in fraud, and a company falsely claiming to be Indigenous all have in common? The Liberal member for Edmonton Centre. Now, the Prime Minister continues to stand by his MP. He sees nothing wrong with these scandals. It begs the question, if all this corruption and scandal isn't enough to fire a minister, how corrupt do you need to be to get fired by this Prime Minister?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, that question has been answered. One question that I have is how far the Conservatives are going to go. Conservative leader wants to take away $10 a day childcare from Canadian mothers. He wants to take away dental care subsidies from our seniors. He wants to take away 750,000 new construction bills from Canadians who want to buy their first home, Mr. Speaker. Now the newest policy of the Conservative leader is to take away the tax break that the Liberal government announced today for all Canadians. When is it going to end, Mr. Speaker? Under this Conservative leader, he's going to make life more expensive.
The Honourable Member from Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, now that the Prime Minister's minister in charge of Jasper's recovery has resigned under a cloud of suspicion, who's going to oversee the rebuilding of this beautiful community? Will it be the radical Environment Minister, who ignored warnings for years from forestry experts that the dead forest around Jasper was a powder keg waiting to blow? Will the Prime Minister assure Canadians that he won't put the radical minister who failed the community by allowing it to burn in the first place in charge of Jasper and towns like it again?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
This member should be ashamed of the previous government's record in the protection of Jasper, Mr. Speaker. Do you know how much they invested in 2011 for fire protection in Jasper? Zero. Do you know how much they invested in 2012? Zero. Do you know how much they invested in 2013? Zero. 2014? Zero. 2015? Zero. We've invested more than $60 million in fire prevention in Jasper. They did absolutely nothing.
Order! Order!
Which roof were you on?
Order!
We're climbing on the Premier's roof in 2011. No, 2006.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Well, Mr. Speaker, while the Leader of the Opposition silences and strong-arms his caucus into being his mouthpiece in their communities, our government is listening to Canadians. What are our neighbours telling me, Mr. Speaker? That while inflation is easing, life can still be challenging. They've also told me that our government has been there to support them through difficult times, but they're worried about the added costs of the upcoming holiday season. So, Mr. Speaker, could the Minister of Justice, the Attorney General, please tell us what our government is doing to put more money in the pockets of Canadians?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I want to thank my colleague for that important question. We are starting off the new year on the right foot. Today we announced we are giving all Canadians a tax break by exempting the GST and HST on things Canadians care about so they can buy essentials like groceries, snacks, and kids' clothing tax-free. We're also introducing the Working Canadians Rebate, which will put $250 directly back into the pockets of working Canadians, 18 million plus working Canadians. The question for this chamber is, will the members opposite have the courage to stand up to their leader, to free themselves from this gag order that he's imposed upon them and come out in favor of the tax break?
I'm going to ask the Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby for the second time today to please not take the floor when not recognized by the chair. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Journal de Montréal newspaper reported this morning that a woman on Montreal's North Shore had her car stolen twice, and to add insult to injury, her insurance premiums went up over $7,000 a year. What's more, she was required to install the tag tracking system or she would have been denied coverage. Once again, it's the victims who end up paying for the Prime Minister's incompetence. His inaction on public safety speaks louder than his long, boring speeches on the subject. When will he wake up? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, we are concerned, like all members here, when we hear stories like that. And that's precisely why we've been working with the police, whether it's the Montreal Police, the Quebec Provincial Police, or other police forces in Quebec or other provinces. We've transferred hundreds of millions of dollars to support this important work. We increased funding for the RCMP, for staff, and we will continue to fight circumstances that are wholly unacceptable, like the ones my colleague just described. The Honourable Member. Well, to add to that, we learned this morning, for the second time in 24 hours, car thieves deliberately drove into the police who were trying to stop them in Montreal's Côte-des-Neiges area. One of the three criminals, Abdurrahman Tabyab Ali, was already awaiting trial on three separate cases for vehicle theft, accessory after the fact, forcible confinement, armed assault, robbery, breaking and entering, and death threats. How many women have to be assaulted or how many police officers killed before the Prime Minister cracks down on these criminals? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General. I'd like to thank the member for the question, not just for the opportunity to point out the facts, but also to say that what we've seen in Quebec with CBSA is a decrease of car thefts in Quebec by 48%. What the member opposite raises is important because it has to do with the administration of justice provincially by Quebec's courts? Do we have enough police officers? Do we have enough justices of the peace in the right place? Do we have room in jails? Those are important questions that should be asked of Mr. Legault.
The honourable member from Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 9 years, these NDP Liberals are not worth the cost, crime, and corruption. Last week, I attended a town hall on crime in Somerford, Notre Dame Bay, where the RCMP were also present. Residents told them that it's gotten so bad that they're sleeping with guns next to their beds. The RCMP basically said that their hands are tied by this Liberal, soft-on-crime justice system. So will the Prime Minister call an election and let the people have their say on whether his crime record is good or bad?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, the concerns about community safety are concerns that touch all of us in every community. What I would say with respect to the combat against gun violence in our communities right around this country is look at the Liberal record. What we've done is we've put a ban on assault rifles. What we've done is we put a freeze on handguns. Most importantly, we are investing on our borders to interdict the traffic of arms between different countries, particularly on our southern border. That's important for keeping Canadians safe, and that was in place of investments that have been cut by the previous government. That's the Liberal record. I would hope that the Conservatives will get behind basic community safety.
The honourable member for Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, this week we announced a major new investment to accelerate housing construction in Quebec. The Conservative leader has had a rough few weeks because of the scandal he caused with his plan to rip up this deal with Quebec. Can the Minister of Economic Development tell us more about how our government is helping to build more housing for Quebecers? Thank you very much. The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Economic Development for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. You know, the devil's in the detail. The Conservative leader's proposal hides some dangerous housing details, eliminating social and affordable housing in Quebec, muzzling members who advocate for their communities, cutting the $92 million in new funding to accelerate housing construction in Quebec. So the Conservative leader would silence his own members who are just going to bat for their own communities. So my question today is, will they vote in favor of a tax holiday? They could defend the interests of Canadians and Quebecers with support for that.
Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Rents in Edmonton are rising faster than almost anywhere else in the country. A one-bedroom apartment costs 16% more than last year. Working people can't keep up. These sky-high rents are being caused by greedy corporate landlords who own almost half of all purpose-built rentals. But the Liberals refuse to stand up to them, and they've let Canadians down while the Conservatives work to get these CEOs even more. Why are the Liberals standing by while corporate landlords buy up affordable homes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure and Communities.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, it is incumbent on all levels of government to do whatever they can to help all Canadians, including renters. On our side, what have we done? Lifted the GST costs on the construction of purpose-built rentals. Put forward for the first time in Canadian history a Renters' Bill of Rights to support renters, Mr. Speaker. We also see the need, and unfortunately we don't hear this from the NDP, for more supply. That's why we have cooperated with builders across the country. There's more to do, and we will do that work, Mr. Speaker. I know that the Conservatives will cut every single one of these initiatives. That much is clear, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On November 15th, the peace train pulled out of Vancouver Station, and a cross-country trip raising awareness for peace, disarmament, and peacekeeping has now arrived in Ottawa, and they've asked parliamentarians to press this government. Will we reestablish a Centre for Excellence for Peace and Justice that the Pearson Peace Centre used to be? Will we increase our involvement as a country in peacekeeping, in pressing for nuclear disarmament, and for God's sakes, will we give peace a chance?
The Honourable Minister for National Defence.
I want to thank the member from San Escalde Highlands for a strong advocacy and for this question. Canada has long been a proud and significant contributor to United Nations peace operations. Most recently, we pledged $85 million over 3 years in continued support of global peacekeeping and peace building. We've also extended and expanded the ELSI initiative to increase the participation of uniformed women in peacekeeping operations. We've renewed our commitment to provide tactical airlift support to UN peace operations, and we're exploring opportunities for Canadian contribution of a quick reaction force. Mr. Speaker, it has been a great source of pride for all Canadians that the Canadian Armed Forces have always answered the call for peacekeeping operations.
And so comes to an end question period. I see a number of people, I'm assuming, rising on their feet for points of order. The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Vito Lakes.
Oh, maybe it was. Mr. Speaker, in the past, the chair has found that words that are used in this place that can be seen to incite violence have been deemed to be unparliamentary. Now, I want to provide context to you, Chair, and there was a protest that took place at the home of the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. And when that occurred, I said, protest government buildings and MP offices, absolutely, but the intended target of this demonstration is a family home. This time they stayed outside, but we shouldn't wait until masked thugs are emboldened. This scene is not acceptable. Mr. Speaker, it is never acceptable for people to attend the family homes, the residences of members of Parliament, where their spouses, partners, and children live. And today, during question period, the government House Leader used language that could be seen to incite this type of activity, specifically targeting the Leader of the Opposition. Speaker, I would ask that you counsel the government House Leader to withdraw her comments, to apologize, and to condemn the protest that occurred at the home of the Leader of the Opposition, where his wife and children are. Thank you.
I see that the order. I see that the Honourable Minister, Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons is rising on her feet on the same point of order. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I actually welcome those comments from the member opposite because, as I said in the second response, I agree with the Conservatives that members of Parliament's homes should not be protested. And I said all Canadians' homes should not be protested. And so I'm glad that we have found agreement in this place because I think we can all agree that no one should have.
I hate to interrupt the Honourable Member, but I'm going to ask the Honourable Members from Mackenzie Peace River, please, not to take the floor. A member raised a point of order. Another member was responding. It is important that we hear what the Honourable Member says. I don't know if the Government House Leader has anything to finish before I stood up. I cannot see her. Does the Honourable Minister have anything else to add before I cut her off? Thank you. I thank members on this point, and I will review this matter. The honourable member from Oakville, North Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, during question period, the member for St. Albert Edmonton called you a political hack. The disrespect that the
run away! He's running away! He's running away! He's running away! Wow! He's running away, coward!
Order! Order! As I just asked members to do before, to listen carefully to points of order and to the responses. The Honourable Member from Oakville, North Burlington.
I obviously hit a nerve, Mr. Speaker. The disrespect that this shows, the disrespect that the party opposite has shown to Parliament and to the office of the Speaker is unparliamentary, it's disturbing, and it gets worse by the day. And I would ask you, Mr. Speaker, if you could ask him to apologize and withdraw the unparliamentary comment that he made in the House.
I thank the honourable member for raising this point, and as with the other point, I will take this under advisement. It being 3:25, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on the sub-amendment of Ms. Damoff on the motion, Ms. Damoff, on the motion to concur in the third report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Call on the members. The question is as follows. Ms. Dancho, seconded by Mr. Tolmie, moved that the third report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, presented on Monday, April 25, 2022, be concurred in. Mr. Lloyd, seconded by Mr. Tolmie, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that, and substituting the following. May I dispense? Thank honourable members. The 10-minute period for members voting electronic. Oh, excusez-moi, il y a notre sous.
There is a sub-amendment to the amendment before we vote.
Seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved the following sub-amendment. May I dispense? I thank honourable members. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Ng.
Ms. Ng.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Sidhu Rampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Rampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mrs. Vandenbelt.
Mrs. Vandenbelt.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Ms. Lantzman.
Ms. Lantzman.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk. Mrs. Gray. Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. Gazan.
Miss Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Dance.
Miss Dance.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait until the end of the 10-minute voting period.
To inform the House that the period for electronic voting is ended. If members, si les députés n'ont pas pu voter,
If members were unable to vote because of technical reasons, I would ask them to use the raised hand function.
le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 152, 152. Nays contre 176, 176.
I declare the sub-amendment rejected.
The next question is on the amendment. The question is as follows. Ms. Dancho, seconded by Mr. Tomey, moved. May I dispense? I thank honourable members. Oh, I recognize the Chief Government Whip.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you'll find agreement amongst the parties to apply the results from the previous vote to this one, with Liberal members voting against. Nay.
The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives agree to apply the vote and will be voting yea.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote for yea.
The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP also agree to apply the vote, and we will be voting nay. No.
Monsieur Reyes, l'honorable député de Richmond-Arthabasca.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, I agree and I will vote nay.
Et the honourable member from Kitchener Centre. If I can invite the honourable member from Kitchener Centre to please turn on his microphone.
Les Verts sont d'accord et votera contre.
We agree and vote nay.
Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 149, 149. Nays contre 177, 177.
Je déclare l'amendement.
I declare the amendment rejected.
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Ms. Dent, may I dispense? I thank all honourable members, and I see that the Chief Government Whip is rising on her feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that if you seek it, you will find agreement amongst the parties to apply the results of the previous votes to this vote, with Liberal members voting in favour.
I see that the honourable member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou is rising on his feet.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives agree to apply the vote and will be voting against.
Et je peux constater que l'honorable député de Beauport.
I see the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou rising on her feet. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the results of the vote and will vote yea, while adding the vote for the vote of the member for Belleuil-Chambly, please. Thank you.
The member from Edmonton Strathcona has risen to her feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP also agreed to apply the vote, and we will be voting yes.
Je vois l'honorable député de Richmond-Arthabasca lever sa main.
The member for Richmond-Arthabasca has raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the vote, and I will vote in favour. And I also see the member for Kitchener Centre raising his hand.
Greens agree to apply the vote and will be voting yes.
Le bureau va.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 210, 210. Nays contre 117, 117.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion adopted.
Je désire informer la Chambre que le volume des
I wish to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reinitialized.
that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Je désire aussi informer la Chambre qu'en raison
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, the period for government orders will be extended by 17 minutes.
and it is now time for one of one of the favorite times of my week. It's the Thursday question. The honourable member from Regina Capel is on his feet.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it being Thursday, I thought it would be a good opportunity to ask the Government House Leader what the business might be for the rest of this week and next week as well. We've now been debating a privilege motion that the government has chosen to paralyze Parliament with over the refusal to comply with a lawfully passed production order, wherein the House of Commons demanded that all documents related to the $400 million Green Slush Fund be handed over to the RCMP so they can conduct a criminal investigation. This government has refused to comply, and as a result of their decision, Parliament has been seized with this question of privilege over that refusal. So my question to the Government House Leader, I understand that she made a big show of some documents being handed over to the law clerk. The law clerk then informed you, the Speaker, and other House officers that some documents were still being withheld and many of the documents that were handed over were still redacted. So I wonder if the Government House Leader will tell us if she is finally ready to comply with the House order, allow this gridlock to be solved, and whether or not there will be any other legislation coming next week, or if they will continue to keep Parliament paralyzed with this privilege motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question. As he well knows, it is him and his party that is keeping Parliament paralyzed because they are obstructing their own motion of obstruction. Mr. Speaker, you very clearly ruled that this matter should be sent to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for further study. We agree with that. We're just waiting for the Conservative Party of Canada members of Parliament to do the same. But in the interim, they continue to filibuster their own filibuster, and we have seen that because they continue to sub-amend their amendments on this matter. But when they are ready to get back to work, we are here to work for Canadians, and we look forward to that. Monsieur le Président, comme j'ai mentionné...
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned last week, we are impatiently waiting for the Conservatives to put an end to their political games so that the House can move to the study of Bills C-71 on citizenship, C-66 on military justice, C-63 about online harms, the Ways and Means motion about capital gains, as well as the Ways and Means motion on charitable organizations.
I also want to inform the House of our government's announcement regarding upcoming legislation to put more money in the pockets of Canadians through a tax break and a Working Canadians rebate. We're giving a tax break to all Canadians and putting more money directly into the pockets of the middle class. These are important measures to help Canadians pay their bills. We encourage Parliament and all parties to get this legislation passed quickly and unanimously, so workers and working families get more money in their pockets. We are committed to getting things done for Canadians in Parliament. Important legislation is before the House, and we believe the Conservatives should stop playing obstructionist partisan games so that MPs can debate those bills. I would also like to inform the House that the Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth will deliver a ministerial statement on Monday, November 25th, which is the first day of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Government House Leader and also the member from Regina Capel for the Thursday question and answer. The Chair would like to make a statement regarding the current supply period ending December 10, 2024. Since September 26, 2024, the House has been seized with privileged motions. As stated in Standing Order 48.1, and I quote, "Whenever any matter of privilege arises, it shall be taken into consideration immediately," unquote. Accordingly, any potential breach of privilege or contempt of the House must be examined without delay. Comme le veulent nos usages et nos traditions, une motion de
Our practices and traditions also give a privilege motion priority consideration over other orders of the day. Based on the long-standing principle that for our House to carry out its work effectively and authoritatively, its rights and dignity must be upheld at all times.
autorité. Comme on
House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, explains at page 151, a privilege motion, once under debate, has priority over all orders of the day, including government orders and private members' business. However, the debate does not interfere with routine proceedings, statements by members, question period.
Est-ce que les gens... Okay, we hear that the translation is working to the member who raised this issue via Zoom. So I think it might be just your volume had been reset because earpieces were reinitialized immediately after following the votes. Je vais juste recommencer, reprendre cette citation.
Let me go back to the beginning of that quote. Is interpretation working? Yes, everyone can hear it? Okay, I will start over. From the quote that's on page 151. A privilege motion once under debate has priority over all orders of the day, including government orders and private members' business. However, the debate does not interfere with routine proceedings, statements by members, question period.
Is this regarding translation?
Mr. Speaker, the translation was not working even from the time that the House Leader was speaking. There has been no translation on Zoom.
So we're going to take a moment to study this because we do have translation here in the House. On va voir si on a
We're just going to see if there's a problem on Zoom. We're going to check that.
On va commencer encore pour les gens qui participent à la maison.
Let's start over. For those who are not in the House, can you now hear interpretation?
And for those who are participating by Zoom in French, are you hearing the translation from English into French?
This is the interpreter speaking on the English channel as requested by the West Block Chamber host.
We're going to suspend for a moment while we investigate this issue.
We will just be trying again to see if the Zoom French to English interpretation is working. We seem to have had confirmation. Can you hear interpretation? Can someone let me know? Yes, it's working now.
Merci beaucoup. Colleagues, I'm going to, je vais recommencer ma déclaration. The Chair would like to make a statement regarding the current supply period ending December 10th, 2024. Since September 26, 2024, the House has been seized with privilege motions. As stated in Standing Order 48.1, and I quote, "Whenever any matter of privilege arises, it shall be taken into consideration immediately," unquote. Accordingly, any potential brief of privilege or contempt of the House must be examined without delay. Comme le veulent nos usages et nos traditions.
Our practices and traditions also give a privilege motion priority consideration over other orders of the day, based on the long-standing principle that for our House to carry out its work effectively and authoritatively, its rights and dignity must be upheld at all times. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, explains at page 151, quote, "A privilege motion, once under debate, has priority over all orders of the day, including government orders and private members' business. However, the debate does not interfere with routine proceedings, statements by members, question period, royal assent, deferred recorded divisions, or the adjournment of the House. Should debate on a privilege motion not be completed by the ordinary hour of daily adjournment, this item will take priority over all other orders of the day at the next sitting," unquote. Members are now familiar with this principle.
There is also an undoubted responsibility to grant supplies, which are the sole gift of the House to the Crown, as outlined in Standing Order 81. This is the reason estimates are tabled in the House periodically. On Monday, November 18, 2024, the President of the Treasury Board tabled the Supplementary Estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025. The standing orders, notably Standing Order 8117, describe a mechanism to dispose of those estimates no later than December 10. In addition, the responsibility for the estimates must be balanced with another fundamental principle, that of allowing the opposition to present its grievances through motions examined during supply days before the House can adopt supplies. These days are commonly referred to as opposition days. 4 more opposition days must be held during the supply period ending on December 10. Without presupposing how or when the House will deal with its various questions of privilege, as we get closer to the end of the current supply period, the Chair wishes to encourage the House leaders to keep these various principles in mind. I'm confident that they can find ways to reconcile these important responsibilities. I thank all members for their attention.
I see that the Honourable Member for La Prairie is rising on a point of order. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order for your interpretation on the impending conflict in our rules and procedures you've just raised. Normally, the Speaker doesn't intervene on hypothetical matters, but this one is becoming more likely every day, and it could have very real implication. As we know, there are 2 motions of privilege before the House, and probably soon a 3rd. But we also have the supplementary estimates that the government has tabled for consideration in the supply period that ends on December 10th, not to mention the 4 opposition days that remain. A question that many have been asking for some time is the following: what will happen to the opposition days and to the estimates this fall? On the one hand, Standing Order 48.1 states that, quote, "whenever a question of privilege is raised, it shall be considered immediately," end of quote. Page 151, you mentioned it earlier, of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, explains what this means. It says that once debated, a motion of privilege takes precedence over all orders of the day, including government orders and private members' business. If debate on a motion of privilege is not completed by the regular daily adjournment time, The item will take precedence over all other points at the next sitting of the House. It will appear on the order paper under the heading Orders of the Day before all other orders. And in fact, this is the reality that we've been living with for 2 months now. On the one hand, Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 110A provides that during a calendar year, 7 sitting days shall be devoted to the consideration of the estimates for the period ending not later than December 10th. Even if we believe that these are, if we call them opposition days, they are in fact for the estimates which are listed in the rules. The use of the word shall in the standing orders implies that it's imperative that we have opposition days. And we know from page 857 of Bosque and Gagnon that if the government fails to designate the prescribed number of allotted days, the remaining days of that period will be designated by default. And that's important, an important point. This statement can be traced back to the rulings made by Speaker Fraser on March 22nd and 26th, 1990 at pages 9,628 and 9,758 of the debates. In the second ruling, he said, the standing orders list the number of designated days for each supply period, and where the government has not designated enough days to meet the requirements of the standing orders, by attrition, the remaining days in the period must become designated days where there's no other possible solution to comply with the standing orders. And that's what happened in this case. And end of that quote. The events of 1990 are not identical to the circumstances that we're facing today. There are obviously a few distinct points that need to be taken into account. First of all, Speaker Fraser's decision concerned the order of priority of the various orders of government and was essentially intended to limit the government's usual flexibility in scheduling government orders. Today, we're dealing with motions of privilege that are different from and procedurally the priority over orders of the government, government orders rather. Secondly, the old principle underlying our procedures is described as grievances before estimates. The government would be ill-advised to disregard the power and the authority of Parliament. To that end, Mr. Speaker, does this mean that we will deal with the business supply if and only if the House succeeds in getting to government orders on schedule? On page 151 of Bosque and Gagnon, it's explained, and we're experiencing this on a daily basis. However, the privilege debate does not interfere with routine proceedings, statements by members, question period, royal assent, deferred recorded divisions, or adjournment of the House, end quote. And simply put, this is because these items are all prescribed by the standing orders to occur, and they do. By analogy, does this mean that Standing Order 8110A, which states that there, quote, shall be 4 more opposition days this fall, will require that even if privilege motions remain outstanding, we will debate opposition motions on December 5th, 6th, 9th, and 10th? Mr. Speaker, I understand that these questions are important, and that's why I wished to raise them now, both to give you the time to consider them, obviously, and to give the other parties time to organize, and our party as well, time to organize in response to your decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Je remercie.
I would like to thank the Honourable Member for La Prairie for his intervention. And I think that we are on the same wavelength, so I would encourage all of my colleagues, and in particular those who are responsible for negotiations between all political parties here in the House of Commons, to get organized to reconcile these two fundamentally important aspects of the duty of this House. I would like to thank all members for their attention.
Les ordres du jour.
Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Question of privilege, resuming debate on a motion concerning the non-respect of an order of production of documents for SDTC, and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Kelly. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie, who has 20 minutes.
Speaker, I rise today on this debate. There's a lot of things that I think I could say, certainly, but what I'd like to focus on, at least in the initial part of my remarks today, will be on what's actually at heart here. Sometimes I think what happens in this place is we get debating issues, and sometimes some people in this House lose sight of what exactly it is that's at the heart of the matter. Because it's not just, in this case, a privilege motion. It's not even just about a scandal in this case. What we're actually talking about, at least in my view, is $400 million of taxpayers' money. And it's important that we remember that. That's something that we all should always have very top of our mind when we're looking at issues in this House, whether it be a matter like this of privilege, whether it be looking at the litany, the many, many scandals of this, Liberal government, or whether it be looking at government legislation or any other legislation for that matter. We should always be mindful of who pays for all of this. Who pays for all of this? And it's the taxpayer. And in this case, what we're talking about at the heart of this matter is $400 million of taxpayers' money that has been removed forcibly from their wallets. And that's the reality of the situation. Anytime a taxpayer sends their hard-earned money to Ottawa, to what's known as CRA, but what I refer to as the place where people's tax dollars go to die, that's every time that happens, it's being forcibly removed from their wallets. They don't have a choice in the matter. They have to pay those tax dollars, whether they like it or not, whether they think that it's being used wisely or not. And I can tell you that I hear from a lot of constituents and a lot of people all across this country when I'm out in different parts of the country about how they feel their money is not being used even remotely close to wisely by this current government. And so there's a lot of frustration in this country about the fact that they see their money being treated like it's some kind of a personal slush fund for the Prime Minister and his friends, for Liberal members of Parliament and their friends. And I can understand why people would be frustrated about that. They work hard for this money. They work incredibly hard for this money. There's many people across this country that, strap on their work boots, throw on a hard helmet, and, get their hands dirty. And they do it for long hours. And it's backbreaking in some cases, and then they watch their money forcibly removed from their wallet, sent to Ottawa, and then they watch it be used as some kind of a private, personal slush fund for Liberals. And it's got to be something that, it's got to be tough some days when that alarm clock goes off at 5:30 in the morning. And you just, maybe you were out with your buddies a little late the night before, maybe you had a beer league hockey game or something, and you only got a few hours of sleep, and you got to get out of bed, and then you realize that you're going to work till probably 2 o'clock in the afternoon for the government to take all of that. And then the part that's maybe after about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you work till 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, working hard on, a construction crew or something. And that's the part you get to take home to your family. Because all of that other stuff that you got out of bed at 5:30 in the morning for until sometime early in the afternoon, you're sending that to Ottawa so that these guys over there, these Liberals, can give it out to their friends. And that is exactly what we're talking about when we talk about this green slush fund. $400 million in that money that those people have gone out and worked hard, backbreaking work, to try and provide for their families, and instead it's gone to Liberal insiders. And so, I think it's important to kind of have that in mind, and I think it's important to have some context around that. And I would like to get to that, but I actually first, I do want to, because I mentioned the people out there who are paying these taxes, who are having to send these dollars against their will to a government that wastes them. And some of those people, and we've just not that long ago, 10 days ago, in fact, we all in this country, every single Canadian, I hope, spent some time remembering. Spend some time commemorating sacrifice, service, remembering those who, when we talk about, having to do hard work, there's no one in this country who not only works harder, but makes more sacrifice and puts more on the line than those men and women who serve this country in our Canadian Armed Forces. And on November 11th, of course, 10 days ago, we all, I hope, paused in remembrance. And I love that we do that. I love that as a country we spend some time on November 11th and we do that. And I love that in the lead up to that day, we have now Veterans Week. And we have Indigenous Veterans Day. These are all opportunities for us to commemorate and remember that service and that sacrifice. But it's something that we should do 365 days of the year. And those people have sacrificed so that we all in this chamber can have the opportunity to stand and debate issues like we're doing right now. That we can come here to represent our fellow community members here in this Parliament. And that there is a huge gravity that goes with that. And it would do good for some members to remember that. Because when we start to talk about things like what we're talking about today, a slush fund, it's there for Liberal insiders. That's not what these men and women sacrificed for. They sacrificed so that we could all come here and try our best to better our community, to better our province, to better our country, to do things that we believe are in the best interests of Canadians, to try to make their lives a little better, a little easier, provide hope, give opportunity. That's the kind of thing that we should be debating. But we haven't seen much of that in the last 9 years. In fact, I don't think we've seen any of that in the last 9 years. What we've seen is people who've come here to enrich their friends and forgotten about that taxpayer that I talked about, that person that gets up and packs their lunch in a plastic bag and goes to work for 12, 14-hour days doing back-breaking work. And the very epitome of that, of course, is the men and women who serve in our Canadian forces. They're asked to go to places in the world that they may, in some cases, have never even heard of before. And to defend the freedoms of people they don't know. And when they do that, all they ask in return is that we do our best to ensure those freedoms are protected and to ensure that we use our democracy to make sure that there's those opportunities that I talked about, to make sure that there's that security that we talked about. All of these things are what they expect in return. And instead what they've received over the last 9 years is a government that, following the Prime Minister's lead, just looks for what's in it for me. What can I do to enrich my friends? And this is an example of that. This $400 million was, in some cases went to companies that this board was involved in personally. You look up conflict of interest in the dictionary and that board would be pictured there. And that's not right. That's not what this is supposed to be about. These men and women who served our country, they just wanted us to show them good government. And, on top of all that, On top of all that, imagine what we could have done for our veterans and their families with that $400 million. I mean, I've got a number of other examples that I want to share with this House in a moment of what could have been done with that $400 million had it not been sent to enrich the personal interests of people that were involved. But imagine, just for a second, what we could have done for our veterans and their families. I mean, serving as the Conservative Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs, I hear heartbreaking stories every single day from veterans, from their families, from the families they've left behind in some cases, of just a complete and utter lack of support. Often what's referred to, I've heard this from veterans and their families so many times, they call it a triple D policy. And what that policy entails is delays, denials, and the third D stands for die. Because what happens is there's so long that it is in delays in trying to get benefits or services that veterans and their families are entitled to. By virtue of the service they gave this country, they're entitled to that. They deserve that. It's the least we can do. But they face not weeks of delays, not months of delays, but we're literally talking years of delays. I hear it every single day from veterans who have waited years. Like, I'd like everyone to stop and let that sink in. They served this country, and then they come back home and they want to be able to get on with their lives when they've done a transition out of the Canadian Armed Forces, and they're looking to move on with their life, and there's things that they need to be able to do that. There's benefits and entitlements that they're entitled to, that they've earned, some cases with their blood, and they wait years and can't get those benefits. Years. How ridiculous is that when you think about that? That is just absolutely ridiculous. And then in some cases, they're denied over and over and over again. And they have to fight. They have to fight tooth and nail. Like, they fought for this country. They shouldn't have to come back and fight with their government when they get back to get what they deserve. But that's what they have to do. And it becomes so difficult. This is where the third D comes in some cases, and this is what many veterans tell me they believe is actually intentionally, there's an effort to try to delay and deny for so long that a veteran will give up. They'll give up, they'll lose all hope. Now, whether that's actually what happens or not, if it's the perception that a veteran has, and many of them do, then it's the reality. And it's not right. And it has to be fixed. It absolutely must be fixed. Because we have lost far too many veterans. We have seen far too many veterans end up homeless in this country. Veterans that are using food banks to the level that some Veterans Association food banks are telling me that they actually are having trouble keeping the shelves stocked at the food bank to be able to help our veterans. We should never even be uttering those things in the same sentence. The idea of a homeless veteran shouldn't exist. The idea of a veteran using the food bank shouldn't exist. The idea that a veteran has to give up hope because they've fought with their government for years for something that they fought for and that they deserve. It should be simple. The effort should be to try and make sure that we're there and make it easy for them. But instead, I hear stories every day of veterans being asked to prove, that they may have had a roadside bomb they've lost. I've heard this story. 2 legs. And then they have to prove every single year They still are missing limbs, as one example of many that I've heard. There are so many examples where veterans, like, they fought for this country. They literally gave life and limb for this country, and then they have to go and fight to prove that they were injured serving this country? And I mean, I hear stories of, and I might have the figures just slightly wrong, but I wouldn't be off by much. The Veterans Review and Appeal Board is an agency that's responsible for when veterans have kind of gone through all of the different channels they can take an appeal there. And I've heard many times that on certain types of claims, that the Veterans Review and Appeal Board ends up, if the veteran persists long enough and fights long enough to get there, often well over 90% of those claims get approved at that level. So why did it have to take years of fighting with the government to get there? Why couldn't we just approve these claims and let veterans have what they need to move on with life? And then, on top of it all, and I mean, I could even get into the fact that, you know, we've actually had situations that have come up in this country where, in the last few years, under this Liberal government, where veterans have come looking for help to live their lives, and these words have actually been used by officials at Veterans Affairs to veterans. If it's so hard, if living your life is so hard, we could offer you assisted death. That's actually happened. I've heard it from a number of veterans. I've heard cases like this numerous times. And what that causes is what's called sanctuary trauma. It's where the person that's supposed to help you causes more trauma. I was talking to a veteran not that long ago, last week in fact, who told me that his wife knows, before he even tells her, when he has been on the phone with Veterans Affairs, because he is agitated. It's the worst days he has, he says, is the days that he has to talk to Veterans Affairs on the phone. And his wife knows instantly, before she even asks him if he's been talking to Veterans Affairs, she knows the answer. Because it affects him that badly. So I can only imagine what a veteran like that, after all of that, what a veteran like that must think when they hear about stuff like this on top of it. There's literally a government that's fighting tooth and nail to ensure that they don't pay out benefits to a veteran who's earned them. And then $400 million is given to their friends through a green slush fund. Can you imagine what that must feel like to a veteran who has fought for years, in some cases had to take the government to court, to get what they're entitled to? So I think it's important that we remember, when we talk about like I've heard Liberal members get up and talk about, you know, the fact that they feel like this debate's a big waste of time and we should be doing all these other things here and all that. And I don't disagree. It'd be nice to be doing those things. But at the end of the day, the heart of this matter is about the $400 million that was forcibly removed from the pockets of taxpayers, given out to their friends, the Liberal insiders, and veterans watch that, who have had to scratch and claw to try to get what they have coming to them, what they deserve and what they're owed by the virtue of the service that they gave to this country, and then they watch these guys steal it for their friends. I can only imagine how horrible that must make a veteran feel, and it is disgraceful and it is shameful.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was listening very intently to the member opposite. And he mentioned 11 days ago. I have a number for him. In 7 days, my daughter-in-law is deploying to the Middle East. for the next 6 months. I have 2 sons in the military and a daughter-in-law in the military. I agree with the Speaker's ruling that what happened needs to be looked at. I sit on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. I want to find out what happened. I think the member opposite knows that I'm a pretty straight shooter on files with respect to Veterans Affairs and military. I want to know. But there's also a very important piece of legislation that is right now stalled, that all members in this House support, C-66, our military justice system that is going to protect members of the Canadian Armed Forces. We all agree with this, but it can't move forward because we are continuing to debate a privilege motion, which is important, and I don't disagree. But the Speaker just ruled that he's urging the parties to come together to become able to move forward. And I'm asking the member who cares so much about military and veterans, can we agree to get this piece of legislation back in front of the House? Can we come together for veterans and for the military and for families like mine?
Honourable Member for Banff-Ferry.
Well, first of all, let me say how much I appreciate the service of her family members and of herself. And I have had conversations with her about the military and about our veterans, and I appreciate the sincerity of those conversations. I always have. Anyone who is willing to be there for our veterans, I will work with. The unfortunate part, of course, is that what we've seen over the last 9 years has not been a government that supports our men and women in uniform, has not been a government that supports our veterans. And we see the effects of that every single day. We have a recruitment crisis. We have veterans who are struggling with homelessness, with food banks. It is disgraceful. And in terms of working together, yeah, there's no question. The simple answer here is that what is being requested here, the government should simply comply. It is the right thing to do. And if it's the right thing to do, then why can't the government just do it? And then we could all work together on a number of important things. I would be thrilled to be able to do that. But this government just simply needs to comply with what's being required here. And it also, while I've got the floor, I may as well say, it needs to start showing some respect and appreciation for those who serve this country and have served this country, because right now, it is not happening.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand my colleague's indignation on the matter, on the lack of priority for veterans. His story about a veteran who keeps having to prove that he doesn't have any legs really affected me and reminds me of an email I got from a medical expert who said to fill out paperwork so that someone living with a disability can receive benefits owed to them by Canada. It's 16 pages. That's the documentation. If you multiply the time it takes by the number of people who are living with disabilities, it costs $1 billion to the taxpayer just to write all the paperwork to confirm that someone is living with a disability. If we see all this red tape, would it possibly be an option to cut in the number of pages required and proof required in determining whether someone or not is living with a disability? I agree with the Honourable Member that there is a significant problem in this country. I don't know if the right term in French is the same as in English, red tape. I'm not quite sure how to say red tape in French. There's a lot of bureaucracy in any case. It is absolutely necessary to find solutions to resolve this kind of situation. The common sense Conservatives will do a lot to bring solutions for Canadians.
While I've got the floor, she did mention about the story of the soldier required to continue to prove over and over about the missing legs. I want to just tell, for her benefit and for the benefit of everyone in this House, another story briefly. A veteran in Quebec, in fact. She she's got a back injury as a result of her service. And she requires a wheelchair lift in her home to be able to get out of her wheelchair and into her home. Because right now she has to literally drag herself across a gravel driveway to get into her home. Veterans Affairs, this Liberal government has been fighting with her for years, trying to deny her that wheelchair lift. And then she was actually one of the individuals I mentioned who, when she finally was begging for help, was told, if it's so difficult, we could offer you medical assistance in dying instead. And she said to them, no, I'm not looking for help to die, I'm looking for help to live. Now, I will happily report, Madam Speaker, that this veteran is in fact getting her wheelchair lift, but sadly, it is not because the government finally stepped forward, it's because her fellow veterans went out and found private contractors who were willing to do this pro bono for the veteran, because the government refused.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He brought up some very important items about what we could have done with the money instead. In Edmonton West, we have an organization, there's one in Calgary as well, a sister organization called the Veterans Association Food Bank, where we actually have a food bank just for veterans, and we struggle to keep it stocked, which is disgraceful in this day and age in Canada that we have veterans going to a food bank. One of the sister scandal of the Green Slush Fund, instead of Other Randy, we have the Other Green Slush Fund, the Net Zero Accelerator, which the Auditor General reported on, showed $15 million of taxpayers' money went to a large corporation worth $30 billion that was actually funding ISIS. Now, I wonder if the member would care to comment about the government's priority of funding massive billion-dollar multinationals that are actually siphoning money off to ISIS.
The Honourable Member for Banff-Airdrie.
Well, let me first comment on the comment that my colleague made about the Veterans Association Food Bank in Edmonton. And I have visited that food bank on a couple of occasions to just check in with them to see how things are going for veterans. There's actually two veterans food banks, two different veterans food banks in Edmonton, and they both have trouble keeping the shelves stocked. And I see that in communities all across this country, and it should never be the case that we even need a veterans food bank, let alone that we can't seem to find ways to keep the shelves stocked because the demand is so great. But to the point he raised, I mean, when those who serve and have served see things like he mentioned, when they see that they're not so underfunded, like in some cases are buying their own helmets. They're like, can you imagine the ridiculousness of that? They're having to buy some of their own equipment because they can't get it provided to them. When you hear stories like the ones I've told about veterans who cannot get the benefits that they're entitled to for years, and then you hear things like that, the very thing that those people went to serve, to fight against, is receiving funding. You know, there is so much more that we could do to ensure that our military has the equipment and resources they need. So much more we could do to ensure that our veterans have what they deserve. And instead, we send this money away to places. It's just disgraceful. And it's time that we start to rechannel that into making sure that our forces have what they need, into ensuring that our veterans have what they need. And that's going to have a big impact not just on the morale, which is an incredibly important thing, not just on our ability to be operationally ready in this country to do the job that we need to do to defend this country, but that also has impacts on our ability to work with other governments and to be able to have Canada have a place of influence in the world. And I'll tell you right now, with the Prime Minister that we have, Canada is not at the table at all, and it's time for us to change that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. So here we are, 5 weeks in, and we are still debating the Liberal government's refusal to produce documents relating to the latest scandal, the Green Slush Fund scandal, as ordered by Parliament June 10th, 2024. Now, this is the third time that I'm rising to speak on this issue, so I want to take a slightly different approach. I want to talk about the legal principle of subsequent remedial measures in the law of evidence. Now, that rule says that evidence of a defendant or possible defendant in a civil case affecting repairs to some obstacle which injured a person in order to avoid future injuries, similar injuries, is not admissible in a court of law. And the principle behind that is that we don't want to disincentivize people from actually making repairs to prevent future injuries. And the example that's often given is a homeowner repairs the steps up to the front door on which the postal delivery person was seriously injured the day before. Is doing the repair effectively an admission of liability? Well, the answer is yes, probably. But here's the point. That evidence is not admissible in a court of law for the basic public policy principle that I'd stated before. Now, how does that apply to the current case relating to the Green Slush Fund? Well, a little bit of background, I think, is in order. So the Auditor General revealed some shocking findings in her June 2024 report, which was tabled in Parliament on June 4th or 6th, I believe, about how the Liberal government has turned STDC, that's Sustainable Development Technology Canada, a federally government-owned business, how they had turned it into a green slush fund for Liberal insiders. Now, here are some of her findings. She found that SDTC gave out the following in taxpayer dollars: $58 million to 10 ineligible projects without even ensuring that contributions agreement were in place and the terms met. On some of them, the applicants couldn't even demonstrate the development of green technology or any environmental benefit at all, and that is exactly what the purpose of SDDC was. Just ignored. $334 million over 186 cases where there are clear conflicts of interest. This is board members at SDTC voting for each other's applicant grants. Clearly a conflict of interest. One of the whistleblowers had this to say: just as I was always confident that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement at SDTC, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within this organization. So, Madam Chair, this is very, very serious, not just mismanagement, but allegations from a credible source that there's criminal activity underway. Now, where there's smoke, there's fire. And so we, the opposition, did what we're supposed to do, hold the government to account. Back in June, the Conservative Party put forward a motion in the House of Commons shortly after we had received the Auditor General's report, and that order reads in part, quote, that the House ordered the government, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and the Auditor General of Canada each to deposit with the law clerk and the Parliamentary Council within 30 days of the adoption of this order the following documents, and then there was a long list of documents that had to be produced. Now, this Conservative motion passed on June 10th with the help of the NDP and the Bloc Québécois. Thank you very much. It was only the Liberal members of Parliament who voted against it because they were worried. They didn't like it. They didn't like the order. And over the summer months, they just ignored it. They delivered some of the documents, but clearly not all. And so when we got back here in September, things got ugly pretty quickly. Our House Leader, the opposition House Leader, on the first day back, rose on a question of privilege, quote, concerning the failure of the government to comply with the order of the House adopted on Monday, June 10th. That was presented to the Speaker, and the Speaker agreed with us, confirming that the Prime Minister's office and all relevant government departments had not fully complied, but that they must comply with this order made in June. Unredacted documents. This is what the Speaker said at the time. The Chair cannot come to any other conclusion but to find that a prima facie question of privilege has been established. Now, in parliamentary speak, that is a serious allegation. There was a breach of privilege and should have embarrassed the government. It was pretty clear and easy to understand what the Speaker meant. So why are we still here, 5 weeks later, still debating this question of privilege? Well, the answer is simple. The Liberal government is still not complying with it. Why not? Well, we don't know. You know, they've raised some smoke screens and some innuendo, but they have not come clear to say why they are not complying with it. And as long as that goes on, the longer this fiasco drags on, the more suspicious we become that perhaps the aforementioned whistleblower is right, that there's criminal activity going on here. Now, I want to get back to my original comments about the principle of subsequent remedial measures. Such evidence, as I said, is generally not admissible in a court of law. So did the Liberals actually take remedial action to try to fix SDTC? After they claimed that they were as surprised as all the rest of us were that there was this corruption and mismanagement going on. Well, the answer, Madam Chair, is no, they didn't do anything. As a matter of fact, they just wound up SDTC. There was so much corruption, so much smoke, so much contamination that even the Liberals were embarrassed by it. And rather than trying to fix it, they just wound it up altogether. And now, Madam Chair, we are really suspicious, along with Canadians. What are they hiding? What's been going on at SDTC? Why aren't we getting the documents? Canadians want to know. What does the Prime Minister's office know? What's in those documents that they're refusing to produce? What are they hiding? Was there criminal activity? Can we recover some of the taxpayer money, $400 million altogether? Canadians deserve to know. Now, the total amount of money, as I said, was $400 million. And what could we do with that money? Well, we could do a lot of good, positive things, as the previous speaker, my colleague from BAMP, Ardria, just said. It could certainly help Veterans Affairs. Well, it could help people who've been going to food banks who can't afford groceries in these high inflationary times. $400 million goes a long way to solve many problems, and it would have been much better used rather than having it distributed by Liberal insiders amongst themselves. Now, I would like to compare this to the scandal of some years ago, the sponsorship scandal that brought down the previous Liberal government. That was only $40 million. This is 10 times as large. This is very, very significant, and taxpayers, I think, need to understand what's going on here. Now, things weren't always this corrupt at Sustainable Development Technology Canada. It had a great reputation at one time. It was created by an act of Parliament back in the Liberal days of Prime Minister Jean Chrétien to promote investing in green technology, a laudable goal. And it continued its work under Conservative Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, and likely today it would still be thriving if the current Prime Minister had just resisted getting his fingerprints all over it, but he just couldn't resist the temptation of putting his own friends in there. He and his industry minister at the time, Navdeep Bains, couldn't resist putting their own close friends in charge. They fired the old board and put in their own friends. Many of them owned businesses that were applicants or potentially could be applicants for grants under this program. You'd think that maybe somebody would have raised a red flag saying, hey, you know, there's a lot of potential for conflict of interest here. But that didn't seem to concern anybody on the government side of this House. And the result was that the Liberal-appointed board created an environment where conflicts of interest became the norm. Conflicts of interest were tolerated. They were managed. And in that orchestrated manner, these Liberal-appointed board members nicely were able to award grants to each other. This is the way it went. Hey, you vote for my project, I'll vote for your project. And that's what the whistleblower told us. That's what the Auditor General uncovered. Madam Speaker, the Liberals broke STDC, as they have broken so much else in Canada. And I just want to raise a couple of examples. Recent statistics from Statistics Canada about crime in Canada is really quite shocking. After 9 years of this Liberal government, violent crime has increased by 50% over that 9-year duration. Homicides are up 28%, sexual assault up by 75%, gang violence has nearly doubled, and auto theft is up by 46%, and extortion by an astonishing 357%. And recently, the Liberal government has been forced to admit that 256 people were killed in 2022 by criminals who were out on bail or other forms of release. This all happened under the Prime Minister's watch with his Bill C-5, which eliminated many of the mandatory minimum sentences for serious crimes, and also his Bill C-75, the catch and release bill that puts accused people out on bail on the least restrictive conditions possible. Canadians are concerned. Now, this is what our police are saying about the Liberals and how they have been managing, or rather mismanaging, criminal law responsibilities, and specifically the record on gun crime. The Toronto Police Association had this to say, speaking to the Prime Minister: criminals did not get your message. Our communities are experiencing a 45% increase in shootings and a 62% increase in gun-related homicides compared to last year. What difference does your gun ban make when 85% of guns seized by our members were sourced in the United States of America? The Vancouver Police Union had this to say about the Prime Minister's record on managing gun crime. Guessing he's not aware of the ongoing gang war here in British Columbia, which is putting both our members and the public at risk on a daily basis. And then the Surrey Police Union, right next door to my community of Langley, the federal handgun freeze fails to address the real issue, the surge of illegal firearms coming across our borders and ending up in the hands of violent criminals. Now, it's not just the police who are concerned about the drastic rise of crime in our streets and our cities. I heard from a group of CEOs and other directors of a group of downtown business improvement associations from across the country, from across British Columbia. And I'm familiar with the work that business improvement associations do, because I sat on the board of the Downtown Surrey BIA for a few years before I was elected here to Parliament. That's where my law office was, so I'm very familiar with the area, very familiar with the work that I do. I was happy to meet with this group to hear what their concerns are and their solutions to some of Canada's toughest problems. I found it remarkable that this is what they're asking for, these community organizations. Number one, invest in mental health, addictions, and homelessness support across Canada. So indeed, homelessness is a problem right across Canada, but particularly so in our downtown cores. I'm thinking of the downtown east side of Vancouver, which at one time was a beautiful place, but it's not anymore because of homelessness and crime and chaos. The second ask is this. This is the community organizers of our downtown cores. Ensure Canada's downtowns and main streets are safe and inclusive spaces by initiating a systematic review across the country concerning the bail system and implementing further changes to the system by reforming Bill C-48, which is a bill of this House not too long ago, which took a small step in the direction of bail reform. But they're saying that it needs to be extended, not just for serious repeat violent offenders, but also for theft offenders. Now, it's easy, so they're saying, let's stop the easy bail practices that have become the norm in Canada with the introduction of Bill C-75. The Vancouver Police Department talks about the same 40 individuals having negative interactions with the police 6,000 times in 1 year. That's every second day for 40 people. Imagine what the downtown east side of Vancouver would look like if those 40 people were not on our streets. This is the message that we're getting from community organizers. The third thing they're asking for is to incentivize local entrepreneurs and commercial entities to form businesses in downtown streets, main streets. So this is what they're asking for. Give people shelter, keep repeat thieves off the streets, and create an environment where businesses and entrepreneurs come flocking back to the downtown cores. This is what they're asking for. This is what ordinary Canadian citizens want. Now, we hear people reporting that they feel less safe on our streets, and now those fears are being supported by evidence from Statistics Canada and from credible, and I would say non-partisan organizations like police unions and business improvement associations. Our Attorney General should meet with people like that instead of just left-leaning law professors from liberal-friendly law schools who teach their criminal law courses from a pro-accused perspective instead of from a pro-victim perspective. Our Attorney General would benefit, indeed all of Canada would benefit, if he and the Prime Minister will listen to the concerns of ordinary Canadian citizens. Now, Madam Chair, these are the things that we should be talking about and would be talking about if the Liberal government would just comply with the order so that we could get down to business again. We should be talking about stopping the crime, building homes, implementing a fair and competitive tax regime by axing the tax, and fixing the Liberals' out-of-control, never-ending inflation-producing deficit budgets. But until the Liberals come to their senses and comply with the order, I guess we're just going to remain in this holding pattern. Or here's a better idea, Madam Chair. I would say that it is this, that the Prime Minister walks to the Governor General's house and acknowledges what everybody knows, and that is that he has lost the confidence of this House, and that the 44th Parliament should be dissolved, and that we should call an election. I've spoken to many people in my home community last week for Remembrance Day, and also in the neighboring community of Cloverdale Langley City, where there's a by-election going on because the Liberal member of Parliament resigned, forcing a by-election. And I'm hearing from people on the street that they're very, very anxious and eager to have an election, a general election. They're happy with a by-election. They want a general election because they want to stop the corruption. They want to fix what the Liberals have broken, and they want a government that's going to have common sense solutions. Because Canadians deserve a government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Canadians deserve a government that doesn't play favorites for the Liberal insiders, but creates an environment where non-insiders can work and get ahead. They deserve a Canada that delivers on its promise to all who call it home, that hard work earns a powerful paycheck and pension, that buys affordable groceries and affordable homes on safe streets in beautiful neighborhoods where anyone from anywhere can accomplish anything. Madam Chair, this is all achievable, but first we're going to have a general election and a common sense Conservative government who's going to start working seriously on these issues that concern ordinary Canadians. Thank you.
Order. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin, the Environment. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre, Innovation, Science and Industry. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, the Environment. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Wow, the member across the way gets a lot of gold stars. But if you read the CBC article, and this is what Conservative MPs and Conservatives are saying, if the leader invents a new slogan, we know we'll have to use it. Good news is, quote, if you repeat the slogans, you get rewarded, said the Conservative source. You are celebrated in front of the entire caucus for being a good cheerleader. Wow. He said a lot of slogans there, Madam Speaker. Conservative MPs' words and actions are closely scrutinized by the leader's office. Partisanship is encouraged. Fraternizing with elected officials, on the other hand, from other parties is a no-no. Those who follow these rules are rewarded. Those who do not often have to suffer the consequences. I want to compliment the member opposite because he gave a lot of repetition of the bumper stickers and slogans, Madam Speaker. But my question is, does he also believe that he has to report to the leader and it's okay for the Conservative members to be followed and stalked by staff and others that report to the leader of the Conservative Party?
Okay. Relevance to the speech, but the Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Good. Wow. So, anyways, amusing, that question coming from the only person on the Liberal side of the House that's actually allowed to comment and be involved in these debates. Madam Chair. Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm very proud to be a member of this caucus and to have the member of Carleton be our leader. And I'm happy to get gold stars from him. But I'll tell you what I'm really looking forward to is getting gold stars from the Canadian citizens in the next general election. Bring it on. It's time.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Villes.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker, but it's the wrong river. It's actually Rivière du Nord. I'm always happy to hear from my esteemed colleague. I have a great deal of respect for his judgment and his capacity to hold productive and respectful debates. But I do have some serious concerns about this current debate. I essentially agree with the Conservatives that the government should provide the required documents for the reasons that have been repeated over and over. I won't go back to them. But can we finally turn the page on this? I do believe that my colleague, like me, would like us to turn to the important issues we were elected for. For example, the budget, measures to help vulnerable families. There are many bills, many measures we should be considering. But instead, we are stuck dealing with this, a completely sterile debate. According to my colleague, does he think that the official opposition would finally turn the page on this? And I will just say that our party agrees. We stand with the Conservatives on this. We also are upset with the government about this. But can we turn the page on it and get back to our regular business so we can actually get some work done? And I would just say something. Every time there's been an election since I was elected, people ask me if I'm going to run again. And I always say there are two conditions based on which I make that decision. First of all, that I have some level of enjoyment in continuing to do this. And the second one is that I feel useful. And I must say that currently, I have serious doubts about that second reason.
For Langley Aldergrove.
Well, Madam Chair, I got to tell you, I'm very honored to have a question from my friend and colleague, the member for Rivière du Nord. We have a great time working at Justice Committee, and I think that we're accomplishing some really important things. I want to say this. He said that this is an important issue. I agree that it's an important issue. And I'm very grateful that the NDP and the Bloc Québécois voted with us on it. We want to get back to business. I think we all want to. But the solution is for the Liberal Party to comply with the order. This order is completely within the authority of the House of Commons to make. This is a minority house. The Liberal minority government has to learn how to work with the minority house. They failed in trying to stop this order. The order has been made. They need to comply with it.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention. You know, I'm having a lot of contemplation right now about conflict and how it's being acted out in our communities and in our country and, in fact, across the world. And I'm reading a book by Amanda Ripley right now called High Conflict, and it really talks about breaking free of the destructive cycle of conflict that we're seeing in so many places around the world right now, and really focusing on constructive approaches to disagreement, which focuses more on improving relationships and decreasing destructive, divisive conflict. And I'm just wondering, this member is sort of talking about a utopia that he thinks that somehow is magically going to happen. And I'm just wondering if the process in his analysis of this really speaks to any of this, looking at how to bring people together, how to have meaningful conflict, how to learn from one another, as opposed to just doing slogans that create a high conflict that doesn't get to resolution.
Honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for North Island Powell River for that thoughtful question. I agree that we should all try to work together. Just a little while ago, we heard the Thursday question, and you know, I would just encourage the Liberal government to comply with the order. You know, don't look at us and say we're not being cooperative. There's an order for them that they have to follow, and they haven't. It's a breach of privilege. This is a very serious allegation, very serious finding by our Speaker. It needs to be complied with. You know, it's a two-way street. If they want cooperation from us, they need to cooperate with how the House operates.
Honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my friend and neighbour, I understand the principle of parliamentary supremacy here. And I understand also that the RCMP tells us that getting a hold of these documents that the Conservatives want us to deliver to a third party, i.e. the RCMP, could seriously compromise their investigation. And perhaps, the RCMP have told us that the documents would be rendered practically unusable to them because of those concerns. So I want to ask my friend and neighbor, which would he rather have? You know, the principle of parliamentary supremacy applied, or just justice for those who may have broken the law and deserve the punishment of the law.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, good. I'd like to thank my my friend and colleague from Fleetwood Port Kells, next door neighbor, and I enjoy working with him. I don't think it's an either or. He's saying that, you know, we either have the government complying with a just order from this Parliament, or we have justice in the way law enforcement is done by the RCMP. I don't think that there's a contradiction here. The RCMP have very smart people on staff. They have lawyers on staff. They can figure out what to do with the documents, look at them or not look at them. We're not telling the RCMP how to do their work. We're just telling the Liberal government that we have passed a motion in this House of Commons, which is completely within our authority to do. They should comply with it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleagues' talk today. One of the things we found out with the green slush scandal, in the contribution agreement between the government, industry, and STDC, Excerpt 20.03 stated very clearly that any conflicts of interest, real or perceived, have to be reported to the minister. At that time, Navdeep Bains and the current Minister of Industry. We've heard from many of the board members that they spoke openly of the conflicts, and yet somehow none of this, despite the contribution agreement requiring so, none of this, they claim, was reported to the minister. One of my colleagues thinks perhaps the reason the government is hiding these documents is that Navdeep Bains, Liberal Cabinet Minister, and the current Minister of Industry were told of the conflicts of interest and that Canadian money was going to Liberal insiders, and that is why they're covering this up.
A very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
I'd like to thank the member for Edmonton West for that question. The answer is I don't know. What we really need is that the documents are produced so that we can discover what has been going on. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As always, it's a pleasure to rise here in the chamber to speak on behalf of my constituents from Bruce Grey Owen Sound. This is the second time that I've had to speak to this question of privilege. To be frank, I'm shocked that I would get this opportunity, as I thought after hearing my first speech, the Liberal government would have just seen the errors of their ways and complied with your order, the Speaker's order, and the will of Parliament via a majority vote back in June to turn the documents over. Maybe I'm a little too naive about expecting the government to follow the rules, Madam Speaker. That being said, Madam Speaker, I don't want to have to speak to this a third time, so can you just clarify, do we have quorum?
Yeah, I think we do. Sure.
How many people online?
One and another one and another one.
Okay, we have quorum. Yes, the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, again, hopefully this time with enough members of the government listening, they'll actually finally be willing to comply with the order of your chair. So, last time I got up here, I actually utilized the opportunity to voice a number of the questions or answers that I got from my constituents of Bruce Grey Owen Sound. So I read off those quotes directly into the record, asking for their feedback really on two questions. Number one, should the Liberal government turn over the SDTC documents to the RCMP for the criminal investigation and comply with the will of Parliament and the ruling of the Speaker? And number two, should the Liberal insiders who are awarded contracts through the SDTC in an illegitimate manner or means repay that money that they received back to taxpayers? I was shocked, Madam Speaker. Within just a few hours, I got over 200 email replies. Within just a few days, over 500. 85%, approximately 85%, answered in the affirmative to both those questions, and approximately 10% were unsure. They weren't really maybe tracking the issue, and there was a select few that felt, for whatever reason, that maybe the government shouldn't comply with the will of Parliament. I got to read about 30 of those quotes into the record last month, so I'm going to use the opportunity again in this speech to actually read their words into the record. And again, I've gone through and vetted them because there's a number of them that don't meet the parliamentary language test, but I will try to make sure I don't slip up. But before I get into their responses, I do want to remind everybody watching today and listening to exactly what we're debating today, because we are on to a sub-amendment. So to back up, the question of privilege that we're considering is the motion by the member from Regina Capel that was seconded by the member of Mégantic-Léab, that the government's failure of fully providing documents as ordered by the House on June the 10th, back earlier this spring, be hereby referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, and the amendment, as amended by the member from Mégantic-Léab, again, and seconded by the member from South Shore St. Margaret's, that the motion be amended by adding the following: provided that it be an instruction to the committee that A, that the following witnesses be ordered to appear before the committee separately for 2 hours each. 1, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. 2, the Clerk of the Privy Council. 3, the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, who respected the order of the House and deposited unredacted documents. 4, Paul McKinnon, the former Deputy Secretary to the Cabinet and Governance. 5, the Auditor General of Canada. 6, the Commissioner of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. 7, the Deputy Minister of Innovation. Science and Economic Development Canada. 8, the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council of the House of Commons. 9, the Acting President of Sustainable Development Technology Canada. 10, a panel consisting of the Board of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and B, that it report back to the House no later than the 30th sitting day following the adoption of this order. This again was moved by a sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by the adding the following: except that the order for the committee to report back to the House within 30 sitting days shall be discharged if the Speaker has sooner laid upon the table a notice from the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council confirming that all government institutions have fully complied with the order adopted on June the 10th, 2024, by depositing all their responsive records in an unredacted form. So basically, what does this sub-amendment get to? It's really highlighting, Madam Speaker, the conditions for ending this blockage of Parliament, this really Liberal filibuster, by simply turning over the unredacted documents related to SDTC, or more commonly known to most Canadians as the Liberal Green Slush Fund. While the Liberals have claimed that they've turned over thousands of documents, as it's been reported, and as the Council to the House of Commons here has reported in committee, many of which were redacted, and they have not complied with the order. I noticed that the member from Winnipeg North has given 3 speeches on this question of privilege already, and he's had, I'm pretty sure, over 300 interventions on this topic alone now. He somehow continues to claim that this is a Conservative filibuster. In reality, the Liberals have the ability to end this blockage in the House of Commons today if they simply turn over the documents. Members from all officially recognized parties in this House have been speaking on this question of privilege for quite some time now. An aspect that I didn't get in on my first speech, though, Madam Speaker, that I think is important. What was this fund about? It's a fund that's been around for over 20 years. It was given a clean bill of health back, I believe, in 2018 timeframe. No issues. But it was really a fund established to promote research and development, support green technology funds right across Canada. So, good cause, something that I think all members in this chamber, in this House, totally agree on. Unfortunately, this scandal, this mismanagement of $400 million worth of funds by Liberal insiders, with over 186 conflicts of interest, has created a huge problem for a lot of these green technology companies across Canada that aren't part of the scandal, that weren't tied to this insider corruption. Since this announcement, the minister announced that there's a new governance framework for clean tech funding. He did this back in June. That effective immediately, SDTC will also resume funding under a reinforced contribution agreement with ISED for eligible projects in a sector vital to our country's economy and clean growth transition in line with the Auditor General's finding. The minister said his department will enhance oversight and monitoring of the funding during that transition period. Well, here we are, Madam Speaker, 5 months after the fact, after that announcement, and there's still unknowns. I have a green technology company in my own riding, employing approximately 7 employees, 70 people that are working hard to make Canada a global leader in green hydrogen. But where's their money? Money that they were pre-approved to. They're not one of these organizations tied to the corruption and these conflicts of interest. So I guess I'll pre-propose maybe a question that I might get from the member from Winnipeg North. He's normally the one that likes to ask me questions. He'll have time here because my speech still has, I think I got approximately 10 minutes or 11 minutes left, is to go talk to the government, try to get an answer as the spokesperson in this place for the government about when is that money going to start to flow. Because there's, in my riding alone, 70 people dependent upon this flow of money that's supposed to be still going through for the companies that weren't in conflict. And if it's dozens just in my own riding, I guarantee you there's hundreds of Canadians across this great country that are sitting in a status of unknown. What they don't know whether or not they're going to have a job still when that funding that's supposed to be flowing in the new year, whenever it's supposed to be coming, that's been already pre-approved of when they're going to get that funding. So I asked the parliamentary secretary to maybe do some digging into that over the next few minutes, or encourage the minister to come and inform all members that are impacted by this decision, to give them a status update in a timely fashion, because I think it's something that these businesses that are doing phenomenal work to help address green technology across this country. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to go back to reading some quotes, because there's nothing, I think, there's no bigger privilege that we have in the House of Commons than to be that voice of our constituents here in Ottawa and to put their words on the record. So Jennifer from Lions Head, in response to my questions. The Liberal government should definitely hand over the SDTC documents for investigation. Also, Liberal insiders should have to pay back the grant money they received. I just don't understand how this deceitful government, especially the Prime Minister, gets so many passes on shady deals for the past 8+ years now. Marion, she says, the Liberals should hand over all the documents immediately, and everyone should pay back the money they received illegally, in my opinion. Just another example of the Liberals' incompetency, or worse, dishonesty. Rhoda, she says, yes, the Liberals should be called to account and to submit all documents to the RCMP and to comply with Parliament. Otherwise, their actions indicate they are hiding something. They are not above the law. Yes, those Liberals must be held accountable and should repay the grant money to the taxpayers. Robert, thanks for permitting a taxpayer of Canada to reply. Discouraging and just disappointed in most, if not all, of the Liberal NDP performances as our Canadian federal government that are joint, are very shady, and questionable partners that I do not believe how Canadian best interests first as that don't put Canadian best interests first as their first interest, which they surely should. Linda from Sauble Beach, yes to both your questions. Sounds like watchdogs fell asleep. It'll be hard to get the money back from Sustainability Development Company, social services, hospitals, etc. We'll also have to take a hit with this lower or nil grants. Theft from the public purse should certainly be investigated. Maybe bribery was involved, and the acceptors could be made to pay back their gifts. Bill from Kemble. The Liberal government must obey the wishes of Parliament and deliver the unredacted documents over to the RCMP. Failure to do so should invoke charges of obstruction of justice against the Prime Minister and his minions. All persons or companies that illegitimately obtain funding must be made to pay back with interest all monies received. Additionally, criminal charges relating to fraud should be brought against the CEOs and other top executives. Deborah from Georgian Bluffs. Liberal horse is long out of the barn. As far as I can tell, the Liberals have executed a number of activities that are highly suspect at best, possibly criminal, some by commission and others by omission, and yet they remain in power and have been in no way held accountable. Of course, I think any documents proving wrongdoing should be submitted and monies returned to the public coffers, but do I have faith anything will come of it? No. Elaine. Yes and yes to both your questions. That is cheating, stealing, and secretive. I'm glad there are whistleblowers. There is no confidence, common sense, honesty left with the government in any capacity or at any level. Mark, all SDTC documents should be made available to the RCMP, and any ill-gotten funds should be returned, as well as criminal charges being filed where applicable to whoever is involved. The bleeding has to stop. Samantha, yes, because if it was anyone else, the same would apply. We as taxpayers should be treated with the respect that this will get looked into and brought to justice. Denise, my answer is yes and yes, but unfortunately I'm sure nothing will be resolved and those who received the money will never pay it back, and nothing will be done to the politicians who gave this money to their friends. It is sad to see so much money go to the rich when there are so many struggling just to make ends meet. Gary, the Liberals should absolutely adhere to the will of Parliament. Isn't that what democracy is all about? There are too many cover-ups and backroom deals, and this is obviously one that they don't want to be made public, although I don't believe they can hurt themselves any more than they already have. Bill. Yes, the Liberal government should definitely turn over the requested documents immediately to the RCMP, and any Liberal insider who was awarded a contract illegitimately through the SDTC should be required to repay the amount. Todd. The Liberal government that ran on being an open and honest should be held accountable for their actions. The money that was given out should be returned in an investigation done by the RCMP. This is probably just the tip of the iceberg. So, Madam Speaker, I think that gets to a key point here, and it's important for everybody to remember. This approximately $400 million of money that was handed out was only a sample set of the billion-dollar slush fund. So in all likelihood, we're talking about a lot more conflicts of interest and a lot more money that was handed out. But ultimately, out of those additional, I don't know how many comments I just read into the record, what was the key message to us here in this chamber and to the government? They're asking for transparency and accountability. It's our role, it's the role of parliamentarians and Parliament to hold the government to account and to oversee the government spending of Canadians' hard-earned tax dollars. By refusing to comply with the Speaker's decision to produce the documents, the government is undermining the principle and integrity of this House and is setting a very dangerous precedent for what I think Canadians expect from all of us in this House of Commons. Parliament is the House of the people, and the people of my constituency of Bruce Grey Owen Sound, and for that matter, all the constituencies across this country who trusted us and elected us to represent them. We are here to be the people's voice in Ottawa and ensure that we are good stewards of every single one of their tax dollars. Canadians, perhaps more than ever, as they struggle with the cost of living crisis and try hard every day just to put food on the table and pay to have a roof over their heads, Canadians deserve to know where those tax dollars are being spent prudently, responsibly, and on programs that will impact their lives in a positive way, not to line Liberal insiders' pockets. In preparing for the intervention today, I did review some of the excellent speeches by my Conservative colleagues, and I appreciated learning something new from my honourable colleague from Foothills when he highlighted some claims that the member of Papineau stated back in 2013, which was before my time and privilege to be in this esteemed chamber. The then leader of the Liberal Party proclaimed that a future Liberal government would be coming out shortly with a way to open up and be more transparent about all expenses in a way that will restore Canadians' confidence and trust in holders of public office. He stated, quote, "We will certainly offer a level of transparency that hasn't been seen before," unquote. A lot of Canadians believed those words, Madam Speaker, and rewarded the member of Papineau in 2015 with the majority government. Unfortunately, when the Prime Minister said that we will have a level of transparency and accountability like we have never seen before, Canadians, I'm pretty sure, assumed then that this was going to be more transparency and more accountability. And unfortunately, over these last 9 years, we have seen exactly the opposite. As we've seen, this government and this Prime Minister has slammed the door shut on accountability and transparency when it comes to the accountability of Canadian taxpayer dollars. In summary, Madam Speaker, the Liberal government is accountable to Parliament, and Parliament's will is supreme. It's not my Conservative colleagues who are obstructing the business of the House of Commons. It's this Liberal government that is going against the will of the democratically elected House of Commons. The Liberals have the ability to end this blockage in this House of Commons today if they simply hand over the documents. Madam Speaker, we're here to hold the government to account, to be honest, to be transparent, and to make sure the hard-earned dollars, taxpayer dollars of Canadians across this country, in my riding, in your riding, Madam Speaker, in all of our ridings, that money is being spent for the right reasons and in an accountable, transparent manner. Madam Speaker, I look forward to any questions that my colleagues may have, and I'm hoping that the member from Winnipeg North has got an answer for me on my question, that hopefully he can explain how the money is going to flow to those green tech companies that are doing so much to address important issues like climate change across this country and are trying to make a difference, trying to make Canada a global leader. But again, they're being held up because of this Liberal scandal and this mess that's been created. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Alex and Louis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We see with this issue that we're setting a precedent in some way. Yes, we know that Parliament is supreme. Of course, Parliament makes errors, and it's called to order by the Supreme Court, for example. But Parliament is supreme. But in this particular case, we're setting the precedent that Parliament is using its power to obtain documents to give to a third party. Now, let's forget that it's the RCMP for a moment. But this is a first. This is a first. And it's a very complicated issue because it is a first. And that is why it is a good idea for a committee that represents this House in terms of the proportions of the parties, of the members from different parties that are on the committee. It is a good idea, I would think, that a committee would deliberate on this, because I think a committee could go much deeper than the kind of debate we've seen here in the last 4 weeks. So I don't understand why the member on the one hand has faith in Parliament but doesn't have faith in a body that reflects Parliament and that is within Parliament itself. That is the Procedure and House Affairs Committee.
The honourable member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I have complete faith in our committees, in our process here. I never once said anything in my speech to the contrary. But the issue is, I'm here at the will and privilege of being elected by the people, the great people of Bruce Grey, Owen Sound. I actually went out and asked them. I asked for their opinion about should the government comply with the will of Parliament. And yes, maybe it's a precedent. Maybe the government should have made that case a little bit clearer if they felt it was a precedent that this House shouldn't take on. That decision was made back in June when we voted on this. We're now here. I've asked my constituents. They've made it crystal clear to me. The government needs to comply with the will of Parliament. I'm here for the people that elected me. That's who we're all here, is to be here for the people that elected us and gave us the privilege to sit in this esteemed chamber.
Questions et commentaires?
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we hadn't spent so much money in the SDTC scandal, perhaps the government would have been able to pay for heating in the House of Commons today. Anyway, jokes aside, if the government didn't delegate public funds so much, the issue we have before us today, would it still exist? What could be done so that public money is better spent in a more effective and efficient way without partisanship? What can be done on the matter? Before the honourable member takes the floor to answer, I would like to reassure the honourable member that we are aware of the heating situation and we are addressing it as we speak.
Member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that is, it's a good question, and it's something I did talk about in my first speech a little bit. How do we get into this mess? And I did highlight this fund actually worked really well for 20 years. But where did it go off the rails? When the Liberal minister, then Navdeep Bains, decided to appoint people, the chair of the SDTC, despite being forewarned that there was conflicts of interest by appointing that member. And then ultimately, this is the issues we dug into it, these Liberal government-appointed board members of the SDTC didn't seem to have any ethics, right? 186 conflicts of interest. I think that's the key. So whatever the process was for the 20 years prior, I think we just need to go back to that. We need to be appointing people that are there on merit, that are there because they deserve to be there, that are actually offering programs or, judgment and service to this country for the right reasons, not because they're connected to the government in power.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Edmonton West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Owen Sound for his wonderful speech tonight. In the Public Accounts Committee, where we've been studying this issue, we had the Deputy Secretary to the Cabinet of the Privy Council, which, as we know, is pretty much the Prime Minister's department. She told us that she was refusing to turn over the documents unredacted under an order of Parliament, but she insisted that the Access to Information Law superseded the will of Parliament. In the same meeting, she told committee that she violated the Information Act by destroying documents. So I have to ask my colleague, this is right from the Prime Minister's own department. Do you believe that the Prime Minister's department that believes that the Access Information Law that they violate supersedes the will of Parliament?
The honourable member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for the incredible hard work he's been doing. I know he's been at the lead in front of uncovering this scandal for a while now. But I learned something new. I was not aware that we would have the Prime Minister's office basically bring forth and suggest that somehow the access to information is somehow more important than the will of Parliament, because I flat out disagree with that assertion. The will of Parliament's there. Look, I represent a rural riding. I come from a family of modest background, but I mean, I have to defend with my own family members about the sometimes there is legitimate reasons, especially with my background in national security, that there are certain things that sometimes that need to be protected. But when it comes to corruption, insider information, money, the bad spending of taxpayers' dollars, that is something that should be transparent, and especially when it's brought forward like it has. And ultimately, these documents do, in my opinion, need to be turned over. The will of Parliament must be upheld.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member, hopefully we'll have enough time for two more questions. The honourable parliamentary secretary, the leader of the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that the member in address...
Actually, you'll forgive the honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach. Because of the transition, you're right, I didn't go in the right order, now that I'm realizing that now. But I will assure the honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach, I will assure the honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach will have an opportunity to ask a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's really important that we take a look at the actual motion that we're debating. The motion is that we send the issue to Procedures and House Affairs Committee. That's what we're actually voting on. The issue in which over 100 and whatever number of speeches delivered by Conservatives tends to want to deal with telling the government that we should not listen to what the RCMP, the Auditor General of Canada, are recommending to the government. So we should stick to the motion which says have the issue go before Procedures and House Affairs. Does he not support the Speaker's recommendation? That's what this...
I appreciate that. And the honourable member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll keep my answer fairly short because I know the member from Griesbach wants to get a quick question in too. So the short answer is I respect the will of Parliament. We'll get to vote on that. I'm going to be voting yes on this motion, but at the same time, as I've told this member, I don't know how many times, I think it's everybody's right to speak. And I just think, no, it would be fair, Mr. Speaker, everybody in this chamber should get to speak as much as that member. And then, I mean, this Parliament would go so much faster if we just all spoke the exact same number of words as the member from Winnipeg North.
The honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech today. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for making this opportunity available. Just looking at some of the hypocrisy, I think that is difficult for New Democrats to digest between scandal after scandal of the Liberals, but there's also scandal after scandal with the Conservatives. And I find this to be a difficult issue to try to circle, because all of us should be opposed to corruption. When Mike Duffy did that, did he pay back that money and did he say sorry? And if not, would the member be willing to do that on his behalf?
The honourable member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Look, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know this member's, I think, even newly elected in 2021. I was only 2019. I can't speak to past governments, what I will commit in this chamber, I will hold any government of any political stripe to account on corruption every darn time, and I'll be 100 times harder on a future Conservative government that does anything that's even half as bad as this current Liberal government.
I thank honourable members for their contribution. We'll for their questions here. We'll move on to resuming debate. The honourable member from Coastal Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise here in this place to speak on behalf of the good people of Coastal Bay, Central Notre Dame, who sent me here, and they're quite concerned about the business of this place being hung up and the fact that we're not addressing what we could be addressing, but we're stopped from doing so because this side of the House right here, Mr. Speaker, will not follow the order that you laid out for them to produce those documents as relating to the Sustainable Development Technology Fund, unredacted, as you commanded them to do. And you know what? If they listen, Mr. Speaker, we could be business as usual and dealing with other important issues in this country. But right now, Mr. Speaker, what's really important to Canadians, to people, to constituents of all of us in this House, and even constituents represented by Liberal members, Mr. Speaker, that want to know what are in or what's in those documents that were sort of produced. They were somewhat redacted, but what's the big cover-up? Bring the documents forward. This privileged debate is over, and we back to business. But first of all, we have to find out where that $400 million went. Yeah, where'd it go? My honourable colleague from Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, right here. He's wondering where those funds went. You know what? And Canadians have lost faith in this NDP Liberal coalition, which seems to be alive and well. Mr. Speaker, nearly 20% of the Prime Minister's caucus, 24 of them, signed a letter asking for a leadership review. Yesterday, what happened? One of his ministers resigned. Some people think that he may be the other Randy. I don't know, but who knows? He may be. I'm trying to be very careful, Mr. Speaker, because I know that it's very close to your heart, and you're really making sure that we don't step over any boundaries here. But things are crumbling on that side of the House. Canadians can see it. The business of the country is falling apart. So, you know what? On June 10th, there was a motion adopted calling for the production of documents related to the SDTC fund to the law clerk. What happened over the summer? Nothing. And then documents were either withheld, or redacted at the order of the big boss, the Prime Minister. So common sense Conservative House leader raised the question of privilege, Mr. Speaker, because of that failure to comply with that House order. On September 26th, you ruled that House privilege had been breached. Is that correct, Mr. Speaker? Okay, 24th, 25th, 26th, you know, give or take a day or two. You know what? What's a day or two? Look at the time we're chewing up right here in asking that the point of privilege be honored and the documents be delivered to the clerk. So it's time to get on with business, Mr. Speaker. Just produce the documents. Let us get on with things. So what are we going to find out? What are we going to find out about that $400 million? You know what? I've got communities, Mr. Speaker, in Costa Bay, Central Notre Dame, regions that are fraught with crime. People are fearful. As you heard me say today in a question, when I asked the Prime Minister why not call an election and let the people vote on his crime record, because I attended a town hall this Friday past in a town of 800 people. Friday afternoon, nearly 300 showed up at a town hall on crime, and the RCMP were there, talking about how their hands are tied. Their hands are tied. The criminal justice system is not being supported for rural Canadians. They don't even see the point of laying charges in a lot of cases because the minimum sentences be thrown out of court. It takes so long to make its way through the criminal justice system in Newfoundland and Labrador. In fact, not long ago, a murder case that was pretty much cut and dried got thrown right out of court because it had waited so long without having one day in court. And this is happening all over the country. And when we've got police, Mr. Speaker, that they've got to have everything's got to be perfect. If the RCMP have to wait 3 or 4 years to get the ducks in a row to do a major cocaine or crack bust, to shut down a crack house, how many more addicts are being created every week? Week after week, month after month, year after year. Because they know that the NDP Liberal soft on crime criminal justice system favors the criminal. It favors the criminal. It disadvantages those that are impacted by crime. And those families whose loved ones are addicts or becoming addicts, the crime is addiction related. When you have people who worked hard all their life, senior citizens who attend a town hall, and not just one, not just two, not just three, multiple of them, stand up and tell the RCMP that we're sleeping with a gun next to our bed. That's an infraction of the criminal code. But what can the RCMP do? They don't have any resources. And the people feel like they're left to fend for themselves. It's becoming like the Wild West. It's crazy. It's deplorable. This should not be happening in Canada, in rural Canada, where people during the pandemic moved from metro regions of Canada back to their rural communities, to where they grew up, where they felt safe, where now, in just a short 2 or 3 years later, they're so afraid that they're telling us that they're sleeping with a gun next to their bed. I heard it with my very own ears. The RCMP heard it. This is not hearsay. This is not something that the media is going to say, oh, Cliff Small is a big bluff and he's hyping it all up and he's making this stuff up. He's being dramatic. This is very, very real. I spoke to a clergy a few days before I went to that town hall meeting. And I said to him, I said, you know, you're a man of faith, you're in the community. What are you hearing? This is what I'm hearing. He said, MP, what's going to happen is that vigilantism is going to take over. And somebody's going to get shot. This is absolutely deplorable. Police don't have the resources. The depot was shut down for 2 years, while every university and every community college and every high school in Canada was full on. The education system found a way to operate. Why did RCMP depot have to be shut down for 2 years while all of these members that the RCMP have are moving into retirement age? And they knew what the shortfall would be.
with no recruits graduating from that college for 2 full years. I mean, whose directive was that? I don't think it was a directive of the RCMP to shut down the depot. I think the directive came from the soft NDP Liberal leadership. It's absolutely terrible. And I'm sure my colleague from Moose Jaw, he understands that RCMP college could have kept graduating members. So right now, we've got rural crime on the rise, addiction-related crime going through the roof, which is a tricky kind of crime to address for the police. It's not an easy crime to address because it's addiction-driven. It's not. There's absolutely, in most cases, no motives, no logic, no nothing. It's just driven by the need for the next fix, and they can't even. These poor addicts can't even think through the process of right and wrong, Mr. Speaker. Where else could some of that $400 million been spent? You know, I think about the oyster industry in Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker. I visited there this past summer, an industry that means over $100 million to the economy of Prince Edward Island, completely in peril. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the reminder, but I got this little advantage right here. I'm looking right at that clock. So it's just to let you know, you don't need these. I'm good. But thank you very much for the kind reminder. I won't go over time. If I do, hopefully I don't bore you. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, the people of Prince Edward Island were promised $1 million to conduct research to try to solve the MSX parasite problem that's going to completely wipe out the oyster industry in Prince Edward Island. Now, I'd probably be safe to say you'd like to enjoy a nice Malpeque oyster once in a while. Yeah, well, you're not going to be enjoying any in 2 or 3 years' time because this parasite kills any oyster that's infested with it within 2 years, and it's going to completely wipe out the entire oyster industry in Prince Edward Island. We're not hearing anything from the members that represent Prince Edward Island. Well, I'm glad as an islander to stand here and speak on behalf of the oyster industry in Prince Edward Island. And, you know, just a little ways away on another island, on Ile de Madeleine, the minister announced not long ago, well, lots of money from the Blue Slush Fund, from Small Craft Harbours, Mr. Speaker, where the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard, one member of 338 here in this House, delivered 20% of all Small Craft Harbours projects to her own riding. And PEI gets $500,000 a year. A summit was promised to bring in industry experts to discuss the oyster MSX problem. That was promised back in August. No talk of it whatsoever. So there's so many things that's happening in this country that affect rural economies and the rural security that are being neglected, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very, it's a burden that we carry representing the people that sent us here to speak up on issues that matter to them. Another very, very, very big matter in my province of Newfoundland and Labrador is the failure of DFO Science in carrying out adequate and accurate stock assessments on our northern cod. Right now, rumors are flying around that the vessel that was conducting the ground trawl survey has been having all kinds of mechanical issues, and that once again, for the 4th year in a row, we're in jeopardy of not having a complete, accurate northern cod survey. And for the people that are involved in the fishing industry back home, Mr. Speaker, it's complete neglect. And when there's questions about the cod biomass, the finger always gets pointed at the survey. If the survey's incomplete, well, that's the best data we have. Follow the precautionary principle, and the maximum harvest potential can never be realized. That's dollars that don't flow into our coastal communities and our coastal economies. Is dollars that, new dollars that never get a chance to enter our economy, Mr. Speaker, and it's not good enough. In the spring of 2022, I brought forward a bill to address the ecological disaster and the imbalance that exists in our ocean ecosystems due to the overpopulation of pinnipeds. Mr. Speaker, pinnipeds include seals, sea lions, and walruses. But the available quota this year, if it was taken, would reduce the consumption of fish by over 1 million tons just by taking the available quota. And all of the nutrition and the value of clothing and everything that goes with it, it's sitting there. It's a waste. It's destroying our marine ecosystem and reducing the GDP in our blue economy. So maybe some of that $400 million could have went into redeveloping our markets for seal products. But it's just not happening. All we hear is promises. And we have all these groups. They do a little study. There's 500,000 for you, and there's 100,000 for you, and there's 750,000 for you. Do a little study, you know. No results. No results. We need results. These taxpayers' dollars, they could be invested in something that's going to give results. They could. But what are they being invested in? We don't know. We can't get the document. We need the documents. And we need to get on with the business of the House. We need to start tackling crime. Right? We need to fix the budget, and we'll soon find out what that looks like, I guess, and then shortly we'll have something to chew into, Mr. Speaker. And then we look at the issue that we continually bring up here in this House, and the number one thing that I hear next to the crime is, when are we having a carbon tax election? Yeah. You know, it's time to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Everything that I spoke about here so far included 3 of those 4 pillars. So now I can't lose the opportunity to talk about the one that's taking the most money out of the wallets of Canadians. Of all those things. And that's the carbon tax. You tax the farmers that grow the food, you tax the truckers that truck it, you tax the factories that produce the food, and I'm sure the member from Winnipeg over there, he's eating the odd can of Campbell soup in his day, right? I wonder what he thinks that was cooked with. Huh? Grass fire? I don't think so. Good old bit of diesel fuel now, getting those big factory burners going, cooking up the soup for the member. Huh? Trucker trucks it into where? Out in Loblaws somewhere. Loblaws? Well, you know, and one good thing about a can of Campbell soup, they can store it on the shelf. You don't need to put it in those big freezers and refrigerator units that is government supplied. is very efficient sitting on the shelf. So you know what? When this government right here wants to dish out money to their friends like Loblaws, that's no problem. But when the oyster fishermen and the oyster aquaculture industry is in peril in PEI, they're thrown out to the wolves like the rest of the Canadians who are depending on better from this government, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member. I thank the honourable member from Coastal Bay Central Notre Dame, and I'd also like to present my apologies to the member. He indeed was correct. It was September 26th, Thursday, September 26th, that the ruling came in from the Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member for that. Question et commentaire. The honourable member from Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for my colleague's intervention. And a couple of things I want to identify that are very important with regards to security, safety, and is that the Harper administration in 2012 put in a 3-year plan, not a 1-year plan, but a 3-year plan to get rid of $143 million out of the CBSA budget to get rid of frontline workers and others that protected our borders. Wow. And they did that, and this member was also part of the current group over a year ago that went line by line against the budget to fund CBSA and their workers. At that time, back in 2012, the union identified, and many other experts, that guns coming illegally into Canada would take place in a more diverse area and also a threshold that was significant. There would be more pornography that would come into Canada, and there would be more people entering illegally. So to the member, will he apologize and own up to the responsibility that Stephen Harper started attacking workers that defend our border every single day, and why the $143 million was not restored after they found out it was the truth? All those things went up from Harper's cuts.
The honourable member from Coastal Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure that my NDP Liberal colleague is very pleased to be part of the Loblaw team, the team that dished out all that money to Loblaws a few years ago to fit them out with new freezers and coolers. And the government that's in place is 9 years old. They keep going back. He just went back, Mr. Speaker, 12 years. 12 years. Who's responsible for the last 9, Mr. Speaker? We're not talking about 2012 here. We're talking about the present and the conditions and situations that people are living in from coast to coast to coast. And they keep bringing back, oh, Mr. Harper, 9 years of NDP Liberal rule. It's time for it to come to an end. Call a carbon tax election right now, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, the honourable member from Windsor West.
It's not 9 years because, and going back 12 years because he sits with.
To be fair to the honourable member from Windsor West, who is a very experienced member, that sounds a lot like debate. Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member from Louis Lac Saint Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But we know for a fact that the Conservatives don't have an environmental policy. They don't like the price on carbon. They don't like ZEV mandates. They don't like the clean fuel standard. They don't like an emissions cap on oil and gas. They don't like the clean electricity standard. The only thing they believe in is giving subsidies to businesses to invest in green technology. That's all they've got, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member opposite doesn't see a hint of irony in that.
The honourable member from Coastal Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank honourable gentleman for his question. He's quite a gentleman he is, Mr. Speaker. But he spoke of EV mandates. Last night I was watching the news, and a gentleman whose life will be forever changed because he had to beat the windows out of a vehicle that was burning, and poor victims were burned inside. These EVs are just not safe, Mr. Speaker. When they catch fire, it's impossible to get them out. It's a safety issue to even have these lithium batteries in a vehicle. The people are stuck in them. The rules surrounding them are so weak. In Canada, EVs just don't work. They're not selling. And here they are with the billions, $35 billion that they're dishing out to battery plants in Montreal and in southern Ontario that are not going to be sold. And that's another waste of taxpayers' money. Tack that $35 billion onto this $400 billion.
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Moose Jaw, Lake Country, Lanigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his passionate speech. Mr. Speaker, in his speech, he spoke about $400 million being taken from the people of Canada. We hear of heartbreaking stories of how old people are scammed, where their money is being taken out of their bank accounts. And I'd like to ask my colleague's opinion on this $400 million where people do not have a say where the money's gone, and what his opinion is of that. Thank you very much.
Member from Coastal Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. And it's a very, very good question. So when people are stolen from, seniors are usually stolen from by friends, by people they trust, you know? And the amount of trust that was put into that government in 2015, for goodness sake, they took every seat in Atlantic Canada. And now, that trust, it's always the people in trust, the people that you trust. They're the people that steal from you every time. Not always your neighbors, your family, in the case of seniors. Now it's the people that they entrusted with 100% of the seats in Atlantic Canada. But I tell you what, Mr. Speaker, they want change, and we're going to bring it to them. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member started off so well. I think he got about 5 gold stars, according to the CBC and the Conservative insiders. But then he started taking a little bit of a nosedive because, according to the article in Conservative MPs, if you stray too far from the message, you get told pretty quickly. I don't believe opposing electric vehicles outright or calling them something that maybe that they're not is going to do him well. My question is, does the member recognize that what he's actually supposed to be talking about is a motion in which we're referring it to the Proc Committee?
The honourable member from Coastal Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Talk about control. Talk about control. The guy that stands and asks at least 50% of the questions in any debate in this House, the Campbell Soup Man from Winnipeg, Mr. Speaker. Well, he admitted he's one of his favorite foods.
I'm just gonna. I think we're all having good fun, and I don't think this has caused any disturbance. But it's really important that members do try to not attach labels to other members. It's just an important way of conducting ourselves with respect. The honourable member, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, for one, certainly not censored. I don't know anyone who's censored. We don't have to be censored. You know what? We all know what's important to Canadians. That's what we stand in this House and talk about. The crime, the homelessness, the hunger, the cost to heat their homes. Mr. Speaker, if that was me, you'd be saying, honourable member for Coastal Bay Central Notre Dame, if you remember to name my riding, you'd be telling me to shut up. He should have better sense and stop heckling over there. I would never do that to him. But he's part of that government that's destroyed Canada. His government's destroyed Canada, Mr. Speaker. We've had enough. It's time to call a corruption, carbon tax, crime election, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Edmonton and Griesbach.
I want to thank my honourable colleague. He speaks with great passion in this place, and I really do appreciate that. He mentioned that he doesn't want to be censored. So I want to give him an opportunity to reflect upon this House. What is the lesson he would give to this place in relation to what he thinks is the worst Conservative scandal and how we can learn from it?
The honourable member from Coastal Bay Central.
Mr. Speaker, do you have a way of deciphering what he just asked me? I mean, I don't think I'm a brilliant man or a stupid man. Maybe somewhere in the middle. But he's not making sense to me. Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker? You know what? He should be ashamed of the marriage that they have with the Liberals. They keep propping up this government.
Colleagues, just making sure that we're able to speak, just making sure that we keep our comments not to recognize or not to take up the floor when you're not recognized by the Speaker, so that the honourable member can answer. The honourable member? Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. And that member should be ashamed of the arrangement that his party has, propping up this corrupt government that's breaking Canadians. And the people that we talk to, when we go back home, we see the people that elected us, and the number one thing they ask is how long is this NDP crowd going to keep backing up those corrupt Liberals who are breaking us? That's what we hear. That's what we hear. Now, you know what he should do? He should put that in his pipe and smoke it and think about it.
Again, I'm going to ask members to be very careful in their choice of words and the way that they treat with each other. It's very important for us to do so. I see the honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach is rising on a point of order.
I do understand the member's emotion about many of this place, and he's a very emotional fellow. I do think, however, there's a requirement to treat all members honorably in this place. I asked him a very clear question as to what is the worst Conservative scandal that we can learn from, and he failed to answer that. And so that was the intent of my question.
So that is now entering to debate, but the first point that the honourable member made was a point that the Speaker had also just made as well, the importance of having respect and decorum in this place. Resuming debate, the honourable member from Calgary Calgary Centre, forgive me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to be the member from Calgary Centre, and my friend is actually the member from Calgary Confederation, and he and I collaborate on a lot of things because we're both the downtown members from Calgary. We have great constituents. But what we're here for tonight, again, we're here again because the government refuses to turn over documents that you've demanded. Mr. Speaker, you've demanded this government provide these documents to Parliament, which is your right, which is Parliament's right, to get these documents in their unredacted form as we call this government to account on a report that the Auditor General gave on a fund called the SDTC, the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund, $400 million of unaccountable spending, what we've referred to many times as the Green Slush Fund, because of the way that the government has spent their money there. The Auditor General's findings were telling in so many ways. When you looked at effectively, there's conflicts of interest here upon conflicts of interest. None of these funds should have been dispersed the way they were. Many of these projects that were funded through the SDTC didn't even meet the eligibility requirements. But why did they happen? They happened because there were a bunch of insiders, Liberal-connected insiders, that were writing checks to each other at the end of the day and approving money going into each of their companies. And that included companies that are partially owned by people that actually sit on the Liberal bench, which is a shame, which is the definition, as you would know, Mr. Speaker, the definition of a conflict of interest. Now, the government doesn't want to disclose this to Parliament, but we go back to the constitutional setup here, how we actually function in this place. The government is the executive. We are the legislature. And in Canada, the legislature is supreme. We're all elected across Canada, 338 of us. You've talked about showing respect to each other, Mr. Speaker. This is legislative respect. Get the government to actually obey the rules of Parliament. If we don't have these rules and we don't actually know how to function together anymore, we're not going to be able to continue as a country in the way we govern ourselves and have for so long as a democracy. So what's at stake here is the governance we have as a democracy itself. This is reminiscent of what happened during COVID, when this same government actually took your predecessor, Mr. Speaker, to court because they were ordered to provide documents on the Winnipeg lab scandal, where a whole bunch of information was actually provided to a foreign government through a bunch of agents, and it actually pulled somebody to the head of the public health agency in Canada, was brought to the bar here to testify in front of Parliament about why he would not provide those documents. And it was demanded to provide them, and the government subsequently took your predecessor to court to say they didn't have to provide Parliament with those documents. Now, that's a clear aberration of democracy, the way we practice it in Canada, and so is this. This is an aberration. We've got to get back to the way we govern ourselves effectively together here. Canadians need to understand how their democracy works, and it's not like this government is treating their democracy. This is not an autocracy. This is a democracy. 338 people are elected. 119, I think we're up to about 120 now, Mr. Speaker, are on this side of the House in the Conservative Party of Canada, and we look like we're going to do quite a bit better going forward here. But the government's going to abnormal lengths at this point in time to subvert the will of Parliament. Think about that. Subvert the will of Parliament. And I'm not sure, but so far we've managed to hold the three opposition parties together to make sure we continue on this path, and we're not going to commence with any of the government business until these documents are provided to the House of Commons for our inspection of those documents about where the money actually went, where $400 million of taxpayer money actually went. That is, whose pockets this money went into. This is our right to claim, and we are doing that. We're standing here. And I hope against hope that the other two parties stay with us in this and don't crumble because they're getting some kind of bribe, which I do think is part of the card game here that the Liberals want to play. How do they have to bribe one of these other parties to no longer commit to this effort to make sure Parliament is held in the respect to which it's due here? But there's a lot at stake. There's a lot at stake. And you know as well as I do, Mr. Speaker, in question period every day, we talk about the opposition parties holding government to account. And most Canadians think that happens in question period. But Mr. Speaker, as I say, you will know because you actually referee that during the day. And it is no longer even a functional part of holding the government to account. Questions are asked and answers are not given. The government sometimes thinks it's their job to ask questions of the opposition about what's happening over here. Well, it's about the functioning of government, and every one of those questions that we ask should be about the accountability of government, what the government's doing at any one point in time, and it's not functioning that way. So Canadians are watching this whittling down of the practices of the democracy on a daily basis. And I beseech you, Mr. Speaker, to actually get a hold of that and actually hold the government to account and actually make them provide answers during that 45-minute session every day when Canadians get to watch what answers the government gives to the questions of government that are asked of responsible members of the opposition here when we demand something from government. But there's a $400 million slush fund that we're talking about here, and I want to get to the root of it. Exposing this slush fund will expose a lot because there's a bunch of actors here that the government goes hand in hand with. They're shaking each other's hands and effectively moving money into people's pockets. It is a great redistribution of wealth. It's a redistribution of wealth from Canadian taxpayers to friends of this government. And I say that with some reservation because it's almost an accusation, Mr. Speaker. And you'll know it's not my style to make direct accusations, but why aren't you providing the documents? It's been almost 2 months, and you're withholding something for very good reason here. But I'll go back to what we're looking at here. It's a redistribution method this government has at this point in time where it's taking money from taxpayers and giving to people that they believe are on their side. This can't go on forever because this year, despite the fact that the Minister of Finance said we'd only have a $40 billion deficit, it's going to be $46 billion this year, more than $46 billion. And that adds to our $1.3 trillion federal government debt we have in this country. That's about $30,000 per Canadian, not per family, per Canadian. So think of a family of four, that's $120,000 of debt for a family of four. On top of that, of course, there's a provincial debt, which is almost the same, but call it $55,000 per Canadian. We're in debt now between our two levels of government, which is obscene. $2.2 trillion in debt across this country, where we're holding to people that fund this country going backwards. That's $2.2 trillion. We are spending more on interest now than we're spending on anything else across this country. We could spend all this money, coming up to $90 billion a year, on something besides debt. if we got a hold of this. That's an awful amount of money to be going off our income statement every year, and it is unsustainable. And what happens once we go through all that? Of course, we're going to have to. The inflation is going to make sure there's less and less money in everybody's pockets for their take-home pay, for their rent, for what they provide for their kids, for their families, for their futures, for their pensions. This government is inflating the people's savings down so that it's worth less and less as far as what they buy as they get through here. I'm going to divert at this point in time, Mr. Speaker, because I want to talk about what happened last week. It's relevant because the Minister of Finance, the Minister of the Environment was over in Baku, Azerbaijan, for what's called COP29, the Conference of the Parties, about new environmental measures. And when he went over there, he actually pledged more money from Canadian taxpayers, an extra $1 billion per year, thereabouts, going through a fund that the government set up here called FinDev. Now, this is a manufactured corporation. It's the people of Canada's money at the end of the day, but it's just going to be providing what they call blended finance. Now, what's blended finance? I know what that is in the real world. It's nothing when it's a government organization. It's just taxpayer money. They're throwing at a wall. This is more money, more spend, and the problem with that is a week earlier, this same minister, the Ministry of Environment, he put a cap on the Canadian oil and gas production industry. The cap was not even where we are right now. Every actor in the Canadian economy says we're going to have to cut our production of oil by about 1 million barrels a day. Right now, the country produces about 5.3 million barrels of oil per day, most of which goes for export. It's our #1 export in this country. It's about 30% of our export value in this country. They're going to have to cut that by 1 million barrels a day. That's going to cost the Canadian economy about $100 million per day. So think about that while the Minister of the Environment is over in Baku pledging billions of dollars of Canadian money for foreigners because they've got more needs than we have. He's going to say there's, in a country that's already going broke because of our high debt, we're pledging more money, but we're going to have less in the economy here to pay for anything here going forward. So I worked in finance for a number of years. Everybody here knows that. But I can guarantee you this isn't a lesson you give people in high finance. This is a lesson you give people in grade school. You cannot continue to spend more and earn less without this going upside down very quickly. And it is going upside down very quickly, Mr. Speaker. There is a number of quotes here I want to give from that whole cap that the government is putting on the Canadian oil and gas production. And he says the proposed regulations put a limit on pollution, not production. The oil and gas sector is well positioned to reinvest record profits into projects that drive cleaner production. The draft regulations will encourage the sector to redirect these record profits into decarbonization. I think the people over at Environment and Climate Change Canada don't understand what records are, don't understand what climate change is, don't understand anything about economics here, and don't understand how businesses in Canada actually make money and how they lose money significantly in commodity downturns. And these are cyclical, as you will know, Mr. Speaker. Every commodity industry is cyclical. You make your monies when the product is up. You lose money often when the product goes down in price in the world price. But then they make these false statements, and this is Environment Climate Change Canada, which is a fabrication of an organization. It is really a passenger organization that's there to take care of the non-governmental organizations that feed it misinformation. I can say that very clearly because I've watched it through my 5 years here, Mr. Speaker. It is an inane department that needs to be cleansed of all the influence that's coming into it that is purely self-serving at the end of the day. It no longer serves Canadians. It serves itself and it serves the cannibalistic organizations that are more or less taking advantage of Canadians in this respect. But let's go through there. Countries around the world are moving more actively, including Canada's democratic allies and other major countries, including China. Well, I've got the emissions profile from China, all Asian countries and other countries around the world. Canada's oil and gas industry is an environmental producer, and it's very effective at reducing its emissions, has been. It's gone down by 30% in the oil sands over the last 2 decades, more so in an emissions reduction perspective per barrel of oil produced than any other producer in the world. Does that make any sense to anybody on the other side of the bench that the industry, the sector that's performing the best as far as our pollution profile, our emissions reduction, is the one we're going to punish here by actually saying you can't produce anymore. We're not only punishing the Canadian economy, we're punishing technology around the world, we're punishing the environmental solutions that have come forward here. All this is based upon what's going on here in this green slush fund, because a lot of green stuff is going through this. But again, I'll say this, here's something they actually got partially right. Oil and gas companies in Canada have proven repeatedly that they can innovate and develop new technologies to produce more competitive oil and gas with less pollution. Now, there's some nonsense in that sentence, but I agree with the sentiment. So they got something mostly right there. All right, well, let's get through to a few other things here, because the same week that the Environment Minister came up with that production cap on Canada's most profitable industry for the country, not for themselves, because the banking industry is way more profitable than the oil and gas industry. Then the Environment Commissioner comes out the Thursday, 3 days following, and gives this report card on where the Environment Minister and his whole department has been for their delivery across this. And I'm going to quote a few things from the Environment Commissioner here, Mr. Speaker. He says, "It's missing and inconsistent information, delays in launching important measures, and a lack of reliability in projections hinders the credibility of the government's plans." I'm going to go through a few other neat quotes here from the Environment Commissioner. Not from an opposition politician, from the Environment Commissioner, who's there to make sure that Canadian dollars are spent well and that we get results in our environmental outcomes here. There is a lack of transparency on emissions reductions and projections. That is, ECCC, the Environment and Climate Change Canada, is making it up as they go along here. Here's another one. The recent decreases to projected 2030 emissions were not due to climate actions taken by governments, but were instead because of revisions to the data or methods used in modeling. So if you don't like the results, just monkey around with the model a little bit to show it's doing better than it actually is, but it's failing. Everything the government is spending billions of dollars of Canadian taxpayer money on, it is failing as far as its emissions go. There are provinces and there are industries around this country that are doing very well at making sure we reduce emissions on a per barrel basis, on a per unit of GDP basis, on an energy efficiency basis. It is not the result of anything this government or its Department of Environment and Climate Change Canada is responsible for. It's a complete sham. If you don't like the result, just change the numbers and get some different inputs, change the modeling. But here's this one. The issue of the lack of transparency in the modeling continues to be an ongoing concern which can undermine the trust and credibility in the reported progress. Guess what? The Environment Commissioner is telling this government that they can't be trusted, their modeling is wrong, and effectively the numbers they're putting on paper is a bunch of hogwash. This lack of transparency means that accountabilities for reducing emissions remain unclear. The gist is, of course, this government's narrative approach to greenhouse gas emissions is a complete failure. It doesn't know what it's doing, it doesn't know how to accomplish its goals, it doesn't even know how to measure the outcomes it seeks. And it goes back to these parasitic organizations that are well funded by this government in order to get there. And that's where this money, this $400 million that I'm talking about here, Mr. Speaker, and it's a relevant part of this equation here, that's where this $400 million comes in, because this is the green slush fund that has accomplished nothing. Green. That is the problem here. It is just a wealth transfer. It's money going into a whole bunch of pockets that's not reducing anything, that's actually not accomplishing anything environmental for Canada or for the world. We are just spending taxpayers' money, and that spending of taxpayers' money is going towards nothing effective, just going into the pockets of a whole bunch of insiders. It's a sham. How did this nonsense arise? This nonsense arose 4 years ago when a pandemic happened, and I would like to quote some of the issues we have here as far as some of the insiders that are getting rich off the government here. And when I say rich off the government actually doesn't have any money. It's a government going broke, but that's taxpayer money. So it continues to take money from taxpayers and give it to these rich organizations that are actually profiteering, if you will, from the largesse that this government foists upon them that it takes from Canadian taxpayers across the country. Here's this. This is a real doozy from the Task Force for the Renewable Recovery. Or pardon me, I think it's the Resilient Recovery. By using a $13 billion public investment to leverage $35 billion in private capital through de-risking and co-investment strategies and enabling regional efficiency finance networks through standardized project origination and underwriting approaches and aggregation and warehousing of projects to attract large institutional investors. What a bunch of hogwash. This is what the words these organizations put on paper. They don't even make sense, Mr. Speaker. They're just this government's friends putting together paper that excuses the fact that they're going to pay them billions of dollars for accomplishing absolutely nothing. Here's another one. The primary focus of the Task Force for the Resilient Recovery will be a review of the Resilient Recovery Framework, a document submitted to the Task Force by the Smart Prosperity Institute on the very day of its launch. Smart Prosperity is also the principal researcher for the Task Force. So the Task Force is put together to look at Smart Prosperity's work, and Smart Prosperity is doing the research for the Task Force. Have you ever seen such a bunch of circular nonsense? But let's look at that. Smart Prosperity Institute, what a joke. Just an organization cobbled together from this government's friends to funnel money into their pockets and into a whole bunch of the pockets of friends of this government. It's an absolute atrocity. There's 15 people that went into the Task Force for the Resilient Recovery. 4 of them had business experience. About 13 of them are just government grifters, people that are riding the tails of government and making sure that they get paid all the way along. Well, when they get paid, who does the paying? Well, I'll tell you, the Canadian taxpayer does the paying. But these people are people that we need to make sure that we hold to account, and they will be held to account, Mr. Speaker, because there is a reckoning to be had here, and that reckoning is part of this $400 billion slush fund that we need to make sure, $400 million slush fund, that we need to make sure we address very clearly here. I've said a lot. I've got a lot more to say, Mr. Speaker, but I'll entertain some questions at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank the honourable member from Calgary Centre for his intervention. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I take it from the members' comments, like many other Conservatives, they don't recognize that climate change is a reality in life, and that's fine. That's not what my question is about. My question is about what we have before us is a motion to ultimately see the issue brought to Procedures and House Affairs Committee. That is the motion. That is what the Conservatives have actually moved, and well over 100 continue to spend literally $1 million plus political game as they try to twist reality and put what I would suggest to you a great deal of misinformation, not only inside the chamber, but outside the chamber also through social media. My question to the member is, when will the Conservative Party stop with the self-serving interests of the leader of the Conservative Party and start dealing with the interests of Canadians and the issues that they are facing on a daily basis?
The honourable member from Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question there. First of all, I'm going to address one thing. He should never put words in my mouth, because those words, if he wants them to stick, he can say them out of his own mouth. Now, everybody knows the climate is changing, and it is something where people experience it on a day-to-day basis. So I will, and I hope you actually discipline him, Mr. Chairman, because that is just absolute nonsense, and I'd like him to kind of withdraw that comment. Nevertheless, I will address what he says here, and that is that we serve Canadians. We serve Canadians, each one of us that comes to this House of Commons, and for him to suggest that I'm providing misinformation is a great insult. I think he knows me better than that. I think he knows when I show up in this House of Commons, I've done my homework. I actually look at the problem and look at what the solution set looks like, and suggesting that I'm providing misinformation, when you know better, Mr. Speaker, they should know better, and frankly, I think that a withdrawal is required.
I thank the honourable member. I can understand how temperatures can get high, but I would hope that all members will extend full respect and decorum to all other members in this place, and we should never presume what people are feeling. The honourable member from Windsor West, questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that spirit, a couple things. We have seen in this House before documents and information not provided that should be provided. And one of the problems that we have in Canada is Crown copyright. And Crown copyright prevents Canadians and parliamentarians seeing information that was actually supplied to the government of the day, and also research that was done that affects many businesses, organizations, and not-for-profits, but also in the chamber here of what we actually get on a regular basis. So my question to the member, especially given the sense that he's been prepared to come here and is looking at this in a different way, I hope, than others, is that would they support amending Canada's Crown copyright to be more similar to other Commonwealth nations and the United States, where we have not actually updated this properly since 1911. So that would also provide the regular information that would be important for parliamentarians and the public.
The honourable member from Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. It is something I confess I have not looked at, but I think anything that provides us with better information in this House of Commons is going to be good for the outcome, which the outcome, of course, is good government for all Canadians at the end of the day, and making sure we have that information available. What I'm seeking today in this speech again is the information from the government on a $400 million slush fund. So that's the first step. That's where we have the rule base right now. But I do appreciate, and I would entertain, I'm sure my party would entertain, the ability to update what we see as information available to parliamentarians going forward. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We agree that the government redacted the documents and should publish them, but the Conservatives need to stop this filibustering. Young people in my riding are wondering what this manoeuvre is actually doing for them. What is our role as legislators if we're just filibustering left, right and centre? Is he comfortable in paralysing this parliament?
Then I have député de Calgary South.
It's an interesting question, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for it. Is it the Conservatives who are blocking Parliament? No, it's the Liberals government that is filibustering because they're not providing the documents that are essential for Parliament to do its duty. If the Bloc Québécois wants the information that is to be provided to us, then they have to act accordingly. I believe that it is essential for Parliament to operate as a democratic Parliament. We must continue to be here and to hold the government accountable for its responsibilities, which includes providing documents to Parliament. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I just want to sort of pick my honourable colleague's brain a little bit because I know he's got a finance background. He brought up and highlighted in his speech and a number of important things that I hear frequently from my constituents too, in particular about the state of our national finances, the sheer amount of interest we're paying on our national debt, how big that national debt is. He did talk about, this is one $400 million scandal, but he did highlight another issue that the government's latest decisions tied to emissions and the cost it's going to mean to Canadians' gross domestic product. And I just want him to clarify, did he say $100 million a day? Or maybe I got that number wrong, if he could clarify. But what could the Canadian government and Canadians ultimately be benefiting from that money that is no longer going to be contributed to our economy?
The honourable member from Calgary Centre.
Well, I thank my colleague for the question. It's a very good question. $100 million barrels a day, $100 million a day is based on the reduction of 1 million barrels a day of export capacity towards our main trading partner, which is the United States of America. So it's based on a price of oil, obviously, that's going to be there at times and not there at times. but call it between $60 million and $120 million will be the amount. Multiply that by 365 days, and you have a whole bunch of money that's no longer going to be in the Canadian economy. And that will indicate also, that's just the trading volume. There are also jobs there. There's up to 400,000 jobs that will be implicated by this this maneuver from the government. 400,000 jobs provides a lot of tax revenue for the government at the end of the day. It's the main revenue source for the government is actually income tax revenue from individuals. And of course, our trade surplus is very important as well with the United States. This would hamper that trade surplus significantly. Inflation would go higher, people would earn less, our country would go economically upside down. Thank you.
We have time for a last question, for questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I did not mean to offend the individual member, but I would say that if the motion itself says that you have to send the issue to Procedures and House Affairs, and the government and all political parties are saying, yes, let's send it over, but the Conservatives put up speaker after speaker, thereby filibustering. If you listen to the lines that are being used by the Conservatives, whether it's that or it's on the other issue that they continue to bring up, such as Liberal-friendly. And we know the appointment of the chair was actually a great donor to the Conservative Party. She was a political advisor to Stephen Harper and Brian Mulroney. You're actually misleading Canadians by making those types of assertions in the many different speeches that are given. Would he not agree?
And an equal time for the Honourable Member from Calgary Centre to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. I appreciate the tone brought to it by my colleague on the other side of the House. I don't agree that this is something that we just push off to a committee at this point in time. The committees are actually not working this well. We want this document in Parliament. We want this document now in Parliament, not in committee for examination and for pushing down the road, as the case may be. This is a documents demanded by Parliament for Parliament, and this should be brought here. We can look at those documents at that point in time and determine if it's referable forward to somebody for examination about whether there has been some crimes committed that need clear examination. That's something that needs to happen as quickly as possible, not by referring it to on committee and examination. Thank you.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. I would just like to warn the member that for his speech, he will have about 10 minutes, 9.5 minutes, but he will have the balance of his time when we will resume this debate. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It will be a privilege for me to come back tomorrow morning to continue this debate. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for having brought a certain sense of tranquility in this House. It's much more calm than during question period in any case. Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege for me to speak once again on the Liberal scandal of the Green Slush Fund. It's another opportunity to shed light upon the despondency that thousands of Canadians from coast to coast to coast are experiencing. Those who were sold the Liberal idea of a responsible, democratic and free country. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I've been the MP for Lévis-Lotbinière since 2006. That's 18 years now. Almost 19. I would like to tell you that over these past 19 years of trust from my fellow constituents, I've been lucky enough to see a whole generation born and raised, and that's no mean feat. I'm touched and very honoured by it. Many of them are related to me, others have played with my children, others have heard about me from their parents, from their school, and have even seen me on TV. I've taken part in many activities that have given me the opportunity to meet these fine young people, from skating to hockey, from singing to theatre, graduation ceremonies, or our traditional Canada Day celebration at the Lotbinière Agricultural Expo. I'm proud for these young people and all the people in my constituency. And I'm proud that we share common values and an ideal of our society where everyone can have confidence in their parents, in the neighbourhoods in which they live, regardless of whether the people who govern our country are reliable, honest and fair or not. Unfortunately, this can no longer be said to be the case. The Liberals' latest sleight of hand with the Green Slush Fund has once again upset the balance we had before the Liberal government was elected in 2015. As you know, Mr. Speaker, there's a saying that says that you can't miss what you never experienced, but losing what's good can sometimes be fatal, and our entire society is now paying a high price for it.
Debt and crime have gone up. Disadvantaged youth from lower income families find themselves in situations where, in some cases, for example, their families are facing addiction as well. Why are we here, Mr. Speaker? Well, I will tell you. It's because of the liberal promises that led us to the legalization of marijuana and the decriminalization of hard drugs. And Mr. Speaker, because of this type of thing, we are now finding ourselves at the logical end of a path that has led us to what I've been talking about. And it won't improve if we continue down that path. Throughout this liberal period, I have continued to believe in my conservative values, and I have not been silent in this House, even though sometimes I may have seemed like someone who went a bit too far or who exaggerated. I've been faithful to my values and convictions. On each possible occasion, I have denounced each news scandal, like the Green Fund that we've been talking about today, and I have never lost hope that every little seed of effort might bear fruit and bring us back to a fairer vision of what our government ought to be. Despite the many opportunities that this government has had, supported by the NDP and the Bloc Québécois, we have never forgotten about our goal to bring back common sense to this government and Parliament. On November 12th, we heard from TVA that there has been a recent Léger poll which tells us that youth are increasingly supporting the Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear to me that youth are once more turning to the Conservative Party because they are tired of a rudderless world with no rules, where they see their friends and loved ones succumbing to a horrible life full of drugs and addiction, people that they once saw living happy lives, full of vigor and plans, but who now can't keep a home or job. When we look at our current position in the G7, it's clear that the liberal policies have brought us into a nightmare world. Coming back to the poll, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that there is a return among the public to family values, values of hard work, behavior that can generate wealth and pride, which puts food on the table and which creates community solidarity. We want to go back to what we feel is right, what we feel is moral in the very fiber of our beings. We want to go back to our deepest nature, where we don't try to fool anyone, especially not the most vulnerable people. I know that youth understand that their future is under threat and that we need to take good decisions as quickly as possible. Youth aren't dreaming about leaving Canada. That's why the Bloc Québécois is doing very poorly among youth in Quebec. Youth don't want to hear more about some utopian dream. They want to feel united, to work together to create a prosperous future like we had before 2015. Our youth in Canada are strong and they have a good heart, vision, and values that are in the right place. They see that their parents are worried, working hard day after day, but stuck in a precarious situation. And they see that their parents are overwhelmed by the Liberals' behavior and all of their unpunished scandals. In fact, in my writing, several people of various ages have told us that they are shocked to see the Bloc Québécois and the NDP supporting measures that they can't make head or tail of. And they see that these parties are only trying to gain time so that they can make it to October 2025. This NDP and Bloc support is costing us a great deal. They are maintaining this government on life support, even though that is harming people. But I'm very happy to see that young people are learning that this Liberal government is a very dubious one. In fact, they took some good lessons from this Liberal government. They learned what not to do. They have learned hard lessons that people who are dishonest are all the same, whether they are gang members, attack people in a dark alleyway, or whether they wear a tie and drive around in limos. How did we get here? Well, I think too many people were bamboozled by the Prime Minister's melting looks. And yet, the Liberals' political tactics are as old as time. They recruit members for no fee, then they encourage them to attend luxury cocktail events and give them access to different cliques so they can get favors, and then they appoint people to key positions, and then of course these people enjoy contracts, junkets, and they take money out of the pockets of Canadians with no scruples or remorse. I'm looking forward to answering my colleagues' questions at the end of my speech, Mr. Speaker, because some will be blue, some colleagues will be blue with rage, some will redden with shame, and some even will turn a light green color because of everything that we've seen with the green slush fund. But I see that I don't have much time left, so I will continue tomorrow. Thank you.
Je remercie l'honorable.
I'd like to thank the member. He will have 11 minutes left in his speech tomorrow morning. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member from Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the independent, non-partisan Environment Commissioner if Canada's emissions reductions targets could be achieved without a carbon tax. He said, yes. Does the government agree with him?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed once again that the vast majority of Canadians will receive more money back from the Canada Carbon Rebate. In Manitoba, that's $1,200 annually, and it's even higher for residents in rural areas. In fact, there's a 20% top-up. It was 10%, but our government decided to double that to give rural constituents and residents across Canada even more money back. Experts agree that putting a price on pollution is the most cost-effective way of fighting climate change. The Premier of Saskatchewan has even confirmed this. Premier Moe has said that his government looked at alternatives to carbon pricing, but they were too expensive. Our government is committed to fighting climate change while also making life more affordable, and that is exactly what putting a price on pollution does. The Bank of Canada has confirmed this when the governor of the Bank of Canada said that carbon pricing contributed less than 0.15% to inflation. That's 15 cents on $100 spent. 15 cents. That's not a significant amount, and with the carbon rebate, Canadians get more money back in their pockets. 8 out of 10 families get more money back, and those are predominantly lower and medium income families. Mr. Speaker, that's a fraction of 0.5%. So that puts it in perspective. The Conservative Party keeps claiming and have continued to claim that they have a plan to fight climate change, but they've yet to produce any kind of comprehensive plan. They have a few slogans here and there, but there's no plan that I can see. In May of last year, the Leader of the Opposition once again held another fundraiser with more than a dozen lobbyists from the oil and gas industry, accepting more than $60,000 in donations to ensure he would not fight climate change. He would do the opposite of climate action. In essence, he would make pollution free again in this country. When I knock doors in my riding, Mr. Speaker, I ask people at the doors, even those that are somewhat critical of the price on pollution, I say, who should pay? Who should pay for pollution, Mr. Speaker? Should it be the average Canadian or should it be industry? Every single person says it should be industry. So that's exactly what our government does by putting a price on pollution. We're incentivizing innovation. We're setting a price signal that's significant in terms of changing behavior in the market. And that's exactly what we're seeing. We're seeing emissions reduction in Canada today, and a significant amount. If you've listened to our Environment Minister make his responses in question period, you'll hear that there's significant amount of emission reductions in Canada. It doesn't end there. Since the Conservative leader was elected 20 years ago, the Leader of the Opposition had voted against climate action and protecting the environment over 400 times. Like, you literally can't find a member in this House who is more opposed to fighting climate change. It's actually embarrassing and shameful. When I look at my two daughters in the eye, I want to make sure that I'm doing everything I can to protect our clean water, our environment, for a healthy future for all Canadians, including my two daughters. I don't know how the Conservatives can look themselves in the mirror when they never take climate change seriously. Not once have I ever heard them say, yeah, we believe in climate change and we have a plan to address it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have a long history of firing people who speak the truth to power. I'm sure the Environment Commissioner is worried about keeping his job after exposing the truth about the Liberals' carbon tax. Does the Liberal government plan to fire the Environment Commissioner for admitting the carbon tax is not needed to meet Canada's emissions targets?
The honourable member asked very brief questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Well, it's kind of rich coming from the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, to hear them ask a question like that, which is very interesting when they seem to want to fire every independent expert that happens to disagree with them. They want to fire the Independent Bank of Canada governor when he doesn't agree with the slogans and the misinformation that the Conservatives spew in this House every single day. I wonder if they want to fire the guy that they quote regularly about food price inflation, Sylvain Charlebois, who was at Industry Committee not so long ago, and I've posted the clips of him saying very clearly that climate change is the biggest challenge in our agri-food sector in Canada and that we must address it. Why, if the Conservatives are so interested in price inflation in Canada, why don't they have a plan to address the biggest challenge, i.e. climate change, that our agri-food industry is facing?
The honourable member from Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm rising to ask a follow-up question to a question I had about a month ago in this House of Commons. But we're listening to all kinds of stuff, and this pertains to the debate we had today. And that debate is about providing these documents to the House of Commons on the Green Slush Fund, the SDTC scandal. What we're trying to get here, of course, is real information that the government has to provide from one of its documents. And we passed a motion here in the House, supported by all the opposition parties, demanding those documents to the government, as is Parliament's right. But when I asked for that, I said, is this because you think this is incompetence, or you think this is just an oversight, or you think this is actually corruption, you're not providing this? Now, there's all kinds of different degrees of problem in there, but of course the one we're most worried about here is the fact that they're actually complicit with some of their friends in giving this money to a whole bunch of people that are connected to the Liberal Party and not providing the type of oversight, which is what the Auditor General has provided here. But the response I got back was effectively, hey, we've got warnings from the Auditor General, we've got warnings from the RCMP that this might be a charter issue. And the issue, I think that the fabrication of that, if I may say that, normal jurisprudence on this has us collecting the documents. Let's remember who's supreme in Canada in our Canadian Constitution. Parliament is supreme, not the executive, not the RCMP, not the courts. Nevertheless, each of these organizations has a purpose here. So those documents that have to come before Parliament for us to look at and provide to the police authorities, it's not something they've normally looked at before in this respect. We are driving that bus forward here. They will look at that point in time and find out if there are charges to be laid. We're not the ones laying the charges. We're the ones that are going to be actually putting it towards people that have the ability to make that decision. That's our role. And every one of these organizations has a role. This is our role. This is Parliament's role. And somehow this government doesn't think Parliament has a role in this process or any process going forward. It just looks at Parliament as a speed bump. But they're disrespecting you, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, because it's you that delivered that request on behalf of Parliament to provide those documents. So they're saying, who should they listen to? The RCMP, the expert legal person they spoke to, or the House of Commons, which is you. And I'm going to tell them right now, that's hands down, there's one person they should listen to on that, and that is you, Mr. Speaker, in providing that actual ruling. And I'm not concerned about this House treading on charter protections, because those charter protections happen at the judicial level. We actually do our job here, and sometimes Parliament has passed legislation that gets overturned by the Supreme Court. That's where that judicial interpretation of charter rights happens, not here. We do our job. Don't let a whole bunch of bureaucraties and certain legal opinions try and move you in one direction or another. There are far better legal opinions at the end of the day that will determine what happens. And I can guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, I think you know this from a previous legal background, you seek a legal opinion, particularly on a charter issue, and you're going to get 6 opinions, each pointing in each different direction. So let's get our job done here in Parliament, and I'm going to beseech this government again, get us those documents so we can actually see what's behind them, and we can actually come to the bottom of this and move on with the work of Parliament. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Innovation, Science and...
So let me set the record straight, Mr. Speaker. For months now, this House has been paralyzed by the Conservative politicians who are putting partisan politics ahead of delivering real results for Canadians. Instead of focusing on delivering for constituents, which is what we were all elected to do, the Conservatives have chosen to filibuster their own motion in this House to avoid sending it to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, which is exactly what was recommended by the Speaker. So, you know, the member opposite is voicing serious accusations, and I want to be clear, ensuring that public funds are dispersed ethically and transparently is of utmost importance to this government. That's why when allegations of financial mismanagement at SDTC first came to light, our government acted swiftly and decisively and commissioned a range of independent audits and studies to get to the bottom of the troubling allegations. There is absolutely nothing to hide. The evidence is there for all to see. This government took immediate action to undertake the proper due diligence to understand the facts, which is what you do when there's allegations of mismanagement in an arm's length foundation that the federal government set up over 20 years ago. We have submitted thousands upon thousands of pages to this House and are willing to further study this issue at committee, at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, if the Conservatives ever allow the House to sort of proceed in its normal functioning. And what we're not willing to do, however, is compromise the independence of the RCMP investigation, who has said very clearly, the RCMP Commissioner has said very clearly that he doesn't need or want the information that the Conservatives are asking the Auditor General to provide, that they already have an investigation that's underway and they have all of the documentation they need, and that by providing the information in the way that the Conservatives have proposed, it would actually compromise their independent investigation, which is compromising one of our pillars of our democracy, which is judicial and police independence. Again, Conservatives have this reputation. When they don't get their own way, they want to undermine the independence of our institutions, to just run rampant right over top of them because they want to get their way. They want to paint this with the brushstroke of their partisan politics for political gain. And that's just wrong, Mr. Speaker. We've also heard from the former House law clerks, and we've heard from the Auditor General herself, who has all said that this is, and have warned us, that this partisan overreach is a dangerous precedent to set in this House. We know that weaknesses were identified in the SDTC governance model, and that's exactly why we've taken definitive action. We've followed up on all of the recommendations that were made by the Auditor General, and we, in addition to having done a number of third-party reviews, we've moved forward on improving the governance model at SDTC. Now, the board chair and CEO resigned. The board was dissolved and let go. There's a new board that's transitioning under the National Research Council, and that is intentional to ensure that that the minister and our department will have better and clear oversight for this organization, because previously it was independent, it was arm's length, and that's part of one of the reasons that we felt that the monitoring and the supervision wasn't as tight as it needs to be in the future. And we take these matters seriously. We've gotten to the bottom of this, and I think this is the accountability that all of us should expect.
The honourable member from Calgary Centre.
I thank my colleague for the responses that he gave to my question. I don't think that they're proper responses. I think that there's a whole bunch of holes in what he's provided here. Number one, the RCMP is the actual people looking into whether there will be charges here to press or not. All we're providing at the end of the day is the unredacted documents. Now, those unredacted documents right now are unavailable to the RCMP because they're unavailable to us. And when the government member says that he has nothing to hide, well, then why is there hundreds and thousands of pages of pure black ink in redacted documents here? Nothing to hide means that would be a lot more transparent. Let me give an example about where we've actually worked in this respect through one of my committees here, and that George Young, the Chief of Staff to Harjit Sajjan, the Minister of Defense at the time during Afghanistan, provided documents that we thought should be looked at from a criminal perspective. The RCMP didn't. In the end, they made the decision not to. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I have basically tried to answer the member's question in the best way that I can, which is to say that we have tried to get to the bottom of and expose all the facts, provide all the evidence. We've collaborated very effectively with the Auditor General, with the Ethics Commissioner, and with the RCMP. If they have any requests for documents, obviously our government is committed to working with all of those independent experts. Why would we have ordered all of these independent reviews and taken all the actions that I've said, studied at a committee over and over and over again? We've been willing to do all of those things. What we're not willing to do is compromise the independence of the Auditor General and the RCMP and our judicial system in Canada. Those things are clearly red lines that we do not want to cross. We do not want to set a precedent of trampling on Canadians' charter rights.
The honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so it was my great honor to rise, but particularly I believe I'm the last speaker this evening, so happy to bring it home tonight there. So it's an honor and privilege. And I do have a very serious topic, and I'm hoping I can have a serious discussion with my colleague on the other side. As this issue is a serious one that has been brought forward by several First Nations, and so the way that this story unfolds is sad, if not tragic. It revolves around a dock called euphemistically the Big Dock in northern Alberta. It is in a northern community surrounded by First Nations, including the Chipewyan people, and so this dock is a community hub. It is where people will go for a walk in a nice summer day in northern Alberta, It is actually where children, including, of course, Indigenous children, will swim and play. It is where a young couple might go for a walk to talk about the day and to enjoy each other's company. And so in this picturesque surrounding, there is trouble, though, and the challenge is this. Recently, just in this year, actually, the Indigenous communities contracted an environmental firm to look at the water in and around the dock and to see what the condition of it was. And what they found was extremely troubling. One, they found that it was contaminated with above legal limits of toxins, including arsenic, mercury, iron, and hydrocarbons. Many of these are carcinogens that can and do cause cancer in people. And just keep in mind, we've got young couples, we've got fishers, we've got Indigenous children swimming in this contaminated water. And that in itself is, of course, extremely troubling. But let's add a couple more facts. This dock is actually owned by the federal government. It's owned by Transport Canada. And in accordance to the really difficult and challenging part about this is that according to the consultant's report, the Transport Canada knew about the contamination in 2017. And so I'm just going to reiterate, because I don't think it's for me to speak for First Nations, I'm just going to reiterate to the member, and remember, you're not just answering to me, you're answering to our First Nations here, the First Nations, I should say, the Indigenous people, what they want to hear. So I'm hoping the member won't take this opportunity to proliferate or pontificate about various Liberal accomplishments or things, that he'll answer the questions of these chiefs. One, they want to meet with the Minister of Transportation. Second, they want the dock repaired and brought up to code. They, of course, want the site remediated, meaning the removal of the toxins. They want to dredge a canal to the channel to Lake Athabasca for boat access. They want a temporary dock, conduct further testing along the waterfront, and make any and all documents available. I will add that I did ask at the Transport Committee, and we got unanimous consent, to get all documents and correspondence relating to the big dock from Transport Canada, but we still, nearly a month later, have not received a document. As the Prime Minister said, and quite frankly I agree with him, there is no relationship more important for the federal government than that with the First Nations. So I'm hoping we get a substantive response.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad I'm actually here tonight for this late show to answer this question. The reason I say that is I've actually spent 3 years of my life before getting into politics going up to Fort Chipewyan and working with the First Nations there on environmental monitoring. It was a great privilege to be in that community and be invited into it, to meet with the elders there, and to understand the issues of those First Nations communities and their community members. So I take this matter very seriously, but I want to just preface what I'm saying with something that I think the member opposite should also take seriously, which is these contaminants that are being monitored are directly from the tailing ponds of the oil sands. And I know that member to be an honorable member, and I think he does care about the environment, and I hope he could convince his party leader one day to take the matter of climate change and the contamination from our oil and gas industry seriously enough, so that we can work together across the aisle in this House to address the issues of these First Nations communities, because those contaminants didn't come from anywhere else. And the First Nations there have started a collaborative initiative to monitor the water and the contaminants in the water and all the impacts on their ecosystem, and also to employ their community members to do that work. And that's really important work, and I think it's led to the realization that the moving of this dock and the dredging that would need to take place in order to replace it is going to be a difficult issue. It's not as simple as just funding the issue. But I do take the matter seriously. The reason I say that is that when you dredge that toxic waste up from the bottom, you're essentially going to spread it throughout the watershed. And the Peace Athabasca Delta is for generations and generations and generations has been the water source and the home to those First Nations. They identify with that place and that water and that watershed as being the most important thing for their lives and livelihoods, for their identity, their culture, their traditions, their traditional knowledge. All of the things connect back to that watershed. So I think this is really important. I know that Minister Anand has been in touch directly with the nations to discuss their concerns. Transport Canada has previously disclosed the presence of contamination in Transport Canada-owned lands at Fort Chipewyan. The Fort Chipewyan Public Port Facility has been listed on the Federal Contaminated Sites Inventory and an open public list since 2014. For almost a century, the wharf at Fort Chipewyan has been active with multiple users and uses. Studies show that contaminants in the sediments in the Transport Canada-owned water lot and in the lands adjacent to the wharf may have come from a variety of sources. So I really think that this is an important issue. I would say there's a number of different steps that the department has taken, and I would think that we could work together with the First Nations, and I know that Minister Anand is taking this matter seriously. Transport Canada has taken some immediate steps and retained a qualified third-party environmental consultant through Public Service and Procurement Canada, and is working with the First Nations and the consultant to address this very issue. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member. Before we move to the one question, I'd just like to remind the honourable parliamentary secretary that we're not to mention the proper names of members of this place who are currently sitting in the House of Commons. And once again, I'd remind staffers who are listening to this to please do a better job in making sure that when they do provide that information, that they respect the traditions and rules of Parliament. The honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. But it does sort of beg the question: if a tree falls in the forest and there's no one here to hear it, was there really a violation of the rules? But I do thank the speaker for enforcing the rules. But let's get back to the meeting at hand. And I know the member to be an honourable member, and I do, to answer his question, I do care about climate change, and I do care about where the toxins came from. And that I'm more than happy to work with the member and anyone else who wants to resolve that issue and make sure that we hold accountable wherever those toxins came from. But there's several issues that I do want to sort of drill down on because we didn't get a response on them, and I will do it quickly, Mr. Speaker. Will the government commit to remediating the site? Will they commit to bringing the dock up to code? Will they commit to doing further testing? And can they do some type of making residents aware of the potential contamination?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Yeah, so I think I said in my response, and I'll say it again, that the Minister of Transport is taking this matter seriously, and she has heard the concerns of the Athabasca Chipewyan First Nation, the Miksuk Cree, and the Fort Chipewyan Métis Nation. And while recent studies have found that the wharf at Fort Chipewyan is not likely to pose risk to human health, Transport Canada is committed to collaborating and working with the First Nations to address community concerns about potential contaminants at the dock. Transport Canada will continue to work closely with the communities to address their concerns about the contamination. Thank you.
Thank all honourable members for participating in this adjournment debate. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.1. Je vous souhaite tous une bonne nuit.
I wish you all a pleasant evening.